part of our 3-year budget plan, we decided to prioritise protecting jobs and sought to develop ways of increasing our income. To accomplish this, a number of solutions were found which are being built into our delivery planning process. The Highland Council has fully implemented the additional discretionary powers we receive from the Scottish Government to increase council tax charges for second homes and long-term empty properties. The income generated from this increase will support our financial sustainability, and importantly, it will also enhance our efforts in addressing the housing challenge by encouraging some properties to come back onto the market for rental or ownership. We're working closely with Skye businesses to ensure future income from tourism and improving the visitor experience. Visitors can more easily access the iconic Old Man of Store, following significant improvements made to the car park and path network. The project has also installed electric vehicle charging points as well as motorhome waste disposal facilities to meet sustainable tourism needs. And we have recently opened a new shop and community centre which showcases local suppliers and products. There's a multi-purpose space available for registrar wedding ceremonies, art and music exhibitions, Gaelic events and other community use. We are developing our fair charging and commercialisation strategy, policies and practice when levying fees and charges, which will help contribute to the sustainability of council services. The review of these fees and charges set by the Council were informed by our Have Your Say and Tell Us More public engagement exercises as part of the 2024-25 budget process. It is anticipated that the Council will look to implement a visitor levy in 2026. The final decision on its implementation will be made following a public consultation as required by legislation. Inverness Castle is currently undergoing a spectacular transformation from its past use as a prison and courtroom to an anticipated visitor attraction at the heart of the city. The project aligns with our commitment in helping Highland businesses to grow and foster regional economic growth. By supporting local businesses, we can make sure our communities directly benefit from the castle's restoration. These projects show some of the creative ways we are generating income. Of course, we're not stopping there and have plans being developed to bring forward more schemes for unique visitor experiences, enabling us to be more financially viable and sustainable in the future. We are living in a digital age where many people consume services online. There's therefore the expectation from consumers that organisations provide an online experience that is quick and accessible. We're no different as a local authority, and this is why digital transformation is an integral part of our organisational development. Digital transformation gives us the opportunity for solutions to be put in place that solve complex business issues which can save the council time, money and resources. This will lead to a better experience for those who want to access online services, but also to enable the Council to give a better service for those that cannot or would prefer not to. We're also modernising our infrastructure to meet our digital requirements, and we're supporting our services to embrace a digital culture where staff can take pride in learning new ways of working and evolving their practices to meet our customer needs. We are elevating our customer experience standards with people at the centre of what we do. By listening to our communities and staff, we know we need to deliver services including using digital technologies to meet the changing needs of our customers. The Council has a long history spanning centuries. Many of our land and building assets are recorded in several older registers, including deeds dating back from 1617 and some written in medieval Latin. Utilising existing digital technology, Terra Tracker pulls all of this information together into one map-based system to make us more efficient in our operations and management of these assets. Gaining a clearer and accurate picture of our land will also support us to deliver ambitious housing and renewable energy projects and identify income generation opportunities. we are reducing the number of levels of senior leadership and streaming structures to align with services. Our future operating model will align management structures to geographical areas with a hub and spoke model for delivering local services. This work will help to better serve communities in new ways by clustering services near to people across Highland. Climate change is the greatest challenge of our lifetime. Severe weather and climate impacts are already affecting communities across the Highlands and our service delivery. We've experienced an increased frequency and severity of flooding, landslides and wildfire events, increasing the need to build climate resilience and sustainability. This is one of the many reasons why the Highland Council is committed to realising its vision for net zero and backing this up with a major investment programme. Energy developments can bring major opportunities to reduce energy consumption or increase new sources of energy supply, creating potential cost benefits and new sources of income. We set out a vision of Highland in our Future Highland programme as a centre for global renewable energy by capitalising on our immense natural resources to deliver alternative energy solutions, including developing solar, wind and wave solutions. We already have several successful solar arrays and hydro schemes. HydroNest is an award-winning hydroelectric scheme which offsets our reliance on grid-supplied electricity and reduces our carbon footprint by harnessing the power of the River Ness into a renewable energy source. We're exploring larger-scale renewable energy schemes to provide energy to our estate and the national grid. Affordable energy is crucial to Highland, with energy efficiency and heat decarbonisation bringing a wide range of benefits to households and businesses. We're working to reduce energy costs by changing behaviours through new ways of working, as well as becoming more energy efficient. Our offices and depots need to be fit for purpose to save money and deliver on our net zero ambitions at the same time. The Council's fleet and staff travel currently represents 21% of our corporate emissions. Business travel includes our fleet, such as refuse collection vehicles, gritters, vans and car club cars, as well as staff using public transport or their own vehicles, known as Grey Fleet. We're supporting staff to reduce the number of miles travelled through new ways of working in digital transformation and encouraging staff to active travel where possible through our new sustainable business travel strategy. We're also delivering on our net zero ambitions through downsizing of our fleet and replacing vehicles with low-emission alternatives, including an electric ferry for the Corran Narrows, which currently accounts for 3% of our corporate emissions. Local authorities need to be leaders in tackling climate change, and transformational change is necessary across the Council to meet our net zero ambitions.
Our vision is to enable everyone who requires some kind of support to live independently and well in their own communities for as long as possible. This vision is shared by our community planning partners, including NHS Highland, who deliver essential social care services across the region. We are supporting our care-experienced young people to grow, develop and reach their potential in a safe and nurturing way close to their communities. Adults who require care also receive support to live near their homes, families and friends. Moving resource to communities and building up our third sector partnerships to enable this is a key part of children's and adults' social care strategies. We are implementing a range of solutions to grow community capacity to enable people to live independently and well, including improving how we deliver care to those who require it by putting the person at the centre of our planning and activity. We are building community-based care solutions from early childhood through adulthood and into old age by being innovative and working closely with families to provide sustainable family-based care. This includes building a stronger support system for families, such as providing kinship care to young people and expanding our foster care capacity and development of a kinship team. This will increase the proportion of children in kinship care, and more foster carers will ensure Highland children remain with Highland families. As part of our joint strategic planning for adults, we will continue to provide for people in need of support and find sustainable local solutions, including suitable accommodation. Building our future workforce in health and social care alongside collaborative work with partners to help manage and reduce risks of our most vulnerable clients. We can help ensure our services are sustainable by developing career pathways locally. Our work in growing our own social work staff is an example of this. Enabling the single care model and mobilising third sector partnerships to do this is crucial. We have set aside key investment for this as part of our budget settings in 2024. Lastly, we are increasing the use of technology and digital solutions to support independent living in our communities, sustaining care at home for vulnerable people. All of this is designed to help shift the balance of the care experienced by people to more community and family settings, and to build the future capacity we need to help communities to flourish and thrive.
The Highland Council and our public sector partners are working together to take a place-based approach to mapping assets. We are deciding which ones we need to sell or repurpose, which ones we need to commit to keeping, and which ones need to be replaced with new builds. We have established a £2 billion Highland investment plan over the next 20 years to address our challenges, so we can change for the better the complex asset map we have. Our school estate needs to be modernised, but this is no mean feat, as the Highland Council has one of the largest school estates in Scotland. We have 196 schools in both urban and rural communities, spread across an area which covers a third of Scotland. We also have a commitment to reduce our asset footprint and retrofit those buildings we are committed to keeping, making sure they are of a high standard for staff and customers, ensuring energy efficiency as well. This is being done with key partners as part of a single public sector estate. The Council has an ambitious investment programme being developed to ensure we are continuing to address issues around the condition of our buildings. But crucially, plans are being brought forward to ensure that a much more integrated community offering is provided through the creation of a new generation of community facilities, which we are calling points of delivery. By co-locating other functions and partner services to come under one roof, we can shape locations into a central hub of service provision and support. Work is being progressed to support them with a new operating model. We are facing a significant housing challenge, with projections showing we need around 24,000 new homes over the next decade to provide for economic growth and to repopulate our more rural areas. To accelerate our delivery, an additional investment of around £2.8 billion is required. While this is a large figure, there are opportunities for co-investment available between the public and private sector. For example, the non-domestic rates concessions within the Green Freeport and our social value charter from renewables. At the Council's Housing Challenge Summit with its partners in October 2024, a number of commitments were made to help meet this challenge. These were in relation to how we supply land and accelerate an increase in the capacity in the area for housing development. The Housing Challenge Action Plan that we are developing can provide us with certainty for delivery and streamline the provision of new housing and the construction jobs that building them will create. We have a considerable transport network, which stretches into over 4,000 miles of road and 1,000 miles of footpath. Our responsibility as the local authority is to maintain, improve, and manage this vast network, including any associated infrastructure. We are investing an additional £40 million in our transport network over the next 3 years. The Highland Investment Plan makes provision to ensure that barriers to economic growth are reduced and basic infrastructure is maintained. We also have ambitious plans to develop public transport. By building on our fantastic in-house bus service, which is saving significant sums of money when compared to private sector contracts. From the £2 billion of investment in this plan, there are other community wealth building benefits. The major construction pipeline it will establish will bring jobs and a structured means to build and sustain our supply chain, strengthening the Highland business base.
To meet the twin challenges of sustaining our working age population and seizing the amazing economic opportunities available here, we have created a comprehensive plan to build the future workforce that Highland requires. This involves reaching into schools and building more effective partnerships with private and state sector employers, trainers, colleges and universities. We will engage with industry and business sectors to create jobs and pathways towards sustainable employment, being led by the demands businesses have for workers. As part of this, we will create employer skills boards, and attracting new talent is a priority of this work. We will align the school curriculum towards the economic opportunities available, building on our existing practice. Together, we will provide support and opportunities for those furthest from economic achievement and success in the labour market. This means creating a single gateway to jobs for those who need them and enhancing supported employment. We are building schemes to recognise employers' achievements in improving the economic conditions for workers. One example is our employer charter, which provides recognition for businesses which support fair work, contribute to the local supply chain and support the workforce for the future strategy. Lastly, we are expanding our plans to make sure that young people benefit from opportunities to learn, including through digital delivery, to meet the challenges across our diverse geography. Together, we are building a workforce for the future to accomplish sustainable economic prosperity and success in Highland.
As part of our 3-year budget plan, we decided to prioritise protecting jobs and sought to develop ways of increasing our income. To accomplish this, a number of solutions were found which are being built into our delivery planning process. The Highland Council has fully implemented the additional discretionary powers we receive from the Scottish Government to increase council tax charges for second homes and long-term empty properties. The income generated from this increase will support our financial sustainability, and importantly, it will also enhance our efforts in addressing the housing challenge by encouraging some properties to come back onto the market for rental or ownership. We're working closely with Skye businesses to ensure future income from tourism and improving the visitor experience. Visitors can more easily access the iconic Old Man of Store, following significant improvements made to the car park and path network. The project has also installed electric vehicle charging points as well as motorhome waste disposal facilities to meet sustainable tourism needs. And we have recently opened a new shop and community centre which showcases local suppliers and products. There's a multi-purpose space available for registrar wedding ceremonies, art and music exhibitions, Gaelic events and other community use. We are developing our fair charging and commercialisation strategy, policies and practice when levying fees and charges, which will help contribute to the sustainability of council services. The review of these fees and charges set by the Council were informed by our Have Your Say and Tell Us More public engagement exercises as part of the 2024-25 budget process. It is anticipated that the Council will look to implement a visitor levy in 2026. The final decision on its implementation.
Members, welcome to this meeting of Highland Council. This meeting will be filmed and broadcast and shown on the internet for the next 12 months thereafter. Members in the chamber are reminded to keep their laptops on silent as well as their mobile phones, and those joining remotely should keep their microphones muted except if they're speaking in debate. So I'll now hand you over to the Chief Officer, Legal and Corporate Governance to call the roll.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, members. So, members, starting with those of you in the chamber to do roll call electronically. So hopefully you've all get your cards in the device, and when the lights start to flash, I'll ask you to press the green button to confirm your attendance. And we'll start the voting now. Thank you.
Stuff like that. Yeah, man. Trying to really help. Yeah. And you've got a seeing eye dog sitting next to him.
I just checked, members, that we've got 7 members not voted, so.
Oh, that's it.
There you go.
Thank you. Men are helpful sometimes.
Margaret, your mic's on.
So not that.
So if everybody's confirmed their attendance, we'll close the vote down. Thank you. And then we have a number of members participating online. And again, thanks to those members who have told us in advance that they were intending to participate through Teams. So just confirm their attendance, please. And I'll start with Councillor Coggle.
Present online, thank you.
Councillor Collier.
Present, good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Dundas.
Present online.
Councillor Mrs. Jarvie.
Morning, present.
Councillor Mackay.
Present.
Councillor Angela McLean. Councillor McLennan.
Yes, present.
Councillor McGilvray.
Here.
Councillor Miller.
Good morning, present.
Councillor Morrison.
Morning, present.
Councillor Niven. Okay. And just confirm, Councillor McLean's confirmed she's in attendance. Convener, we have a number of apologies for this morning's meeting. We have apologies from Councillors Green, McEwen and Saggers, and we have a note from Councillor Kennedy that he will be unable to join us this morning, but will be able to attend this afternoon, and Councillor Reid will be late, but will join the meeting as soon as she can.
Councillor Andrew Baldry sends his apologies as well.
Thank you.
Apologies from Councillor Andrew Sinclair as well.
Members, it's not normal generally that you lodge apologies for someone else. Just, I'm sure they can do that for themselves. Members, are there any declaration of interest that you haven't already noted? Mr. Gregg.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to make a transparency statement on 3, 5 and 6 as an employee of NHS Highland.
So, and again, thank you, conveners. So, again, thanks to those members who have shared this information in advance. So in terms of declarations of interest, I have one declaration of interest. That's Councillor Angela McLean in respect of item 21, which is the starred item from Sutherland County Committee as a camper van owner using campsites. So Councillor McLean will leave the meeting for that item. I also have a number of transparency statements. They are in respect of item 3, Councillor Cameron and Councillor Christie. Councillor Cameron is a close family member as a teacher at Charleston Academy. Councillor Christie in his capacity as a non-executive director of NHS Highland. Item 5, Councillor Cameron, again, close family member, teacher at Charleston Academy. Councillor Christie, again, in respect of his capacity as a non-executive director of NHS Highland. Item 6, Councillor Christie in his capacity again as a director of NHS Highland and general manager of Inverness Badenoch Extra Space CAB. Item 21, the starred item from Sutherland County Committee, Councillor Cameron as the owner of a camper van, and Councillor Oldham Bereasing of being the owner of a camper van, but does not routinely park in the council's car parks overnight. Item 21.1, the Community Planning Board minutes, Councillor Christie again in his capacity as non-executive director of NHS Highland. All of those members have applied the objective test, reviewed their position in relation to those items and any personal connection, and do not consider they have an interest to declare.
I must now move to item 3 on your agenda, which is the annual report 23-24 Statutory Performance Indicator Benchmarking and Best Value. And it will be introduced by Dan Scott. Thank you.
Thank you, convener, and good morning, members. I am pleased to introduce this report for the 2023-24 Statutory Performance Indicators, and would like to take the opportunity to thank my colleague Donna Sutherland for her support in preparing it. The report sets out the information that will be published to meet the statutory requirements for reporting on the Council's performance. Members are advised the timing of the report is influenced by when local government benchmarking data is available and published. There are a number of aspects to the report. Firstly, there are a total of 81 indicators. Performance data has not yet been published for 11 indicators. The most recent year available for these is included in Appendix 3. For the remaining 70 indicators, the report shows that 79% of indicators are performing on target or within the agreed performance threshold, an improvement in comparison to what was reported at the same time last year, where the figure was 77%. Detail for all of the indicators is set out in Appendix 1, showing the target, performance, RAG rating and trend analysis over the last 3 years as to whether performance is improving or not. Additional commentary is provided for all indicators noted as red, setting out the reason for the performance and the improvement action. Highlights of improvements are included in section 6.3 and 6.4. Secondly, the council benchmarks its performance against other councils and uses the local government benchmarking data for this purpose. This information is set out in Appendix 2, showing the 2023-24 performance against target, as well as our benchmark ranking for the current and previous years. Lastly, Section 7 sets out the position with regard to best value. As reported at Section 7.1, members will be aware that the Audit Scotland's current approach to auditing best value in councils is integrated within their annual audit work. This is also supported by the programme of annual best value thematic reviews. Both the annual reports, annual audit reports and best value thematic reviews are reported to the Audit Committee. Recommendations are set out in Section 2, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Bremner.
Thanks, Convener. Good morning, members. Before I address this item, I'll move the recommendations. Convener, I believe that you're happy to second them. Members, the report before you is the standard review that we have been used to receiving in respect of the KPIs, in respect of the SPIs, a number of which are KPIs, and set out the areas where the council has improved in performance and also where there are areas where there is work that continues to be done. Can I thank everybody involved for the contributions and their continued contributions to support the service performance of the council. In respect of performance, I'm pleased to see some key areas of improvement, including the average time to take to process major planning applications and the support to the vulnerable in our communities, especially children and young people, and in housing benefit and council tax services. In respect of best value, we will be receiving updates on the best value reports and audits, and they will be presented to the audit committee. Members will recall that Audit Scotland for 23-24 audit report for Highland Council reported that it has effective and appropriate arrangements to secure sound financial management, and this is discussed at section 7 of the report. There are clear explanations for some of the areas where work is being undertaken to improve performance, and some of those areas, if they were to be reviewed today, rather than the period of time we are seeing being reported, I would like to think that we would note progress beyond that which is in the report. The report's there for your scrutiny and your comment. Thanks very much, Convener.
Councillor Christie.
Yeah, thanks, Convener, and thank you, Raymond, for your introduction. I also have a bit of trouble with this report because it's so dated, isn't it? Because, you know, it's information up to March 24 and things move on. We're a year ahead of that. But I think what we're going to look at behind this, some of the trends, and maybe some of the points I raised can be answered by the chairs of the strategic committees. So starting first with 6.4, education, primary 1, 4 and 7. We're talking there, it's worth noting there's been improvement in attainment, and on Appendix 1, primary 1, 4 and 7, literacy, and 1, 4, 7, numeracy. You know, 1 is rated green for literacy, and numeracy is rated amber. And this is where I'm struggling, John. Maybe you can help me, because on Appendix 2, when you look at it, you've got the you know, obviously it goes through the same thing, and you've got different way of looking at it. And on page 21 of my papers, you know, for primary 1, 4 and 7 literacy, it's saying we're 30th in the league ratings. Yep, we've given ourselves a green rating, and for numeracy, we're 32nd, and we've given ourselves an amber. And I just wonder, really, should that not be really red? Because it doesn't strike me as that the actual traffic light grading of those is in line with the actual performance as reported in this report at that time for the year ended March 24. So any comments around that, I'm sure would be welcome. One of my old hobby horses, I suppose, and I notice we've got it green, and there has been an improvement, is the number of weeks it takes to sort out a homelessness application. And yes, we've got it down to 35 weeks, but do we actually understand what it's like to live for 35 weeks in homeless accommodation? We should be going to put that down to more like 3.5 weeks. You know, 35 weeks in homeless accommodation, where you might be sharing facilities, where you might have families in the centre of the city in accommodation that is clearly not suitable for families to be in. And I appreciate families aren't normally there for 35 weeks, but they're certainly there for longer. In order to get to 35 weeks, because I know most families are sorted out quicker than that, means that there's people that are there longer than 35 weeks to hit the average. And I don't know if we can have a redesign workshop, a rapid lean review group, or something looking at this as to what is the seismic change that needs to happen? What are the barriers that need to be torn down to actually tear that 35 weeks up and get it down to something that we would be happy with if we found ourselves in that very same situation? So I think, you know, some answers on the education one, and maybe a commitment, I don't know, from you, Convener, to at least get redesigned to have a report coming to it as on its agenda at some stage in the future would be useful. And maybe an undertaking from Glynis to see if the housing committee could actually do something, because I think really we should be doing all we can and moving every obstacle to get that down to something that is fairer. Thank you.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, convener, and thank you to the officers for bringing this report. I would like to refer to the adult services, the percentage of 65 plus care needs at home, which is on page 13, and the fact that it mentions that Highland is ranked 28th. NHS Highland is facing growing challenges in meeting the increasing demand for personal care at home. While more people are receiving care, which is a good point, current funding levels are not enough to keep up. A lack of resources makes it difficult to recruit and retain staff, putting pressure on our ability to provide quality care to our ageing population. To bridge this gap, we must secure increased funding to stabilise our workforce, improve infrastructure, and ensure fair wages for carers. Without these investments, we risk falling further behind national standards and failing those who depend upon us. A key issue in workforce retention is the lack of affordable housing for healthcare workers. Carers, like NHS staff, should have access to mid-market rent and affordable housing schemes to make living and working in the area more sustainable. Without proper accommodation support, recruiting and keeping essential care staff will remain a challenge. Additionally, the independent care sector plays a crucial role in delivering care, yet it faces serious financial and workforce pressures. Strengthening our partnership with the independent providers and investing in their stability is essential. Higher payment tariffs, better staff retention, and sustainable funding will ensure they can continue supporting NHS Highland effectively. By prioritising these investments, including housing support for healthcare workers, we can build a stronger, more sustainable care system that meets national benchmarks and, more importantly, provides the care our community deserves. Thank you.
So, Finlayson.
Thanks, Convener. Members, as I've said many times in this chamber, Highland schools are on a journey of improvement post-COVID, and many changes have been made over the last 2 years in terms of how we challenge and support schools. And while I think we all agree that we need to continue on this attainment journey, the data in the paper today is probably unhelpful and to a degree misleading because it is so out of date. And in terms of what Councillor Christie asked, in terms of the RAG ratings, I think we need to remember that the targets we are setting are improvement targets, and the RAG rating will be relating to how much of an improvement we are making. And I think in terms of ACL data, which again Councillor Christie referred to, we reported at the last Education Committee that we're in a far stronger position than this report indicates. And the last information that was reported shows that Highland has been consistently and systematically closing the gap to national in terms of primary attainment over the last 3 years, culminating in the current year where Highland has achieved the highest attainment for primary age pupils in every area that it has to date. I think we also need to recognise that Highland is one of the most improved authorities in Scotland across all primary measures. And while this is positive progress, we still need to continue apace on our journey of improvement, which again we have reported to Education Committee. But it might be useful for members to understand some key bits of information. In primary literacy, improvement over the last 2 years equates to 10% increase and is now 12% above pre-COVID figures. In primary numeracy, The improvement over the last 2 years equates to a 6% increase and is now 7% above pre-COVID figures. Both literacy and numeracy attainment for S3 pupils at 4th level has seen a 3-year rise to 65.9% for S3 pupils. This is an 11.3 increase over the previous 2 years and is now above national figures. Other information in terms of SCQF Level 6 attainment for children from deprived backgrounds, there is ongoing work taking place in our schools, which includes widening the curriculum offer so more young people are supported to be aspirational in their choices. We are looking forward to developing a Highland raising attainment strategy in the next few months, and members will be invited to contribute to this priority piece of work. School attendance is also a key area of focus as outlined in Highland's National Improvement Framework, and the dip in secondary school attendance unfortunately mirrors what is happening nationally. The Scottish Government is planning a national campaign to focus on the importance of school attendance next term, and Highland will also be doing the same. In addition, we have seconded a head teacher for a day a week to lead on this important area within the education service. And as part of the person-centred solutions portfolio, we have plans to appoint a virtual head teacher for our care experienced young people, and part of their work will be to focus on supporting attendance. So, members, while I do appreciate Councillor's role in scrutinising performance, and of course we need to recognise that members need to do this, can I ask that we do recognise the improvements we are making and the plans that are in place to further improve, that are not necessarily included in this report due to the outdated nature probably of the information. We will, however, continue to bring up-to-date information to the Education Committee, and I'm sure we all want to show our support for the children and staff in our schools as we continue to strive for continued improvement in all areas. Thank you.
Councillor Gregson.
Thank you, Convener. I'm not really convinced that the Convener of Education does appreciate scrutiny of these figures. A lot of this report, admirably well written. I'm not going to criticise officers, but it's definitely perception management, otherwise known as spin, where we're supposed to focus on trajectories and levels of improvement rather than actual data. The rankings, as shown on page 21 to 22, are not encouraging, and it would be very helpful, I think, if we had more objective data admitting not just that we're on a journey or that the figures are out of date, but that there are still gaps. And this is where we're at. And there's work very much needed. To accept there's an issue is the first step. And I'd appreciate that, I think, from the convener. Thank you.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, and thanks for the report. I find myself agreeing with colleagues that are saying the reporting system itself maybe needs an overhaul, but I'm speaking up in support of the criminal justice social workers who have been rag-rated red, and I know for a fact they work flat out, and some of the reporting is about waiting for data from the criminal justice system itself. So it's not just in-house reporting that's not tied up together, it's also reports from other agencies. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. I would be inclined to agree with Councillor Gregson. What we see here is yet another glossy report full of good news, but let's be absolutely clear, members, beneath the fancy charts and the words of this lays bare a council that's not in a good way, a failing administration, one may say. The region that we all call home has been left behind. And this isn't a failure of policy, it's a failure of leadership. Now, we can see in the report that 79% of indicators are on target, but what they don't want us to focus on, members, and the critical failings in service delivery, including education, social care, infrastructure and housing. We've heard from Councillor Christie and Gregson that education should be the foundation of opportunity, yet under this administration it's crumbling. SCQF Level 6 attainment for deprived pupils is one of the worst in Scotland. School attendance has dropped, more pupils are falling through the cracks, yet this administration is doing nothing about it because we're on a journey. That's fine. Problem solved. Now let's look at statutory health assessments for looked after children as well. It's also a disgrace, with only 56.5% completed on time. These are vulnerable children that this council has a legal and moral duty to care for, and they're being let down. How can this administration claim to be working for Highland's young people when they're systematically failing them at every turn? Now, this isn't just about young people being failed. We heard from Councillor Mackenzie are elderly as well. Those with disabilities and vulnerable residents are being abandoned by this administration. Just over a half of older adults receive care at home, despite a target of 62.8%. This means elderly people are waiting longer for care or not getting it at all. Now, what about community payback orders? Only 43.8% of offenders are starting work within the 7 days time limit. This is a failure of justice because we all know justice delayed is justice denied. Adults with incapacity waiting lists have tripled, and these are families left in limbo because this administration is incapable of managing its services properly. These are real people, not just numbers on a sheet, and it is a source of shame for this council and this region. Now, while services collapse and costs keep rising, this administration has failed the most basic responsibilities of governance. Street lighting costs have exploded, with electricity prices up by 19%. Street cleaning costs are up, yet our streets, according to many, are dirtier than ever. And what does this mean for the people in our communities? They are paying more and they are getting less. This council lectures us about efficiencies at every opportunity, but how efficient is an administration that keeps hiking costs while failing to deliver basic services? We're in a housing crisis, but you wouldn't know that from this report. It takes 38.7 days to re-let a council house, missing the target. This means homes are sitting empty while families remain homeless. Gross rent arrears have exceeded the 5% target, so families are struggling. We all know that with the cost of living crisis. Yet this administration has done what? Hiked bills and failed to deliver the necessary support. But what's the plan? More delays, more excuses. And this is a council stumbling from one crisis to the next with no vision, no plan, and no ability to fix what they have broken. This administration has failed. They've failed our children, they've failed our elderly people, and they have failed our communities and the taxpayers who fund us. You know, they expect us all to sit here, shrug our shoulders and nod this through as if everything's fine. But I tell you what, the taxpayers of Highland wanted a nodding dog that went to Halfords. They expect better from every single one of us. Thank you, Convener.
Councillor Gill.
Convener. Just looking at the report overall, and thank you for the report, incidentally. From Appendix 1, the SEQF Level 5, Level 6 and Level 5 treatment by children from deprived backgrounds, all these have been rated as green for 22-23, but there are no targets listed and there are no figures listed for 23-24 until we get to Appendix 3, and even there are still no targets for 24-25. How are these targets set, and can we be given the current target to allow us to see what improvements we're hoping to achieve? And moving on to page 19 on sickness, days lost per employee for all staff. This figure has increased year on year. It has gone from amber to green, with the red arrow showing a worsening trend. Can you tell us how the target was set in light of a worsening figure, and why is it listed as green in the RAG reading? Moving on to page 28, continuing care for adult placement service. In two of the ratings, we are marked as weak for how well do we support people's well-being and how well is our care and support planned. And how good is our leadership? It's marked as 3, and yet we're marked as very good for how good is our staff team. If we're listed as weak in 2 areas and only adequate in the other area, how does that show that our staff team is very good? Thank you.
Councillor Campbell Sinclair.
Just to advise Councillor Christie that there will be a report coming to the next Housing and Property Committee on the subject of homelessness. There'll be a comprehensive report. So I just thought you'd like to know that.
Councillor Loudon.
Thank you, Convener. And thanks also to the authors of this report. Once a year, really, the report appears and gives members an opportunity to highlight positive areas and negative areas. Now, as I'm a member of the administration, I think you can probably anticipate which of those two categories I'm going to fall into. But I do want to highlight one or two items. On page 25, we've seen a rise for the second year in positive destinations. So there are certainly challenges in terms of attainment, and Councillor Finlayson's explained how those attainment figures are being worked on to see them improve. But we can't lose sight of the fact that we have a very high percentage of children leaving with positive destinations. So we're 95%. So I think the picture that the opposition are trying to paint in that area is really doing a disservice to the pupils. In terms of one or two of the other areas, Councillor Christie has obviously referred to the difficulties in housing. The housing debt is and has remained for a long period of time, regardless of who's in power in Westminster. The debt hasn't been written off, and that's what's giving us the level of challenge that we face in housing. So I hope to see movement in that, but we have to recognise that some things are within our control, and some things we need politicians at other levels to work on to help us. In terms of care at home, Councillor Mackenzie referred to the difficulties there. Certainly, I think the problems that we've faced in being able to recruit people, particularly from overseas, have not been helped in recent years. I'd go back to Brexit, but also to in terms of immigration in general, the very high level of earnings that people have to earn before they're allowed in to help care for our elderly people. And the last one on street lighting costs. It's great to see attention drawn to that by the opposition, but it is worth pointing out that energy costs are a responsibility of the Westminster Parliament, and those increases have gone through by Ofgem, and Ofgem is an external regulator controlled by Westminster. There's nothing that we can do in Highland and nothing we can do in Scotland to control the decisions they make. And those decisions have had a very serious effect both on the council, on businesses, and on individuals and communities and families struggling to pay those bills across the Highlands. And we all should be working together to try and see a different solution to that problem, because the present system with regulation at a distance and no accountability anywhere in Scotland for the actions they take is certainly not one that's helped. Thank you, Convener.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you to Mr. Scott and Mr. Sutherland for the report. Derek mentioned that he would focus on the positives as he's a member of administration. Guess what I'm going to do? I'll try not to be too negative. I've got a few areas of that questions, mostly around some of the commentary provided here. That the school transport costs, we all know that they went up because we got high bids for from bus companies, which is why we launched our own. And the commentary suggests that by doing that, we're going to get down to target. My question is when is that likely to just happen through the natural process of introducing contracts from our own service company, or are we going to have to do something on top of that? Councillor Stewart mentioned children's health assessments, that we were close to half of those being on time. There's two different figures for our target mentioned in this report. In the grid itself, it says there's a 70% target. In the commentary, it says 80%. I'm not sure which it is. Some clarity on which one would be good. The justice services, again, were mentioned with community payback orders. That the commentary on that suggests that we've got people, the reason it's delayed is we've got several unpaid orders at the same time for the same individuals. Does this mean we're waiting for one person who's got multiple community payback orders to start the first one, and that's why the figures are wrong? Because that to me suggests we've got a huge problem in both how we're collating this, and B, I just don't really buy that we've got so many offenders who are got multiple orders at the same time to skew the figures this much. I could be wrong in my interpretation of the commentary, but to me that suggests we are the primary reason given for that fallback. The problem in the report is that we have so many people at the same time trying to serve simultaneously community payback orders. If that's true, that's a massive deal, which we should all be trying to get to grips with. Councillor Gale mentioned the sickness. That sickness has gone up 3 days since last year and has been given a change from a green to an amber rating, from an amber to a green rating, which to me doesn't make sense. We've gone backwards. We're still below target, but we've gone backwards. We shouldn't be saying that the indicator has gone from orange to green. And AWI's area of particular interest to me. Many of my patients that I look after are waiting for AWI reports, and the commentary here is that reports are specifically missing that our mental health officers are not getting on time. Which reports are missing, and how do we improve that process? Because 6 AWI process, for those who don't know, could take 6 months more, and a 6 months delay for someone in hospital is an unbelievable risk for somebody who needs an AWI, most of whom are extremely vulnerable. And I think that a report of Councillor McCain and Councillor Christie, that there is a significant delay to some of this items getting here. We're hearing figures from 22 to 23. And again, the commentary on that item is that these weren't available in March last year. Well, it's now March this year. I think at some point in between times, it's probably been available. Is there an opportunity to get an interim report for figures that are missing back to council before next year? Because, yeah, discussing figures that in 2022, those figures correspond to before the last election. We're closer to the next election than the last one. So we're closer to the next administration than the start of this one, and we're hearing figures related to the year we were all elected. So that seems like a strange, a very large delay, which we should try and mitigate. Thank you.
Got one or two questions there, so we'll take them now.
The question from Councillor Gale with regard to the targets for school attainment and the publishing of data for school attainment. So the reason it's not published for 23-24, it's not published nationally until June of this year, and that's why the most recent data has been provided in Appendix 3, and targets are not yet set as they are linked to those national benchmark, the benchmark data. Do you want to take the... Yeah, so with a question from Councillor Gregg on when we'll get to target for bus transport. I'll have to refer to the service and revert to you on that. And the same would be with regard to the justice question. I'll have to revert to you on that. With regard to the question on sickness, the target is based on the national target. So Highland has remained below the increase, if you like, that's happened nationally, and therefore we have achieved the target.
Good morning, members. If I can pick up on a couple of questions from Councillor Gale, where you're asking about the reports with regard to the registered services. The gradings listed there is actually using the Care Inspectorate's gradings, so this has come direct from their reports. So if you see above the table, refer to the fact the gradings, it's a 6-point scale where 1 is unsatisfactory and 6 is excellent. So as you see listed, the appropriate grades there as to how that was assessed by the Care Inspectorate. And Councillor Gregg, your query about the percentages to do with the statutory health assessments, yes, you're correct. We've got different figures there, so we'll go away and have a look at that and make sure that's corrected. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jarvie. Barbara.
Oh, thank you. Imagine how improved the statistics would be for education if all children with additional needs got support according to their actual needs within the Getting It Right for Every Child GERFIC policy and not based on financial status. Moving on to adult services, maybe we should look at a GERFIC type policy for our people on care at home, getting it right for everyone who's cared at home. It's in 2021 to 23, we're looking at 84.3% in Appendix 1 of adults supported at home, agreeing the service and support had an impact in maintaining their quality of life. That's now dropped to 73.6%, which is disappointing considering we're putting so much effort and funding into this service. However, we all know that people are getting discharged a whole lot sooner from hospitals, so they aren't always totally well for when they go home. So maybe that assessment that's done in hospital needs to be redone in 6 months' time, so we get another new benchmark of assessing their needs. The lack of OTs that we have to do this skilled role, we really need to look at funding, upskilling our nursing staff to an OT standard, so there's more OTs to perform these assessment of their a holistic assessment of the person's needs in their own home, and then you're getting a benchmark, so you are addressing their quality of life at that time. People can have surgery and they get better from that surgery, but still need a bit more help. They might not need 4 carers a day. It might need to drop to 2. We should be encouraging the quality of life and independence, which is a great boost to confidence and keeping people safe. And you know, or are they a declining condition where maybe they're more prone to falls? Maybe we're needing input around that and physio so they don't fall. So that would come under the new assessment of needs at that 6 monthly gap. And if it's not 6 months, it should be annually thereafter, just to improve the efficiency of our service and how we deliver holistically to our people being cared at home with the budget that we need to be frugal with. Thank you.
Councillor Johnston.
Thank you very much. I have lots of points to come back on, and I think everybody's made really great contributions on this paper, to be honest. I'm going to start with Councillor Stewart mentioned adults with incapacity, and the biggest impact that adults with incapacity have in Highland is probably on delayed discharge. We've got so many people in hospital because they cannot come out because they don't have power of attorneys or guardianship orders in place. Now, I wonder how many members in the chamber here have sorted out their own power of attorney, but I would suggest it's something everybody here should do in advance of anything happening to them at any point in their life, like a stroke, where they would no longer be able to make safe decisions for themselves. I have my own power of attorney in place and I'm in my 40s. But we need to give people more support on how to access power of attorneys and guardianship orders. Because by the time you no longer have capacity, it's too late in many situations to sort out a power of attorney. When it comes to care at home, we have a massive problem because there is simply not enough care workers locally. And unfortunately, it is a job that has a low wage and is predominantly female. We need to, as a society, change our outlook on care workers, that it should be a gender balanced role with an appropriate wage for the level of skill and medical intervention that it basically keeps people alive. That's the bottom line. But the thing about care at home is it's not just older people. Any adult can be receiving personal care at home. It's not a thing that is just for our older population. We have many adults living with long-term conditions who require help and support to live active, functional, useful daily lives. When it comes to the looked after children, see, I just have to disagree, I think, with Councillor Stewart, because in my opinion, where we are with looked after children now is worlds apart from where we were in the past. The fact that we have more children staying in Highland is not just the morally right thing to do for these children, it costs less, bottom line. We have more children in kinship care. That means they have the scaffolding and support of their families and the love of their communities round about them to give them the best opportunity to get the best out of life. Looking at the figures, we've got more adults who are coming forward to become foster carers. And what's more selfless than opening up your home to a child in need? And when it comes to listening to children and children's rights and children's participation, this year there was the Children's Participation Strategy, which I don't think this council has ever seen such a huge level of engagement with all of our children in Highland. I believe it's, over 800 young people had their voices heard to be part of this document. And it's huge. And I would encourage every member here to read the Children's Participation Strategy because it is a fantastic piece of work. And the last thing I was going to say was, I think one of the things that's really important when it comes to talking about care and care at home is that we get the language right. Carers are unpaid, care workers are paid. So thank you very much.
That's a Jarvie.
Thank you, Convener. First of all, in relation to this, I should have declared a transparency statement in relation to the MHOs and AWI as an employee of the Mental Welfare Commission for Scotland. First of all, I'll start off with some good news. On page 23, looking at the percentage of procurement spend on local enterprises, this council has now been #1 in Scotland for 3 years in a row. And now, this year, just over 50% of this council's procurement spend is spent on local businesses. That's truly a phenomenal achievement. As one of the largest employers and largest budget organisations in the entire area, the ability that this council has to directly benefit the local businesses that are within our region is quite profound. And to see us at #1 is really good. But one question I do have on that specifically is, having been ranked #1 in 22-23, ranked #1 in 23-24, why was the target for this year to only be 8th when we came in first again? Surely if we are, performing at a very high level on something consistently, the target should be to keep there, not ease back. So, it is a really good item, but it seems to have been, a slippage on that has been allowed for some reason. Secondly, to come on something Councillor Loudon said in relation to the energy prices, whilst it's good to see that energy usage has gone down, the unit cost of energy means that the spend has gone up. But it's not anything to do with Westminster or Ofgem. As a business contract, it's exempt and not covered by the energy price cap. The energy price cap is only for consumers. And if it's something, and when he says that there's nothing we can do about it, I mean, there actually is. And we looked at this a few years ago with the council's own scheme. And actually, when you look at that 25% of energy providers' profits are actually gross profits are going towards servicing debt that was accumulated by customers in COVID. Actually, any energy company that launches now can undercut the big players by 25% on the same profit margins simply by the fact that they don't have that debt to service. So I think this is something that actually the council could look at again. Now we know the landscape a lot better. So this is indeed something we can do something about, very much so. And a 25% reduction would completely offset that increase. So this is something we can do something about. So we can stop telling ourselves that we can't do things when we can. Secondly, the one that did stand out to me of all is that despite the rollout of the new recycling scheme for refuse, this council has gone from being 26th in Scotland for percentage of waste recycled to 28th. You know, that's a massive, massive investment has been made in trying to increase recycling uptake, and it's gone down. You know, only 36% of household waste is recycled. How is it possibly that low? To me, the number of bins that we have for recycling is going too far and is only putting people off recycling. You know, it's how many steps there are to actually taking part in recycling. You know, I open a pack of chicken and I've got to separate the thin plastic from the cover from the regular plastic of the packet itself, because thin plastic can't be recycled. You know, if we want to encourage people to change their behaviour, we actually need to make that as easy as possible. Councils in England already have one recycling bin. They have the facilities to separate the types of recycling out, and their recycling rates are much, much higher. And also, when we're talking about recycling plastic, when it is collected and processed, the first thing that is done is put in a giant vat of water to separate out the non-plastic from plastic. So why is it that, you know, only a few weeks ago my bin was refused to be collected because I had a packet from a ready meal that had some tomato sauce still in it because my packet wasn't clean? When the first thing that happens when it's collected is it's dumped in a giant pool of water. You know, we're looking at the wrong things in terms of encouraging this, and having rolled out more bins, more barriers to recycling and more restrictive criteria of all the things you must do to recycle, that does not encourage behaviour change. It does the opposite. So I think there's no wonder why our recycling rates have gone down despite investing millions of pounds in it. Can we have some common sense, please?
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the contributions. Particularly want to thank Councillor Johnson for the details that she provided there. In health and social care, we have a strategy for our children. We have a strategy for our adults, which is led by NHS. Both of these are showing underlying improvement. There are always areas where we need to target and do things differently. In terms of funding, we have what we have. In terms of resources, we seek to do the best we can with all resources we've got. But if people wish to understand more about the improvements that have been made and what we're doing, please come to health and social care. We bring people along from justice so we can go into the detail of that. We bring people along from mental health. We don't just deal with the big ticket items. We go into the detail of what the service provides. They are making tremendous improvements, but health and social care, like a number of other things, you make a change today, but to change somebody's life, to see the measurable improvement, in many cases, that is further down the line. The very best work we do, and we'll talk later about poverty, is what we're doing with children. And actually, if that is really effective, we're going to see the difference in when these people become adults. So these are long-term issues which we're all working. Health and social care is a committee where everybody works across the chamber. We scrutinise, we have ideas, and we look to make improvements. And it is that cross-party support that is really helping to make a difference. So I'd like to thank everybody involved with health and social care, our workers, our committee, and what we're doing. And if you have questions, please come along and we'll try to answer them. Thank you.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Convener. It's good to see this report come in. It's good to see the administration take forward so many positives out of it. But we are talking about an old report here, and I'm quite sure that the administration, by the time the 2024-25 report comes out, will hope that these problems have all been solved. But I don't think that's what they're going to see, because what we've had over this last year is these very same problems coming up again and again. We still have problems with housing, we still have problems with schools, and we still get roads that the communities are not happy with. We have new developments that can't be sure that the services are actually there to serve them. So we need to do a wee bit more on this. What we need to do is get people together to make the best use of our resources, to ensure that if we do build all these houses that we are building, that they do have the services that go with them. It's a comment, not really a question, but thanks for listening.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, I don't know, I'm dismayed, disappointed, and certainly from the comments from my ward colleague, Councillor Stewart. I think he must imagine he's at Westminster or down at Holyrood just now. He loves to blame the administration for everything, and yet he needs to be reminded he is an elected councillor for the Highland Council who can work with officers to make improvements to the services rather than continuously attacking the performances. Can I just touch on the education rant that he had, and following on from what the chairman said? If Councillor Stewart just listens when he goes to committee, it was made very clear at the last Education Committee that we know that we're not where we want to be. We are not complacent at all. And that's why our top priority is to raise attainment. The stats evidence that we are improving at a very good rate, and this should be acknowledged and welcomed. It's not spin at all. Nevertheless, we are determined as an education service to maintain and wherever possible accelerate the progress. And there is total commitment to keep raising attainment and improve our position relative to other local authority areas. However, as the 7th largest local authority in Scotland, every time we improve, we also push up the national average, which is a statistical reality. Then lastly, regarding the question about how the targets themselves were agreed, they were approved by the Education Committee and signed off by the Scottish Government. Thank you, Convener.
That's a balance.
Thank you, Convener. Can I just respond to a couple of comments that's been made? Firstly, to Councillor Jarvie, you can recycle soft film plastic by taking it to your local supermarket when you go shopping, if it's a reasonably large supermarket. And I imagine that these figures actually relate to the recycling before the investments were made, and it'll be really interesting to see the figures in the next couple of years as to what difference the Recycling Improvement Fund has made. And just to add to something that Councillor Johnson said, I once heard society defined as those people who are disabled and those people who are not yet disabled. And I think it is really important to remember that the vast majority of us at some point in our lives will be disabled, and it is so important not to other disabled people, because the chances are we are, almost all of us, going to be. But my question, we frequently hear that the health and safety of our employees is quite rightly paramount, but I notice that the accident rate is going up again for the 2nd year running. And I wonder if you could tell me whether these figures relate just to serious RID or reportable accidents, or whether they cover minor scratches and bruises as well. And if they do cover both, whether it be possible in future to get a delineation between the two, so that we know how many serious accidents are being created. And finally, thank you very much for all the work that's gone into producing these reports. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, members. Just in terms of trying to pick up the questions, the question on the procurement target, that will be down to the fact that we are, the target will have been to remain in the top quartile for Scotland under the local government benchmarking, and the position for being in the top quartile is 8th. So that's why that would have been stated as such. The question with regard to the accident rate going up, it's all accidents. And the reason for the increase would have been the improved reporting through the new reporting system. Yeah.
Just to say, after all, with regard to accidents, there has been much more detailed reporting through the Central Safety Committee, but it is the fact that the new Assure system, in particular, there's apps on mobile phones, so if someone's out in the field and they incur an accident, then they can very easily report it. So the issue is probably the fact it was underreported in the past. But it's now reported and obviously it'll be investigated properly. So whilst that may seem negative, it's actually a really positive improvement.
That's a good.
Thank you, Convener. I'll turn first to a comment that was made by Councillor Stewart regarding our council tax collection. Highland Council has one of the most efficient council tax collections anywhere in Scotland, but it's set against some very challenging economic landscape. This is going to be made even harder as the austerity policies that were first introduced by the Tory government take effect, and these have been doubled down by the current Labour government, the latest being the heartless reduction in personal independent payment. However, Councillor Gregg mentioned school transport, and thank you for that, Councillor Gregg. I think that's a really good thing to raise here today. Just to let you know that we're currently working within a 3-year strategy, and that's when 300 plus contracts are up for re-tender. So we're in a really strong position with to work competitively with the private sector with these contracts. Now, this will happen during the normal cycle of contractual renewals, and that's why we're keen to expand our transport services, and this is why we reflected this in the budget. It's an aspiration for us to introduce an improved bus service as part of an integrated transport strategy, and that will benefit every community in Highland in the longer term. Thank you.
Councillor Coburn.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for the report. I think it's a time for reflection in some of the issues that have been raised by my colleagues today. I do feel very uncomfortable when colleagues in the chamber infer that staff are not working hard and caring in the job they're doing. So I would ask them to just reflect on how they communicate about the staff of Highland Council. They work hard, they care about their communities, they live in the communities that we represent. So that's the first naughty step for a certain councillor. We've talked a lot about adult social care. My colleague Lindsay has articulated it beautifully. But one of the things that we are also facing is the national insurance in our third sector. So these are things that we cannot control. So we just need to be cognizant of that. Councillor Fraser mentioned our committees, and we have, as Highland Council, a very good committee set up. And in our own committee, we work in partnership with the NHS and Justice and everybody else. So it's an opportunity for members to attend and learn. And we all learn. Every day is a school day, as they say. And for one of the other councillors that mentioned we need to train nurses to be occupational therapists, a big shout out to all occupational therapists. They are a standalone profession. I was a member of that same professional body, Allied Healthcare Professions. So I think, again, come to our committee and we're happy to share and share any learning with you. One thing I would maybe ask the council and us as elected members to really work at. We talk about power of attorney quite a lot. This is a statutory legal document that, and currently the waiting list or the waiting for power of attorney is 6 months. So you're never too old to do your power of attorney. So I would encourage everybody in their communities to really push on that. And we as a community planning partnership are doing a lot of work on that, and equally in the district planning partnerships that are springing up all over the Highlands is another opportunity to influence and signpost people into this. So just a wee lesson in how to treat people. And sorry, just one last thing. Refuse is very close to my heart. I hate litter. It's not our staff that cause the litter, it's members of the public. So we need to work with them to educate them.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Convener. I just want to address some of the remarks made by Councillor Jarvie. As others have said, these reports are out of date, and it is just about now, this time last year, that we introduced the new bin collection and recycling service. And my indications are that that has reduced the amount of waste going to landfill quite significantly, so that the reduced amount of waste going to landfill and the associated income from the current from the cleaner waste recycler that we send for disposal, the impact of these measures have in no way been measured yet, and I look forward to the new set of figures. And I think Councillor Balance has already pointed that one out. Performance and cost improvement actions remain underway, with route optimisation software being used actively to avoid additional collection costs arising from providing a service to around 1,000 new households every year. The Council has a legal duty to expand food waste collections. This is being achieved through service change in 24-25, and this will result in higher collection costs and lower disposal costs in future years. And finally, the costs that are going up are largely in relation to anticipated fuel costs, which impact increasingly more on Highland and compared with more urban councils. Thank you, Convener.
Members, can we agree with the recommendations? Thank you. Members, item 4 on your agenda is the Treasury Management Strategy Statement and Investment Statement 25-26. And I have, for your information, Brian Porter here.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, members. So the report in front of you today, the Annual Strategy Statement, has a number of purposes. It ensures the Council has a relevant strategy in place, as considered affordability, prudence and sustainability within that strategy. The strategy sets out the caps, limits and indicators for the Council's capital borrowing and Treasury activity for the forthcoming period. You'll note from the report, it also provides an updated estimated quantum of capital investment for the Highland Investment Plan, which obviously links into the subsequent item on your agenda today. Finally, in terms of the purpose of the report, it is in place to ensure that the Council complies with the relevant regulations and codes of practice. The strategy takes account of reports and decisions that you have taken over the past year relating to your capital programme, your Highland Investment Plan and your revenue budgets. It provides some key information for members and is set out in the executive summary, and that highlights the projected level of Council borrowing and the estimated ratio of borrowing costs to revenue funding. I draw particular attention to that in the executive summary because, of course, that is a key measure in terms of affordability of your capital investment plans. So for the general fund, you'll note that for the forecast period, the ratio of borrowing costs to the revenue funding is projected to be within the 10% cap that was agreed as part of the Highland Investment Plan. You'll also note for the HRA, there is an upwards trend in that ratio, with potentially that reaching a level of just under 45%, i.e. 45 pence in the pound in 26-27. I'd like to make the point that clearly this report is based on a number of assumptions, risks and variables that feed into the financial analysis within the report. Clearly these are forecast figures looking ahead, so they will need ongoing review and update. Interest rates will vary. We are in a somewhat volatile economic environment right now. Rates remain higher than they were forecast to be a year ago. So the level of capital capacity will ultimately depend on the prevailing interest rate position and the nature of some of the capital decisions that you will ultimately be making in the current and future years. And the Highland Investment Plan, of course, is still founded on the need to earmark annually the revenue sum to provide that investment capacity. Final point by way of introduction is again just to highlight that obviously ongoing review of the indicators that are set out within this report will be through the Corporate Resources Committee that considers a Treasury strategy position, a Treasury update at each of its meetings during the course of the year. Thank you and happy to take any questions.
Councillor Loudon.
Thank you, Convener, and thanks to Mr. Porter as ever for a very detailed and informative report. And I think it stresses three things in the report. The first of those is affordable, the second is prudent, and the third is sustainable. So what we have in the Treasury Management Strategy and Investment Statement is a safe way for the Council to proceed that helps to provide the funding needed for the Highland Investment Plan. And the earmarking of 2% of the council tax income to support the Highland Investment Plan is something that is being looked at by councils in other areas. So it's been seen as an exemplar. Now it isn't entirely without challenge because, as we've seen, interest rates are maintaining a higher level than I think was hoped or expected. But the Highland Investment Plan is flexible, so the level of investment will go up or down, and is contained within the 10% limit on the loan charges. So all of those things are providing us with the assurance that what we're doing is affordable, it's prudent, and it's sustainable, and it's providing the level of investment that the council desperately needs to make to deliver the schools and to deliver the improvements in all of our council services that people are right to expect us to be able to deliver. What we can't do is go backwards. You know, we can't go back to the position before. We can't go back to a position where the level of investment was inadequate and there was no clear plan. So all of this I see as being positive. Just to highlight, the Highland Investment Plan is doing a lot of positive things. Amongst them, I'm sure Councillor Jarvie will be delighted, really, with the recent budget, which provided 8 million for renewable energy, to do exactly what he's suggesting a moment ago that we weren't doing. We are investing in renewables, and that's exactly with the intention of bringing our own costs down and in generating income. This wasn't done in the past. I wish that it had been, but certainly we're determined to make sure that happens in the future. So what I want to do is move the recommendations in the report, look for a seconder, and I look forward to the debate on this item. But this is a very positive report. And I thank the officers for putting it together for us.
That's a balance.
Thank you very much, Convener, and thank you for the report, Brian. I've got a question on question 4.5. There's various reports which suggest that companies with good governance, companies with good environmental and social policies do better in the long term than those without. And given that our policy is to invest for the long term, I'm noting that you say that undue weight shouldn't be given to ESG qualities. So my question is, how much weight is undue?
That's a great.
Thank you, Convener. Just got a question, one question relates to Appendix 4. Under investments, it lists war stock. What is that? I presume we're not buying a rifle for everyone, but what is war stock, and when would we consider investing in it? And on a more serious note, related to Appendix 7, I think the financial prudence we've set out in countries that we've listed as possible investment there is very sensible. We don't want to invest in economies that we think we're not going to get a good rate of return, potentially risk losing money. But I question the ethics of investing in Abu Dhabi and Qatar. These are countries that deny freedom of the press, deny rights to women, deny rights to LGBT people, keep slaves. I don't think we should have these countries on our list of suitable investments. And I would like to propose an additional recommendation, because I don't think I can competently make an amendment for this now, that in our next year's report, we introduce ethical criteria for countries that we invest in, and whether that can be reviewed. But I don't think I can competently make an amendment today at such a short notice on financial matters. Thank you.
The war stock thing will come about in the forthcoming year as we head into the Holyrood elections, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you, conveners. Thank you, members, for your questions. A couple of questions just in terms of kind of the ethical investment. I think the point that's probably worth stating again, particularly for this report, in terms of what type of investment this report relates to. This is the placing of cash. So this is not, as would be done through the pension fund, with a much broader range of investments into equities, broader categories. This is ultimately, on a daily basis, the council may be in a net cash position. We may have sitting on a cash surplus. And what we do through this strategy, what we do operationally as officers, is try and seek the best possible return for any cash we're sitting on. But as you'll note from the report and the strategy, we do so in a very cautious way. It is safety first, in effect. And in practice, most of the funding we place is from the fairly traditional banking sectors, as you would expect. We utilise our own bank, which is currently Virgin Money. We utilise, many of the other well-recognised household UK banking institutions. What the policy, however, does set out is it gives us a broader range of facilities that we can use. we can use. Doesn't necessarily mean that we do use, doesn't necessarily mean that we will be placing significant funds with them. The whole ESG, ethical social governance arrangements, I mean, they are developing, but again, I think the point I would emphasise is, we have to operate within an environment that we have data and sound basis to make our decisions. We rely on ratings agencies, we rely on our Treasury advisor to support us in how we appraise which institutions we place money with. Because that safety and security point is absolutely at the foremost of our mind. The question in terms of what is undue influence in terms of ethical, I mean, a difficult one to answer. A good question, a difficult question to answer. I mean, fundamentally, I say, what we're looking to do is to make sure the council's cash is first and foremost safe. And I would imagine members in this chamber would expect that's the answer that you would expect me to give. So it would be, I think, helpful that some of the comments that have been made perhaps might give me a chance to go away and perhaps something we could reflect on. But the more we try and introduce, let's say, ESG type considerations, I think the fundamental question for me would be how is that done and what impact does it have? And certainly, I would not be comfortable with Section 95. I would imagine members looking after the council's financial interests would again agree it should be safety first, because that is fundamentally the policy approach we take. So I'm not sure I can answer any more specifically in terms of ESG. As ever, I'm happy to go away and reflect. Again, it may be something we can reflect offline and engage with members on. Just specifically on that commentary around foreign entities, again, probably more complex perhaps than might be suggested. We do, through this policy, invest in money market funds. So they are kind of consolidated, pooled arrangements. So were the council to try and, let's say, limit which foreign entities, for example, we might utilise, I suppose, again, there would be perhaps a more technical point, which is how can you unpick that if you're invested in pooled funds, which might have a wider reach? So again, I think it's probably a more complex point, but at least I don't think from your wording the suggestion initially something for today, but again, something I'm happy that we can reflect on. In terms of war stock, I suspect probably a degree of legacy language. I'll probably have to come back and give you the absolute correct answer. I would speculate, and that's in terms of my response, that a range of government bonds issued in past years with that kind of category is I think probably the origin of that. Not sure we actually have any in practice, but I might need to check that offline. Again, I'm happy to revert back on that.
Thanks, Gail.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Brian, for a very comprehensive report. Gives us a lot of detail there and a lot of information that I'm sure we could talk about all day. I just have one question. On 8.6, it says, as required by the Local Government Finance Circular of 7/2024, the commitment to repay loans fund advances for the General Fund and HRA are contained in Appendices 11 and 12. So I have to say I take great comfort from Appendix 11 and 12, where it appears that there will be no new borrowing in either the General Fund or the HRA from 28/29, and then in 60 years' time we'll be debt-free. And I look forward to my teenage grandson's 74th birthday party when he can also celebrate a debt-free council. Can we have it confirmed that this is actually the case and we will take on no new borrowing from 28/29?
Members, just one thing. When other members are speaking, can you kindly remain at the back of the chamber and not interrupt them? It's just inconsiderate. Councillor Oldham.
Yes, thank you, Convener. I suspect that Brian is going to point out to me that we're not going to stop borrowing and paying down. I feel I have to react to Councillor Gale, who's yet again suggested we pay down our debt. Councillor Gale fundamentally misunderstands the way local government finance works. but I've now pointed out repeatedly. But as you like to think about how household finance, to think of it like household finance, let me point out that even on that basis, we've been prudent. When he and I were first taking out our first mortgages, it was on the basis of 3 times our household income. This council currently has debt of about 1.5 times its annual income. By the time we're finished with the Highland investment plan, we'll barely be up to 3 times. And like a householder, we will still be nowhere near retirement. Unsurprisingly, the Audit Scotland believes that we have a sound financial plan in relation to our borrowing. I can only agree with them. Thank you.
Councillor Edmondson.
Thank you, Convener. The Chancellor of the Exchequer was all over the media and has been for the last couple of days with some announcements. And I was just wondering whether there was anything, or I know it's early days, whether there was anything in what the Chancellor of the Exchequer was saying that might change some of the forecasts that are contained in this document. Thank you.
Councillor Christie.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Loudon's quite right. This is the vehicle how we finance so many of our projects, the capital programme, the Highland investment plan, and how we make sure that we make a difference. And so this is something we do really well as a council with our treasury management, and we don't really, we're very good at beating ourselves up or saying we can do better, but this is something we're doing really, really well. And we're maximising the council's position on this and making sure that we're getting the benefits we want. However, I think there's a time where we need to look at who we invest in, why we invest in them. And I think Councillor Gregg's point's quite well made. And I think a discussion on ethical investments on certain countries that have got poor human rights issues. After all, many of us here are actually on boards of charities. And if you're on a board of a charity, that's got surplus cash, you usually go to a provider, someone like Aberdeen Standard, I can name them because they don't exist anymore, but someone of that ilk. And you'll say to them, we actually only want to make sure that our money is in ethical investments. So if charities can do it quite readily and easily, surely councils can look at who they invest in as well. And I think that broader discussion needs to be had both as a policy aspect and also as the right thing to do. And I think nobody's suggesting we actually change anything today. We're just suggesting let's have a review, let's have a look, let's see if any council in the UK has actually found a way to get around this, and then review it in the future. So I think we're just inviting the executive team to take this away, look at it, and perhaps come back to a corporate resources committee in the future with a report to say this might be something members you want to look at, because I do have concerns about some of 2 of the countries that Councillor Gregg has mentioned. I'm sure we all have as well. And I think whilst we're not benefiting them perhaps directly, we don't want to be doing anything that is helping them continue. But certainly, I think it would be useful for us to just take that time over the next few months, 6 months or so, to actually look at what are the options around this. And give members something to choose from. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of Councillor Gale, you're referencing to Appendix 11 and 12. So again, perhaps just to clarify what the purpose of those 2 annexes are. So again, it's compliance with the Prudential Code. So the intent behind those 2 annexes is to highlight that, of course, there is a long-term consequence of investment decisions. So this is based on current level of borrowing for both General Fund and HRA, and forecast borrowing now only for the next 3 years, because that is what the Prudential Code requires us to do. So, of course, you might reasonably expect that there would be additional borrowing beyond that period. And all we're reflecting here, I say, is that 3-year horizon that the Prudential Code requires us to. But I say the main point of this, I say, is to make sure it is understood, and I know members in this chamber will appreciate that, some of our borrowing may be up to 60 years before we've necessarily repaid it. So, the intent behind these annexes is to show that, that is the profile as we currently hold it, of what that debt would look like until ultimately you reach that 0 point at some point in the future. If no further borrowing was added beyond the 3 years, that is what the profile would look like, taking you out to the end of that duration. So I say ultimately it's there both to comply with the code, but to give that clarity in terms of that longer term impact. Councillor Edmondson asked in terms of the Chancellor's statement, I think is too early is the reality. I think the one thing I would emphasise, and almost going back to my opening remarks, interest rates always change. And yes, we're in perhaps a particularly uncertain economic environment, but I mean, the purpose of this strategy in many respects is to give the Council that capacity to deal with change. It is based on what we think are reasonable and prudent assumptions. Were anything material to change, we would come back to Council if we felt the need to. We've gone through quite a lot of change. If you think of COVID, cost of living, everything that's happened in between, and the strategies that have been agreed in past years have largely stood the test of time. So the strategy that's in front of you, gives us the capacity to deal with changed situations. Interest rates will change. We will respond to those. I think the main point, and it comes back to my opening remarks, I think the more relevant point, I suppose, ultimately in terms of is the capital investment capacity. We forecast figures linking into the next item in your agenda. It is based on a view of interest rates. Interest rates may change. They probably will change, in which case it can be adapted. But that is just, I would view that as almost just normal course of business. Things will change. The Council will adapt and react to that. Perhaps just, I know there wasn't a question from Councillor Christie, but maybe just continuing that theme in terms of the sort of ethical investment. Again, probably just worth restating if I go back to, so it's the Appendix 7 is the approved countries list. Again, I think just to restate, this is ultimately, we rely on credit rating services that most other financial institutions councils will use as being the best available source to determine who we place funds with. The countries on that list are simply categorised by the credit rating information we have available. That is not to say that we utilise any or all of the countries. So, in terms of Abu Dhabi, Qatar, others that have been mentioned, they're on that list because they fall within a credit rating that would potentially be an entity that we could use. Does not mean that in fact we do. I don't have the answers at my fingertips. I would be surprised if indeed we have placed funds with some of the national entities that have been referenced there, if that gives some assurance.
Councillor Jarvie.
Thank you, Convener. Just on page 61, where it states investment policy in 2.1, and this part's in bold, it says the Council's investment priority will be security first, liquidity second, and then yield. When we're talking specifically about investments, I mean, that ranges from anything. That there could come a time, inevitably, where the Council makes some kind of investment, and due to the Council's size, its buying power, that when the Council enters a position in an investment, it can actually move the market. Therefore, when you're talking of an institution the size of this Council, actually liquidity is the single most important thing. When you enter a position, you don't want to be moving price, and when you want to unwind from a position, equally, you don't want your exit to be affecting price. And when we're talking about the sums this Council deals with, actually this is the single most important thing to deal with. And also can get just a bit more specifically what you mean around about security, and because it's sort of a very broad thing. I mean, are we talking about risk? Because I mean, to me, risk is simply how much do you lose if you're wrong? That's all that risk is. Or is it looking at how do we interact with markets? Say, example, if the Council wants to buy bonds, are you talking about buying the bond itself and holding it for that coupon rate over the life of that bond? Or are you talking more about investing in a bond ETF? And this is where sort of things get complicated but important, where, yes, interest rates have shot up hugely. The returns that you get on bonds are much, much higher than used to be. But at the same time, if you've held, say, a bond, ETF, or mutual fund in your pension, you're probably down about 20% because of it's nothing to do with the underlying market. It's how you interact with it. So, and again, that's why liquidity is important, because if you're doing things via a mutual fund, actually that introduces a new risk where we've seen, particularly in the property market, almost any property mutual fund restricted withdrawals of the previous 2 years, because the desire for organisations to exit property positions from fear of a property crash was so much that if everyone wanted to exit, it would have caused the crash to happen. So again, this seems it's maybe a slightly geeky point, nerdy point, but when we're talking about the amounts of money that this council deals with, and actually it's not simply hypothetical, just simply reviewing what happened during the financial panic post-COVID, liquidity is the most important thing.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jarvie. So again, probably worth, I think, just restating in terms of in practice what investment or permitted investment means, and Appendix 6 is probably the one I would sort of draw you to. So I mean, you've mentioned, and as made comment in terms of bonds and exchange traded funds. I mean, these are not things that the council would be placing money in. So investment is the language we have to use, because that is the language of the treasury management world. That's the language of the regulations. But as I said in my earlier comments, just to be quite clear what this means in a practical level day to day, on any given day, we might be sitting with a bit more surplus cash than we'd necessarily expect it to do. We won't necessarily just leave it in the current account in effect, because if we've got some excess cash, we'll try and get a reasonable return. We'll do so based on those core principles of security, liquidity, yield, safety first. Predominantly, this simply means we're placing cash with banking institutions. Appendix 6 lists the type of institution we may use. We may place money with HM Treasury, probably as safe a place as you could put funding. We may pass money to other local authorities. There's a lending exchange effectively between local authorities. We may place it with banks, and more often than not, they will typically be UK-based banking institutions. The only other institution we will typically use that drifts beyond that is into Section C of Appendix 6, which is on page 68, which is money market funds, which as I referred to earlier, which are sort of more pooled investment funds. But see, we're not investing, that's the language used, in anything particularly exotic. We're not investing for the long term. Typically, this is about cash we may hold on a daily basis. We may place for a few days, a few weeks, a few months. But ultimately, this is not about an investment-driven strategy, because that's not what the council's about. Ultimately, this is about securing the absolute safety of the council's funds. So, in terms of whether the council, at any point either wish to or had opportunities to look at things like bonds and more exotic things, that would something that would need due consideration. My personal view, I don't think that's a space that we necessarily need to be looking at this point in time, because I say we're not focused on investment for return. We're simply trying to manage our cash in the best way possible. So hopefully that clarifies that point.
Well, else can we give the recommendations? Would you like a 10-minute comfort break? Okay, members, take your seats, please. Next item on the agenda is item number 5, the Highland Investment Plan Progress Update. Councillor Bremner.
Thank you, Convener, once again, and I'd like to move the recommendations, and I'm sure you'll be happy to second that. Don't want to go back to a year past last September when we all remember the critical decisions in respect to the status of the capital plan at that time. Wholly unaffordable, had to be drawn into line until such time as we came up with proposals on how to address the investment challenge that the council was facing with deteriorating road surfaces and crumbling school estate and several other areas of infrastructure that in the Highlands that were desperately needing addressed. The introduction of the Highland Investment Plan and the funding model on which it's based tackling the issues I've just listed, and we've had that presented to us now, and we've had updates over the past 10 months since its introduction. Whilst the update in the report that we have provides a lot of information in respect of procurement proposals, commissioning, approval, outlining progress, etc., there is a lot more information in respect of the rest of the capital work that continues to be undertaken. And in order for members to be fully briefed on that, the administration agrees to bring a full report in respect of that to the meeting of the full council in May. In continuing to deliver the £2.1 billion investment plan over future years, briefly talked about in the previous item, I'm pleased that for a number of places in phase 1 that we have timelines where we can see when we can expect the works relating to each of the particular projects come to fruition. We know that many of these projects are massive projects. They are simply, thank you, you simply can't, but you simply just can't get design proposals, consultations, planning submissions, tender, procurement, contractor appointment, build programmes, delivery of completed projects, and then becoming fully operational in a matter of months or even in a couple of years. But we needed to see the work in respect of the timelines to give us the confidence that we are well on our way now. This year was the first year that the Highland Investment Plan has actually started to provide for the funding model for our roads investment in the future, where we haven't had to come back to council to say where the next amount of money is going to come from to continue additional investment in improving our road infrastructure. That being the increase of council tax by 2%, again previously referenced today, ring-fenced to provide you with the very vision that is presented to you in your papers today. Between the build programme of schools underway right now, the programme for the first schools in phase 1, and also the others listed in phase 1 that are in your papers that are scheduled, we already have £500 million of investment just in what is presented to you in the papers. It will all take time to deliver, but this programme, as I said, is now well underway. Can I just thank, from what I am seeing in the from what I'm seeing in the media and what I know that we are looking to deliver and what is being discussed with members and community members in some areas of points where points of delivery are being planned, the media tends to be thinking that we're talking about, in some cases, we're referencing a single school, like in Thurso. That's not the case in a number of project areas. In Thurso, the whole school estate there is actually being consulted with members. Dingwall is set to benefit from the same outcome. So this is continued good news for all our communities, investment in our roads, investment in our infrastructure, and I look forward to seeing the capital programme also, as well as coming back to the council in May. Thanks very much, Convener.
Christie.
Yes, thank you, and thank you to the leader for agreeing to bring a report on the capital programme to next council. It's appreciated. There's a lot of good things in this report. I just want to tease out one thing that doesn't sit quite well with me, and I'm not going to move an amendment on it, but I'll just outline it. At recommendation 5, we're agreeing the site for the new St Clement's School to be on co-development with Dingwall Primary and the pod. And we know from the emails that we've received, and there's one that received I think I got it last night. Day turns to night at the moment with me. So I think it was last night from on behalf of the parent council, which lays out quite clearly what their preference was, and it's not this site. In the report, it says that the school will be open late 28, 29. That's an awful long delay in terms of when we first started talking about St Clement's at the start of this council term. It would have been nearly finished by now if we'd have actually got on with it on the site that was actually the one that we went out statutory consultation on. In the report, it lays out quite clearly what the asks are from the parent council: separate head teacher, separate buildings, separate space, quiet areas, dedicated facilities. And at 7.8, we tried to answer them. And I think we've actually made it worse at 7.8 because we've actually tried to mix it in too far. But the bit I'm concerned about is when you go on to 7.9, it implies, it says, not all parents are persuaded as to potential benefits of co-location. That implies there's very few that aren't. So the use of language there is critical. Whereas when you get a letter from on behalf of the parent council, and when you see the statistics of people that are consulted, it's far from not all parents. I would say the majority of parents are probably not particularly happy with the co-location on the evidence and conversation that I've had. And I think the bit that really sticks a little bit with me is almost the emotional aspect to this, where it actually says that if it's separate sites, we won't have the money to go ahead. That's really strong language to be saying to both the parents of Dingwall Primary and the parents of St Clement's, that if you don't agree to it being on one site, we haven't got the financial envelope to do it. There's a word that can describe that sort of statement at 7.10, and it's not particularly nice, but it's worded in a way that actually implies it's this or nothing. So in the recommendation, we're saying we're going ahead with this site, and we're also saying at 7.9, we're going to carry on consulting. Well, we're not carrying on consulting because we're going ahead with that site. We're carrying on explaining and justifying why we're going with a particular site, which is totally different to consultation. We all want to see a new St Clement's, but the key to this is taking the parent council and the existing parents with us on this journey. And at the moment, if you've read the letter that's been sent on behalf of the parent council, if you've looked at other emails that have come in from St Clement's, if you've spoken, like I have, to parents of St Clement's, we're not taking them on the journey with us at the moment. That's quite clear, and there's no two ways about it. The last letter is almost saying to us that they want the Carty site. To see it possibly taken away is heartbreaking. Heartbreaking is the words that are coming forward from parents. So whatever we do or say today, the perception is from parents that we're not actually addressing their needs and their wishes, and that we're acting in a way that they are not happy with. I think there's not a lot we can do about that today because of the statement made at 7.10, which means that neither will go ahead because of finances. But I think a huge repair job, a huge PR exercise, a huge conversation has to have with the parents to sit down and listen to them and see what can be done at this late stage to actually either evidence clearly to them that it's the right thing to do, or to see what mitigation can be put in to assist them further. Because this does not, as I say, read nicely for me today. It's almost like a coach and horses situation over the views of parents of very vulnerable children. And if you haven't read the letter, if you haven't read it, I would urge you to do so. Thank you.
Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Christie. Totally echo what you've said there. I'm relieved to see Bewley Primary School and Charleston Academy are both in phase one. I attended the Bewley stakeholder meeting along with all of our ward councillors on Monday night, and even though it was an online only meeting, there was a feeling of excitement. I think also there was a fair dose of healthy scepticism about this council, about these delivery dates. And I think that's just baked in now to things, and I can understand that. And I mean, you know, as Councillor Christie has raised, you know, in many respects, you know, the parents of St Clement's, you know, we're talking 20 years now. That really very much epitomises why we're sitting here with that scepticism, and it's up to us to, you know, do our best to try and overcome that. I've got one contribution on Bewley to make, and it's the whole discussion about points of delivery or pods, and this sexy pods, and the co-locating of other services. The bottom line in Bewley is that we need a new primary school, you know, ideally with a little add-on for a very respected local childminder, but we don't need a major relocation of services or big pod thoughts and so on. We just need a warm, safe, secure school for our children. We did discuss this at the stakeholder meeting on Monday, and there was a general consensus that we will not let those relocation, co-location discussions delay this in any way. So, you know, because when I first became a councillor, 2.5 years ago, the top was of 10 million for a Bewley Primary School, which I found that quite amazing. It then went to 12 million. The last time we looked at it, it was 16 million. And now in this paper, it's 20 million. So no more delay. It'll be 30 million if we delay this any further, you know, so let's crack on. On Charleston Academy, I understand again there's excitement, but there is some disappointment that the 3 to 5 year completion date has slipped. But there is an appreciation also of the attempts in this paper, that there is an appreciation. Yesterday, many of us received a letter from also Charleston Parent Council with a range of questions. And specifically, this is a question for the officers. Will the Charleston new build be done in one single phase? Or is it going to be 3 phases as previously suggested? There's a lot of concern amongst parents in and around Charleston that a 3-phase build would very much maximise disruption for staff and pupils, and also that perhaps we get 1 phase done and then the finances are pooled. And where are we? We're sort of in a no man's land. So we don't want that. And that's a specific question. I know it's been raised. I understand one of the officers has come back and said they're going to address that. But if you can give us any clarity on that particular point today, I think that would be really, really helpful for the parents in and around Charleston. We also need to very much bear in mind that, of course, in the meantime, all of these schools that we're referring to, as we all know, are in a poor state. You know, so it's the continuing maintenance and upkeep for the kids that are in there now. That's their experience. I mean, many of when all of this comes to fruition, you know, many of these kids they'll be on to the next step. The parents from those parent councils will have moved on, you know, and so on. So those are my points. Thank you.
Councillor Finlayson.
Members, I haven't got any scepticism, and I don't think I've ever stood up in the chamber to make comment about a report which is as positive as the one we have in front of us today, which covers investment in key services and which covers investment right across the Highlands. Clearly, while I welcome investment in roads, community facilities, adult social care, depots and offices, my real joy revolves around the investment in our schools, with many communities right across the authority now having definitive timescales for when things will happen in Bewley, Dunvegan, Fortrose, and at Charleston and Inverness High Schools. This is clearly great news for all these communities, and I'd like to thank officers for the engagement they have had with communities about the plans for these schools and for their engagement with local members that has supported us to get to this hugely positive situation. While I know the school communities I mentioned will clearly be full of expectation, the positivity that they feel should probably only be dwarfed by the huge positive plans that are being promoted for Dingwall and then Thurso in the future. We all in this chamber know the history about St Clement's, but the recommendations in this report I feel go way and beyond what parents, pupils and the community of Dingwall could have expected 1 year, 2 years, even 3 years ago. Essentially, 2 schools for the price of one. One, both schools on separate sites with their own facilities, but with them being built close enough together and close enough to the town centre to offer support while also offering an ethos of inclusion that is so valuable and which can have such a positive effect both socially and educationally for those at the school. I believe this is a fantastic day indeed for Dingwall. I've also mentioned Thurso, and there's reason to be optimistic there, although the timescales are not as short as those for some of the schools I've mentioned. Of course, colleagues, it would be remiss of me not to be a tad parochial for a little while, and the plans for Dunvegan, I know, are being widely celebrated across the island of Skye. The work undertaken to date with regard to the road and the enabling works for the master plan we have always aspired for will hopefully not just see a new school, but new housing and a sports pitch in place before too long. And personally, I would once again like to thank all the stakeholders and those in the community who have worked with me for the last 5.5 years to get where we are today. What more can I say, members, apart from the fact that this is good news for so many members, so many parents, and so many communities right across the Highlands. And everyone in this chamber, and all the officers and all the stakeholders who have been involved in getting us to this stage should feel proud of what has been recommended in this report, which I fully endorse. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell Sinclair.
Thank you, Convener. I too share Councillor Finlayson's non-scepticism about this paper. This is a marvellous day for the Highlands. Today's Highland Investment Plan, the paper, provides an update on how we as a council are significantly investing in our communities, tackling major capital challenges such as delivering new schools as part of our community pod facilities, much needed new depots, as well as investment in our roads and infrastructure network, which is essential for maintaining key travel links between our city, towns and villages. The Highland Investment Plan has the potential to provide significant economic growth and benefits to the Highlands, as well as additional employment opportunities, supporting new graduate and apprenticeship posts, including positive destinations for their future. The investment fund will also support a much-needed programme of improvements to our operational school estate, in time bringing them up to a standard that deems them fully fit for purpose, supporting the educational needs of our young people. The report also sets out details of a proposed Highland Investment Plan delivery partner, Hub North Scotland Limited, who will be managed by the internal property team, ensuring that new projects meet our programme, cost and quality standards, and importantly, our community ambitions. Members, we're being asked today to agree the allocation of funding to the first group of Phase 1 projects at Bewley, Charleston, Dingwall, Dunvegan, Fortrose, Inverness High and Thurso, an investment in excess of 388 million, and when roads improvement allocations are included, this provides an investment pot of 447 million, in time delivering fantastic, much-needed community-focused facilities across Highland. Members, I am so pleased to be part of this committee today, where we finally set out a budget and timescale for delivering the new St Clement's School, along with a new Dingwall Primary School, the former being the subject of much debate over the years and for as long as I have been a councillor. However, members, we are now on course for making a truly historic decision that will deliver excellent modern facilities for all our young people across Dingwall. The report also provides an update on the purchase of the Moss Park Care Home in Fort William and briefly describes the work that is underway to initially explore options for the delivery of future care services in Lochaber. In addition to this, ongoing progress with the Council's Strategic Asset Management Plan is also set out in the report. Members, in my view, and I believe that this goes across our chamber, is that this paper clearly sets out how we will fund and deliver new high-quality community facilities that will support and enable a place-based approach to integrated service delivery. I hope today that we can all agree on the significant benefits that the Highland Investment Plan investment will deliver, and I thank everyone that has been involved in developing this plan, as well as those that will now make it all happen. My personal thanks to all the officers that have been involved with this plan over the last year. Members, this is one of the most important reports that has come to this chamber, and I fully support the recommendations and legacy investment that will in time transform our Highland communities. Thank you, Convener.
Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Convener. For me, this is a paper that's been actually thrilled to read. We have a timeline for phase one. Schools that have been waiting a long, long time for investment or replacement now don't just have hope, they have some promise. It feels like liftoff, frankly. Obviously, I'm personally delighted for the investment at Fortrose Academy, and it is only via this programme that this has been made possible. Now, whilst many of us in the chamber for phase one schools are delighted and excited about our patch, we have a duty as local councillors to the entire Highland investment programme. Every council taxpayer in the Highlands is contributing to raising the finance for the programme. So it is not our programme, it is theirs. Therefore, we have a responsibility to spend wisely, to seek the best possible deals, as has been outlined with the North Scotland Delivery Partnership, and where possible, achieve economies of scale, especially where these will achieve outstandingly favourable educational outcomes, as is proposed for Dingwall. This is a win-win for the town. This is why, and it's a personal view that won't go down well in parts of the chamber, but I just do not believe that any stakeholder or interest group should have a disproportionate amount of influence that could possibly delay progress of this programme. That just doesn't feel right to me. I've said many times in this chamber that St Clement's is not a Dingwall school. As well as Dingwall, pupils come from Evanton, Olness, Invergordon, Fern, out past Bewley, and from villages in my own ward on the Black Isle. So I do have a direct interest in the present and the future pupils of this school. There are so many benefits to co-location outlined in the paper. Professional collaboration and educational flexibility being amongst the most important, in my opinion. My short spell working at St Clement's taught me so much. There are many able children at the school because the focus was on what children can do rather than what they can't. A mindset I sometimes felt we lost sight of in mainstream education sometimes. There'd be so much for the educators sharing this site to learn from each other. These relationships would prove invaluable and beneficial for all children. The flexibility that there could be for those children who can manage some mainstream learning and socialising, because this already happens, would be so much easier to organise. I cared deeply about the children at St Clement's School, but also for the 400 plus children attending Dingwall Primary School. The catchment includes many deprived and vulnerable children too. I have incredibly fond memories of working at Dingwall Primary as well. So for me, it would be truly tragic for the co-location vision to be jeopardised. This is the best solution for all the children of Dingwall and for the town of Dingwall. Let's seize this opportunity to deliver it. Thank you.
Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Convener. I'm delighted to see written in black and white the exciting progress within the Highland Investment Plan. I would like to draw members' attention to 9.6 in this agenda item, with opportunities for match funding on new regional facilities, notably an indoor tennis centre for the east side of Inverness. A number of members joined me in a meeting to discuss this a year ago this month, following an approach by Tennis Scotland. This type of facility is in line with the Community Sports and Leisure Strategy agreed at the Education Committee in November 2023, amongst other benefits to aid with the physical and mental health of the Highland population. I thank the Assistant Chief Executive of Place and the Chair of Economy and Infrastructure for understanding the vision and agreeing to meet with Tennis Scotland to discuss possibilities. There is a way to go, but I'm confident that efforts will be made to progress with an unheated indoor tennis centre, which will mean all year round professional and leisure use, access for all ages and abilities, competitions and progression for our young people without they having to travel down to the Central Belt to train during the winter months. If members want to see what it could look like, if you look up the Orium Indoor Tennis Centre, you'll get an idea from that. I hope that members will agree to consider this exciting opportunity when it comes before us at a future date, hopefully very soon. Thanks.
Councillor Gregson.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, that is indeed, as Councillor Hendry has indicated, a very exciting possibility. And this partnership model has the great potential to transform opportunities across the Highlands. So I would support the leader's ambition for the Highland Investment Plan. It's an excellent set of proposals and initiatives with benefits across services and across the Highlands. I would certainly, there's a large number of officers have been involved in many of these projects. I particularly wish just now, kind of analogously, to praise Malcolm MacLeod for his resilience in doing all the visitor levy consultation meetings all over the place, because that's above and beyond, I suspect. But yes, I'm very pleased, inevitably and parochially, about the appearance of the Inverness High School, aiming for 29 to 30 as an exciting and necessary project. This is a very positive time, lots of very good projects going ahead. I would specifically highlight the importance, on the same page as Jackie has just referred to, the Community Sports and Leisure Facility Strategy and the need for upgrading of the running track and athletics facilities at Inverness Leisure, which is something which should be a priority within the next tranche, I suspect. These are very important facilities. Inverness Leisure Centre can be a flagship for the region in terms of competitive and training facilities across a range of activities. Thanks, Convener.
Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Conveners. Firstly, thank you to the officers for their work in preparing this report. Thanks to the Council Leader for his introduction. I'm delighted to see Dunvegan and the Broadford Primary Schools reference in this report. There is only one Highland investment plan, and I'm not sure if any other local authorities in Scotland have harnessed their ambitions into such an ambitious programme of capital investment. This commits Highland Council to invest in Highland infrastructure in a long-term and coherent way. Capital expenditure equals assets, and it means benefits which fall over multiple years and multiple generations. So I'd just like to mention briefly Section 5 of this report, which deals with procurement, and this is a critical part of the Highland Investment Plan. It outlines the partnership model, which is the best value for money approach. The procurement brief methodology are clearly set out. It identifies Hub North Scotland Limited as the prepared partner. It makes clear that the partnership will align with the Highland Council policies and strategies. Best practice will be further developed by a learning and continuous improvement workstream. A commissioning approval board will be introduced, and a comprehensive partnership development plan will also be developed. A community benefits charter will be agreed, which will reinforce the Council's commitment to community wealth building. But importantly, at paragraph 526, it's clear that there is also scope for an alternative delivery proposal. So we're not shackled to the partnership model, and we can maintain a flexible and agile approach to reflect changes in the operating environment. So I'd like to commend officers for the detailed work, the due diligence and the robust governance which has taken place thus far, and which puts this investment plan on a robust and sustainable footing. Thank you all.
Councillor Gunn.
This is a Highland-wide investment, but I want to mention Thurso. I also welcome this very positive report and absolutely delighted in this investment. And there can't be many folk in Thurso and the surrounding area that is not happy with this investment. It's great news for teachers, pupils, parents, and with other facilities planned for the pod, great news for the wider community. The condition of Thurso High School has been raised in this chamber. I remember receiving a phone call that the infamous A block had been condemned and shut to pupils and staff virtually overnight. The ongoing problems with leaking roofs, the loss of thousands of litres of heating oil into the school grounds and nearby river, a gym that could only be used with all the doors wide open to the wonderful Caithness weather, the lack of change room facilities, I could go on, that's just some of the problems. Caithness welcomes this 100 million plus investments, which I've been told is one of the largest investments Highland Council has ever made in one area. I would like to thank the officers for the reports, for their updates, and their consultation with local members. I understand that parent groups and others are also being consulted on the plans, and I welcome this. This is a fantastic good news story for Thurso and Caithness.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you very much, Convener. This is the best Highland investment plan I have ever seen in all my 30 years as a councillor. It's absolutely brilliant and tremendous work has been put into it with Malcolm MacLeod and his officers, and I thank them very much because it's for the whole of the Highland Council and it's just going to make such a difference. I'm very, very, very emotional about this. And of course, you'll not be surprised that I welcome, especially the schools that are coming to Dingwall. I mean, I have to say the people in Dingwall think that Christmas has come early. And I myself had a big birthday this year, and I would say this is one of the best gifts that I've been given. But it is difficult. You're between a rock and a hard place sometimes. But there's no easy way. So we have to need to trust and pray that things go well. We in Dingwall have dreamed for a new school for our precious St. Clement's School pupils, as they are very special. It's very special to us, and especially in the town, because we have adopted them as our own children, and we love them so much. They are a joy. Every time you meet them, you get huge smiles, and they want to talk to you. And you know, there was word that they may go out of Dingwall, and we thought that they wouldn't go out of Dingwall. We want them in our town. They deserve the best school and site. But years ago, when we were talking about fine sites, we didn't know we were going to get a new primary school as well. I mean, my goodness, what excitement, because it's long past its serving days with the roof leaking, and we've spent a fortune redoing the roof. But we didn't realise we were getting the primary school as well as St. Clement's School. We are over the moon. This will make a huge difference to the town. And there is a huge amount that still has to go. This is our start of our journey for Dingwall and the whole of the Highlands. And it should be a very happy journey, and I hope it will, because we've all got the best of our pupils at our hearts. And I'm sorry, I feel it very sad, but there's no way that I would endanger for this going ahead. losing funding or maybe putting it on hold. It's going to take long enough and we need to get it done. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we can have it done tomorrow? But to delay it would be wrong. So I just hope that people are agree with us and realise that we're doing it for all our lovely children. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, excellent report for Highland. We've got lots of new schools that are needing refurbished, that are getting done. We're getting new schools, the roads are going to be looked at, and a new idea of points of delivery. But this has come at some cost to some of our communities. When I became councillor in 2016, Culloden Academy was under discussion for expansion. We had 2 development plans available and about to start to build for 2 new towns within the ward, both of which required a primary school. The Stratton Primary School was actually on the list to start with, but we took it off. And I'm pleased to say that Torna Green at least is getting its primary school right now. There's an application coming in to planning next week for another 400 houses in the ward. There are 150 houses due to be occupied this week in one site and 150 on another site. And yet it's not necessary to continue with the build of Culloden Academy. The community are disappointed that the temporary buildings that were put in after the school had done so well through COVID with no major incidents, despite having cramped space. They did an excellent job. And the toilets were done. Fair enough, they were desperately needing done. And now we have 17 demountable classrooms. And only to learn at Education Committee recently that these demountable classrooms are actually permanent. They are permanent until they are no longer necessary. Looks like Culloden Academy will be sitting with temporary permanent classrooms for about 25 years because that's about the life of these buildings. And then we'll be in the situation perhaps then that school, which should have been built and the extension open in 2023, will still be waiting for that. How do I say to the community, yes, we are investing a tremendous amount, and I'm not saying any of it's not needed because I'm sure it is. It's a tremendous investment for Highland, but please bear in mind some communities have been left out of this. Thank you.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you very much. I would like to actually start by talking about the Lochaber adult care provision. Members will be aware, Council currently purchasing Moss Park Care Home, which will be operated by NHS Highland, and we need a different care model in order to meet future provision needs. The strategic outline business case that will be prepared and brought forward in the next 3 months, the first stage of work expected in the next 3 months, is really important, not just for Lochaber, but actually we're talking Pan Highland here, and the work that we do there will help us with our business cases, which will be individual to each area, but as we roll out adult service changes across Highland. So really good work and very important. On the road infrastructure, sorry, but as a civil engineer, I can't help but mention drainage. It's not all about tar. We need to get the foundations right, and by getting the foundations right, the long-term future of our roads will be improved. And having this long-term investment actually allows the engineers not to be thinking, oh, I've got this money this year. They can actually think what's the right thing to do. So, and finally, I can't help but also mention Bewley and Charleston and echo everything and support everything that Councillor Crawford has said about that. One of the things I like about the report is Appendix 3. It includes measurable stepping stones. We will be held to account, not just by councillors, but by our parents. Are we achieving these dates? And that is how we will build confidence in delivery of the plan. It's also worth noting, we talked, as you say, I think it was on Monday, about let's get on with Bewley Primary and the concentration on that. But we can do that. And at the same time, we will create improvements in other parts of the village. And again, this shows how the investment by Highland Council in one part of our infrastructure in our communities will actually have broader benefits right throughout. So it draws in other benefits. Really welcome the whole thing. I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Convener. And thanks to the 8 officers who prepared this paper with 9 substantial recommendations in it. It's probably one of the most substantive papers that's come before the council for a long time. I think there's a number of discussions happening here, not just about the approval of this of these recommendations, which I do support, but also there's a discussion which is slightly different about St Clement's taking place as well. So in a way, I think that perhaps there are slightly different tones for each one. I just want to talk briefly about 2 schools that are not only in our own ward, and something that Councillor Boyd and Councillor McIntosh and I have followed closely along with colleagues in the adjoining wards. And these are 2 schools that are within very short distance of here. In fact, one of them was so close at hand that when the leader kindly agreed to visit it the other week, we just walked across to Inverness High and gave an opportunity to have a look at it. I think for Charles, just to say briefly for Charles and Convener, I think it's been a roller coaster with the school hitting real problems, not just recently, but over a long period of time to do with the standard of the building. And then in 2021, the capital programme amount was increased to 15 million. In September 23, that was revised by being pushed back to 2029, which of course came as a huge disappointment to parents and staff in the local community. In April 24, the master plan for the campus was approved after a huge amount of work by council staff. And in May 24, the Highland Investment Plan was launched by this council. And then there was a bit of a long pause until we come now to, and also something else happened, that rack concrete appeared in Charleston Academy and Nairn as a major problem, involving, I think, several £1 million worth of work to the school to basically support parts of the roof and some walls. So it's been a huge kind of roller coaster for parents and pupils at Charleston. And it is good news, unequivocal about that Charleston Academy has now been recommended for allocation of capital funding. It reads to me as if it's a whole school build, but I know Councillor Crawford has asked for clarification and confirmation of what's intended. But at 80 million, I would expect that to be a whole school. I certainly don't expect it to be 1/3 of a school. I know we've been suffering from building inflation, but that would be extraordinary. Turning just briefly to Inverness High School, where just in Inverness West Ward, but most of the pupils come from Central. And also members will know that Inverness High School had some good news just 2 weeks ago when it was awarded School of the Year in the Highland Heroes Awards, which I think was a real tribute to the teachers, teaching staff, and the pupils and the parents there. I think the school has already had a refurb, so spent 14.7 million on it. I think back in the time, it's a wee while ago, back in time when Councillor Baxter was the Chair of Education, Care and Learning, back in 2018, 2019. However, that left an incomplete refurbishment. And also the school now has a games hall, which is closed for safety reasons. So the old building, the listed part, has been dealt with, but the new part, more recent buildings built in the 70s mostly, are in a very poor state and need to be replaced. And I think that'll be the games hall, for example, closed off for safety reasons. So I think there's a complex task to be carried out there. And I think I welcome the fact that that's been approved as well. I would ask the council to deliver these projects and the others as soon as can be done, because there is uncertainty and frustration in the parent and school communities about these projects. The folk really need certainty, and I think that's my one ask, convener, through you, is that the council increases and enhances the communication with the parents, with the staff, with the parent councils, and with the communities generally. And I was going to ask for about the reinstatement of the stakeholder groups, but I have seen email traffic about that, and I think the stakeholder groups will be set up and understand in the very near future, in the next few months. So I do welcome this out. I'm very happy to support it. I commend the work of the administration, and I just look forward to the roller coaster going on the level and actually reaching its destination. Thank you, convener, for your indulgence.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, convener. I think this is very good news, very positive paper that we've got here today, and I'd like to echo my support for the words of Councillor Finlayson and Monroe, who have stated, the real benefits that this investment plan is going to have in our own ward with Skye, with the Broadford and Dunvegan primary schools. I would like to just pick up on one point that the council leader made in his opening when he was discussing timelines and how long these things take, because that's a real issue with the rate of inflation that we're seeing now. We heard from my colleague Councillor Crawford that projects have almost doubled in value, and it's a fact that if we put off till tomorrow what we can do today, we may only get half as much, which nobody wants to see with such a ambitious and high level of investment as we've got here. So I think what we've got to do is look at how we can streamline the process, how we can make this rollout happen at pace and deliver what we all want to see, which is outputs for our communities. Now, I was looking into this, and there was a local architect a good number of years ago, Alexander Ross, who designed 40 different kinds of schools, and over 400 of them were built in the Highlands. Now you can do the math, and many of the same school was built in different locations. So I think what we should be doing is looking at how we can streamline this to make sure that we can get the best bang for our buck and cut back on the professional and design fees, because I'm sure we would all agree that we'd rather see that money delivering bricks and mortar in our communities, delivering tar on our roads, rather than going into the pockets of architects and professionals. So I think with that, we should be measuring, the outputs, not just the inputs. And I think the test of this investment plan will be how far we can push it, how quickly we can get these buildings out of the ground, and how quickly our communities can see the benefit. Now, I would like to share the optimism of members about how quick and realistic the delivery plan is, but I note that I'll use the example in my own ward of Dunvegan Primary School. We're hoping to have planning consent in place by the end of December 2025. That is fantastic. That's something we all want, and I would also love to see that. But that's 40 weeks away, and you think, okay, coming up, good, we should get that done. The Broadford Primary School had planning submitted 40 weeks ago, and is still yet to receive a decision. So I think, within this council, there's a lot that we can do to prioritise projects and really make sure that we get them across the line. So maybe it's time for Malcolm and the team to get the big rubber stamp out and get these projects over the line, get the diggers on site and get this started, because that's what our communities want to see. But overall, this is a very positive report. It's not often I agree with administration, but there's a lot of good news in here, and I think I look forward to seeing these projects coming out of the ground in the near future. Thank you, convener.
As a craft.
Thank you. I've held back from speaking in St Clement's in previous meetings due to my connection with the school, but I have read the emails received. I completely understand the concerns, and I would like to address them here. St Clement's holds a very special place in my heart. It is the school that my son attended, and there are no words to describe the debt that we as a family owe to the staff and the school. As a professional supporting children and families with significant communication difficulty, Dingwall was my base for 30 years. I worked from the primary school across all schools in Dingwall, including St Clement's, and all schools across Highland, to deliver a specialist service that in urban areas would most likely be delivered in standalone specialist centres. As a parent, I supported the campaign to retain an autonomous school years ago when this was under threat. What we have here is the best of both worlds. I completely understand the concerns around the desire and feeling of need for an identified safe outside space for the children of St Clement's. However, Dingwall has been trailblazing for many years in promoting and delivering inclusive education with fluid movement across all schools and other partners based on the needs of individual children. New builds are absolutely essential, both for St Clement's that is not fit for purpose, and Dingwall. When I started working there in 1988, we were avoiding buckets that were collecting rain at that point. So I am delighted to see a plan for new builds for both schools. And this will not just be the bricks and mortar, but an opportunity for the skilled staff to move forward, work together, plan appropriate curricula for all children, sharing skill sets across the schools for the benefit of all. My vision for the pod, and it's not just a sexy word, is not just for education, but going forward, looking at spaces for access to assessment and places for support. I hear the concerns of the families that have emailed us, and I am convinced that the children will continue to receive quality education based on their individual needs.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. As a Black Owl member, I'm delighted with everything that's in the Highland Improvement Plan. And the work that's going to happen at Fortrose is really going to transform that school. At the moment, if you're in Fortrose Academy, the building is improving already, and thank you to Robert and everybody for engaging with the Parent Council as much as you have. But when the building's tired, you can't help but think it's going to have an impact on the young people who are learning there. And there's nothing wrong with our young people needing to have a bit of pride and respect for the buildings which we educate them in. And I think on top of that, our staff deserve a nice environment to work in. But from my perspective, so many Black Owl pupils do go to St Clement's. We've also got many Black Owl pupils who actually go to Dingwall Primary and Dingwall Academy through the Gaelic medium. And to see so much improvement in the local area is something that just actually makes my heart swell, to be perfectly honest. And although these improvements may not be in Fortrose by the time my children leave the school, they'll be there for generations to come, because it's not just bringing these schools up to standard, it's the fact we're going to bring them up to standard and keep them there because of the maintenance programme as well. When it comes to St Clement's, though, I think we cannot talk about St Clement's and the co-location without talking about the educational benefits that the co-location will have for not just the pupils of St Clement's, but for the pupils of Dingwall Primary. At the end of the day, once all these children leave school, we all live in a community together. And the sooner all of our young people can learn that we have all got our own place in society and we can all live side by side and cheek by jowl, the better. And the fact that this means that young people who have the opportunity to do something in mainstream and then do something in the special school and have an education that's person-centred and tailored to the child is just fantastic, allowing them to share facilities that at the moment they may not otherwise have access to. So I will certainly be supporting this paper, and I just would like to thank all the officers for the real hard work that's gone on behind the scenes. So thank you.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Convener. For some of us who have not always been convinced that Dingwall and Seaforth was at the highest level of priorities for Highland Council, I'm absolutely delighted to hear the number of mentions and the welcoming of the facilities in Dingwall. I'd like to pick up on a couple of points that Councillor Christie made. I think, Alice, at one point you suggested that if the recommendations were followed, we may not end up with either a St Clement's or Dingwall Primary. Let me just nail that one right on the head. There will be a new St Clement's build. There will be a new St Clement's build. We are also not today finally deciding on the site of the new St Clement's School. We're being asked to look at a recommendation that asks us to consider the pod situation which collocates the two schools and other aspects of the wider community on the one site. I attended a meeting of St Clement's Parent Council yesterday morning, as did 6 senior officers of this council, demonstrating the commitment of the council to the school, along with the architect who has been charged with the design and planning of the new school, which will take place in conjunction with the parents. So at that meeting, the Assistant Chief Executive People made it quite clear that the statutory consultation will decide on the final site for the new St Clement's School. So therefore, I was a little bit surprised to see the email that arrived in our mailboxes either last night or early this morning. Like others, I've been involved in this for an awful long time, long before I ever became a councillor. And there have been a number of iterations, as everyone well knows, of these plans. At this time, I genuinely believe that proposals go a long way to meeting the aspirations of not just the St Clement's community, but the wider community as well. But let's deal with St Clement's first. Many aspirations have come from that community, and at last, I think these are about to be met. There is to be a separate school with its own head teacher. It will have its own facilities with dedicated leisure and recreational facilities. A series of design workshops will be held with stakeholder groups in the coming weeks to establish a clear vision for the new school building, and a consultant architect, as I mentioned earlier, with specialist knowledge has been appointed for that task. Now, yes, if we look at the pod situation, it will involve a statutory consultation period for the resiting of St Clement's. But contrary to some opinion, that will not delay the project, because it will run alongside the whole design and planning of the site. So the two things can work alongside each other, including the ability to look at the outdoor facilities that the parents are concerned about in the new site. But the new site is big enough to accommodate all of this. Now, up until now, the whole focus for us as Dingwall members has been on St Clement's. The Highland investment plan changes that. The whole focus changes for us. Councillor Christie suggested that there was a word to determine what might be said in the plan as far as if St Clement's were to go ahead on the Docherty Road site, that other projects may fall. But I would say 2 other words to them: pragmatism and realism. The focus has changed for us. We cannot possibly ignore the opportunity to have a new Dingwall Primary School. All of us as local members have been well aware of the condition of that school for many years. We've been hesitant in promoting it because we didn't want anything to get in the road of the new St Clement's School. Now, however, we have the opportunity to look at the possibilities for both. And that includes the pod site with additional benefits of the relocation of the Dingwall nursery, the Dingwall provision, into the new pod as well. The educational benefits are outlined in 7.8. The process for working with parents as we move forward is outlined in 7. So if we add to this the new works for Pefferside Park and the business park, this is all good news. Thank you, Convener.
All right, Alec, you and him will get both the same amount of time. You get different time from everyone else. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, convener, and good afternoon, members. This Highland investment plan is good news, and this is not a time for political point scoring. I think we all recognise that. We live in a region of Scotland which only recently lost its European Objective 1 status. We are a unique case. And we need to take this into account. You know, when we look at national government, we've got 202 schools. I know that some of them have been mothballed, but we've got circa 200 schools. Now, the largest population councils in Scotland, in Glasgow and Edinburgh, they haven't got 202 schools or anything like it. And we need to be treated by the Scottish Government and the UK Government as a special case when it comes to this. Because in other regions like Northern Ireland, of which this council's own area is more than double the size of that region of the United Kingdom, in Northern Ireland, schools and education are the remit of the UK government. Can you imagine if schools and education was the remit of the UK government here? We wouldn't be having an issue with the crumbling schools that we've got. Constituents in my ward are concerned about, you know, the talk in my ward is certainly about the Battle of Culloden. And today's battle is for a new school for the population of Culloden. It's the fastest growing community in the whole of this council's area, in the whole of Inverness, and the whole of this council's area is Culloden. And whichever way it is dressed up, Culloden Academy has the most demountable and temporary, often called porta cabin style classrooms of any school in the north of Scotland. How can that be? And how can that be acceptable? And how can every plan that we put forward saying, you know, we're going to, you know, plan for investment, plan for growth, plan for everything else and the development, and then suddenly primary schools, secondary schools, they're just not there because of the economies that we've got. But on the subject of the economies, I was recently in Fort William and was invited by the local councillor, Councillor Andrew Baxter, to visit the site of Strontian Primary School. And that's right beside Ardnamurchan Secondary School. It's the only school that was built and led by the parents of the school children who were in the school. Now, we've heard much about the parents and the parent council at schools around the area, in particular at St Clement's in Dingwall. But that school, that very successful school at Strontian, cost this council £800,000. I've gone on record here saying this council, Highland Council, cannot build a toilet block for less than £250,000. Okay, so they built, the parents used their skills and their expertise. So realistically, back then when it was built, that was the cost of 2 or 3 executive homes in Lochaber. Yet most surprisingly, this council has never revisited this partnership model for cost efficiency and building of a new primary school. Why? If it was so good and it was heralded all across the land, awards were given for it, it's spectacular. But no, we don't do that. So, you know, can you imagine why anybody would go and, you know, ignore something that was so positive? Pupils in my ward go to Inverness Royal Academy. Everyone recognises it isn't fit for purpose for the 1,400 pupils and staff that attend there. They don't have adequate dining facilities. The pupils there, the senior pupils, are eating their lunch on their laps, on the stairs, in the main atrium, or outside if the weather permits. Drummond Special School in Inverness is oversubscribed, and we recognise that. And this week, we've heard the government stating that more children now than at any time ever recorded have additional support needs. So why is that school oversubscribed? Why is St Clement's School oversubscribed? And why are we not being given the money from government to make it happen? I welcome the news of the investment in the new care home in Fort William at Moss Park, and that will be greatly welcome to the people of Lochaber, and that is certainly a good news story. But please remember where we live and our special location, rurality, and everything that comes into account when we're looking at how we go and fund our schools. But we need to be better at procurement, and we need to be doing the best that we can for our pupils, because they are the adults of tomorrow. And as we heard earlier today about, Councillor Ballin said, we've got those who are disabled and those who are not yet disabled, our elderly members of the public and those who are not yet elderly. And our pupils are those that are going to be our adults and making decisions in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Convener. Thanks to the officers for this report. I think I've said this before. The Highland Investment Plan is actually transformational. On top of what was agreed almost a year ago for 24-25 to 26-27 for roads, the Highland Investment Plan now ensures this investment will continue for the next 20 years thereafter. And I personally look forward to seeing how the investment earmarked for roads is going to improve and develop opportunities for the Highlands. Roads are universal. We all use them and need them. Good roads improve a community's well-being. Efficient and well-maintained roads reduce accidents through well-maintained surfaces, clear markings, signage and sufficient lighting, creating that safe environment while enhancing emergency responses as responders need to reach their destinations safely and quickly. We have a huge road network. Good roads boost economic growth. There is no doubt about that. Goods and services, including those produced and exported by local businesses, need a safe and reliable way to reach customers. Good roads also attract investment, leading to new businesses, development and job creation. That is something we want for the Highlands. And if we want to go down the eco route, then good roads reduce greenhouse gases emissions by optimizing travel routes to reduce distance. And how often do we all change down the gears, to brake for potholes, to avoid them, and then increase speed again, producing more emissions? Good roads would increase the appeal of cycling even, and that in turn promotes healthy living while reducing traffic and congestion and air pollution. I am sure that the Roads Department welcome the Highland Investment Plan, funding which ensures long-term funding. This will assist them with scheduling, and as Councillor Fraser has pointed out, as a roads engineer, it gives the resources to look at drainage and quality materials, which will stand the test of time, delivering robust finishes, which will stand the Highlands in good stead. And I'd just like to finish with, we could do with the hole in the Tane High Street. But I fully support this paper. Thank you very much.
You'll need to move Tane to the Caithness area then. Councillor McLean, Angela. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Convener. Sorry. Members, there's much good news within this plan, which can be discussed in more detail at future council meetings. I will focus on Dingwall Pod proposal. This is not the first time council has discussed a new build for St Clement's School. As stated by parents, this has been an emotional rollercoaster for everyone involved. In the past 20 years, council has agreed on a number of sites that have not progressed as administrations have reviewed their capital programme affordability. Parents have fought relentlessly over those years to advocate for investment in a purpose-built school that not only looked at educational needs, but focused on the outdoor learning and socialising opportunities which are essential for the well-being and development of children with SEND. Parents have raised concerns that high screening would have a negative impact on their children's sense of connection to the natural environment and the broader community. Their preference, after considerable time and effort through statutory consultation, is the Dracarte Brae site. Members, the report highlights the opportunity to replace St Clement's and Dingwall Primary in Phase 1 projects, starting in 2027, finishing hopefully 28-29, with a £50 million price tag stated for the hub. The opportunity to invest in upgrading the Dingwall Sports Centre, the promise of a disability sports venue, and investment in the Highland Football Academy all will benefit Dingwall and the wider communities. The Dingwall depots are in a drier state. The Dingwall office rationalisation has been going on for over 10 years, with Highland Council workforce working in poor facilities. We have a duty to provide good facilities for our employees, and this would be an opportunity to enhance them. As a member, I have had a different answer to questions I've raised on the pod strategy, and it's no wonder parents feel more information is required. There needs to be full consultation and engagement with both schools, having gone through similar process with Maryborough and Coninbridge primary schools not long after being elected to council. I can completely understand the concerns pressure put on St Clement's school parents. To date, the conversation and focus has been on one new build, to now the education provision of 2 schools. Clear information is required for everyone. Dingwall Primary School parents also have an opportunity to engage in the process. There needs to be clarity for people over the vagueness of what will be in the pods and the siting of the pods during the consultation process. If what is promised is delivered by Highland Council, this will be great investment in the local area. I would also wish to thank the members for continuing to raise the replacement of St Clement's over the past years. I have a responsibility as a Highland councillor to look at best value for the whole of Highland. As a local member, we have discussed a new Dingwall Primary School, but we're aware that there was little opportunity given to the financial climate. I am aware that St Clement's community have been here before. Whatever the outcome of the formal consultation with all the wider stakeholders, I request that all the information is available online for easy access and in good time. As local members, we have had an opportunity that we can't ignore and must take it to benefit the whole area. The advantage I see with community pod models is that our community planning partners will be all working together and supporting our communities. Communication and listening during the consultation period. Stakeholders' meetings with relevant officers must take place timely. This is the first stage of commencement and consultation, and I'm recognising the views of the parents of St Clement's. I agree with Councillor Graham Mackenzie. The final decision has not yet been taken, but there is a move towards the view of what the council would like. Thank you.
Members, I have 13 more members wishing to speak, and we will be taking lunch at 1 o'clock, whether we get to the end or not. Councillor Barbara Jarvie.
Okay, thank you, Chair. In the investment, great to see moving forward with these schools. However, pointedly, the joy of seeing Nairn at last starting to get built has really lifted our community, not just the kids, but other people, to see that building progressing so well. And I hope the rest of these school buildings progress quicker. None more so than St Clement's, which is disappointing to see 2029-30 for what is, it's not a big school. I don't know why that can't be a priority. It should be. It's been hanging on a list for years. And it was disappointing not to see feedbacks in the consultations so far, but good to hear that the PTA were consulted last night. Shame that wasn't before the report came out. It would be good to see comments from actual parents, kids, teachers, the PTA, physios, especially with St Clements, so that this school is built correctly, a purpose-built school. It could be flying the flag for Scotland and how to design a proper functional space. And I hope the community pod does not encroach on the children of St Clements. Noise and lots of different people can be overwhelming for many of these kids, and I hope the autistic networks are consulted for their really valued opinions and how this place should be designed from scratch, with quality lighting, acoustic levels looked at, lots of different types of spaces, and a decent space to eat. It's such a big deal and it's ignored in schools. A decent space to eat has already been mentioned by Duncan earlier. It's we need to encourage these good designs. We're starting from scratch. It won't cost more. Just get it right at the start. And we should really aim for a perfect school for our kids and our teachers. And we really should be delivering it sooner, because this impacts of life outcomes, especially St Clements, as it's a school for up to 18-year-olds. So we're looking at life skills, not just education, but what support for developing life skills. So it should be led by these people that are going to this school, not developers or officers. Actually, they need to listen and take it in. And each child has a children's God-given right to develop their full potential, to maximise the best life outcomes. And that is in legislation, and we should be accelerating the delivery of this school as purpose-built and truly functional to meet their needs. Thank you.
Councillor Baxter, members, try not to repeat what everyone else is saying. You've been at this for a fair while now. So, Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Convener. Firstly, may I congratulate the Council's own Bonnie Prince Duncan for fulfilling the role of the 5th councillor for Fort William and Ardnam Merkham ward. It seems as though you mention my ward more often than I do in the chamber these days. Now, understandably, St Clements has been the focus of our debate today, and I've listened very carefully to all the contributions, not least of all from those directly involved with the school, either from experience or as ward members. And we can see why it's so important from the continued passionate advocacy of Councillor Patterson. But in doing so and accepting Councillor Patterson's a charge to us that there should be no delay, and I'm sure no one in this chamber wants to see any unnecessary delay to St Clements after all these years. It does not mean that we should no longer listen to all the views of every stakeholder, even if we are minded in the end to disagree with them. But may I focus briefly on my own area and welcome the contributions from the administration front bench in relation to confirming that there will be strategic outline case for adult social care in Le Carver, which is so important after the rescue of Moss Park in Cool in partnership between this council and NHS Highland. But can I just ask for confirmation as to how Le Carver councillors can input and, more importantly, influence that outline case? Because from experience, when that case is developed and published, our opportunities are more limited in doing so, and confirmation that it will include places like the Macintosh Centre and the future of the now vacant Strontian Primary School and the Dalmore Care Home complex as part of that, and as well as allowing Le Carver councillors and beyond to contribute, how we will work with organisations like Durham, based in Strontian, that have done so much work in advocating for communities across the peninsula, particularly in terms of social care, and their views and their inputs and maybe their solutions, as demonstrated by Councillor Macpherson and the development of Strontian Primary School, can lead to innovative ways for this council to approach what is undoubtedly a difficult situation, and that could have, as Councillor Fraser said, a much wider impact across the Highlands.
Councillor Gill.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for this report. It's all very, very positive, and like everybody else, I'm very much in favour of all the recommendations. But it would be remiss of me not to mention the timescales that we're looking at here in terms of the schools that are listed here, because I know there are a number of schools in my own ward that are on the 10-year plan but are not listed at this point. So I am a little bit concerned that given the timescales that the schools that are also included in the 10-year plan actually be delivered over that period of time as well. Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Convener. I welcome this report. Of course, this is everybody else, but I don't get excited. I do get concerned at how easily members of the administration, how quickly they are excited. They were beyond excited at the last meeting over the budget, when we broke into self-congratulatory applause that we used to see only from the People's Congress in China. Today also we have got lots of I'm proud and I'm pleased with this. This is a good report. The Highland Investment Plan is not transformational yet. It has not produced anything. This is just another very pretty set of promises. I will join you in congratulations when I see something happening. This council are very good. This council, once before, in fairness, are very good at planning and promising, but not great at delivering. And that's what this Highland Investment Plan is saying it is going to do. And I look forward to that happening. Councillor Christie made a very good point that we also have to look on to the next phase, not just this. We need to look on, there are other places in the Highlands that needs to be developed. My own ward in Ness Side has growing houses all the time. Phase 4 at Ness Castle is about to start. They're building down at Ness Castle and down by the canal. They are going to need the current schools built up and kept going. That's not something we can do by the end of the decade. Interesting, I just look here at Dingwall, the first pupils to use the new Dingwall Primary School are not yet conceived. So this is very much a long-term plan. We need to look on to the next phase. It also includes, of course, not just schools, but roadworks. I would really like to know how much money we can get from no longer requiring to fill potholes. How much of that can go to investment? Because only 2 days ago, Sean Swinney said that councils have been adequately funded in 2025 and 26 budget to fill all our potholes. How much money do we expect to be able then to transfer to the rest of the infrastructure?
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, and I'll keep it brief because most of my points have already been covered, but I wanted to take the opportunity to express my delight that Fortress Academy is a part of this plan because these improvements are desperately, desperately needed. This school is a school that achieves despite the crumbling state of the building. An example of this is their success at the Young Enterprise Highland and Murray area finals. And to me, this demonstrates their dedication to learn despite the challenges they face. So I wanted to thank all involved, especially the officers, for all that has been achieved so far, and I look forward to seeing the progress in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Your brevity more than me. Councillor Boyd, I hope you'll do the same.
But I'll take advantage of that. Thank you. This Highland Improvement Plan is a huge achievement having it in front of us. It's not just a plan. and not just a nice list of things that we have to achieve. It's a new methodology, not just covering schools, roads, health and social care, but it's generally applicable. And having this new methodology, I think, is the main thing that would benefit from this project. I noticed that in the first phase of the schools, that Charleston and Inverness schools, Charleston Academy and Inverness High School, are involved, and that's really exciting. It allows parents, teachers, and children to look forward to specifically when they will get their needs met. It's also going to be useful, very useful to the industry to have a long-term view of what we're going to be doing over time, so they can plan their employment and training and so on and so forth. I'm going to take advantage of your opportunity and say I've got a lot more questions to ask, but I'll do that as things progress. Well done, the team, so far. It's great.
Councillor Rees, you always promise to be brief. I'm sure you will be.
We'll see about that. Hopefully fairly briefly. Margaret, you mentioned that you'd had a big birthday. I'd just like to latterly just wish you a very happy 60th birthday. I hope it was a good one. And you also now have another present in terms of St Clement's School. So I'm sure you're very happy. I only really have two questions on St Clement's, and I listened to the local members with a lot of care. What is the best for the children? And I would just wonder, what is the difference in cost between the two options? Don't need to go into today. I want to draw attention actually not to schools, section 11.3, the depot's transformation project. And I'd like to ask a simple question. Are there any timescales for this? Because I know it's been something the council in both this and the previous administration have had significant concerns about. Two or three people touched on roads, and Councillor Fraser touched on drains as well. And I'd like to formally invite Councillor Ross to be an honorary Caithness member after her speech. It was exactly right, Maureen. Thank you very much. But I do have a question for somebody at administration, and I know it's a little bit brutal, but in terms of the roads investment, very simple question. Are we actually going to be spending more or less than the standstill figure? And while I'm speaking about roads, in all seriousness, I'd like to thank those members who represent parts of the council who have given parts of their roads budget to Caithness and also to Skye. Thank you very much for doing that. I think I'll leave it at that, Convener, because I sense that we are nearly there.
Councillor Grafton, John.
Thank you, Convener. I will be brief. I'd like to start off by thanking Malcolm. I know we've already done that. The contribution of Malcolm and his team was truly beyond the call of duty, and just a reassurance that actually that has had beneficial effects within the Lochaber area. Certainly constituents feel a lot more reassured. And that's about face-to-face communication. As Angela said, communication. Face-to-face communication, honesty and openness is very special. It's also very beneficial, which leads me into item 10. Thank you, Councillor Fraser, for mentioning that. Up until that point, I was feeling like a lone voice against Dingwall and the schools issues. Not that they're not valid, they're totally valid. But yeah, in terms of the strategy, I really welcome that it's in there, that this is the first stage of this work will be to will compromise the engagement and the strategic objectives and desired outcomes that is expected to take in the next 3 months. I hope that is done not just with the council's involvement through the Lochaber area health and social care stakeholders redesign group, but also through the local planning group, but also with local constituents. 2 days ago, I was a year further away from neonatal care and a year closer to elderly care. Looking at that now, I'm looking at a service that I may well one day, fairly soon, want to avail myself of. That gives you a completely different perspective. As with many other people in my ward, people I've spoken to, they are looking at their elderly life coming on like an express train, and their children have left. My children are, 2 of them are in New Zealand. So there's this question in the community, okay, who's going to look after us? So I think there's something about a care facility in Lochaber area is really essential for the future. And the idea of a care village and that is really interesting and attracts me, but also I think I have a personal investment in it, as do members of the community. So please, if we can continue with the communication and the engagement and that face-to-face work with the community, that would be greatly appreciated and I think have a really good effect. Thank you.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Convener. Councillor Patterson, I'm pleased to hear that you think this is the best Highland investment plan you've ever seen. I think it's probably the best one I've ever seen as well. I think it's the only one any of us have ever seen. So it's quite a low bar to have met, but I think, or a very high bar, depending on the direction of looking at it. I would echo Councillor Robertson's concerns regarding Culloden Academy. Only a small part of my ward is in that catchment area, but the Rosauri has got quite a lot of young kids in it, and the parents there are looking at the demountable classrooms and thinking, my kid are going to have to go to school there. And it is an area we're going to have to fix at some point, and I'd appreciate that's going to be considered in future, but it does need repeatedly highlighting. One of the other areas this touches on in my ward is that there's I've got a council depot. Pleased to hear that there's going to be a report on the Dingwall depot, but there's no date for is that coming to full council? Other reports have dates attached to them, so I was just wondering, are we going to get a date with that? And I echo Councillor Hendry on that. I really welcome the inclusion of sports facilities in this, that we know that Highland weather does not suit sports well that need to be done outside, such as tennis, so providing indoor sports facilities is a good idea. I'd ask the administration if this is an opportunity to revive the Inverness East Sports Facilities Working Group, which was set up to look at that, if the tennis centre is going to be located there, and would encourage that sort of review to be happening across the council, because I know that the residents of Wick and Thurso will be looking for similar facilities in their area. And finally, I'd like to welcome the fact that so often in this chamber, I think as Councillor Graham highlighted, that we have a lot of strategies, we have a lot of plans, and we have a lot of policies, whereas this is actually approving concrete actions. And if someone asks me, what did you do at your meeting today? I can say, we decided to build some schools. And that's actually a really good thing. And I'd encourage more of our reports to have these sorts of concrete actions, as opposed to when I say, what did you do? And you're like, some sort of communication strategy I barely understand. So more concrete actions, please. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
And you know what? Since I couldn't miss this opportunity today to mention, guess what? The Storm Ferry bypass. When this government got in, Scottish Government got in, what was on an agenda? The Storm Ferry bypass. They made us go 2 years of stag process to come down from 9 options to 1. I'm delighted about this programme today, and I don't grudge anybody anything, but I want a Storm Ferry bypass. And you know what? Fiona Hislop's retiring, so just get at her. They found money for a bridge to Skye, so they can find money for a new bypass over the hill at Strome. Thank you.
There's a balance, follow that.
I'll be brief as I'm hungry too. Can I join in this festival for congratulations to the administration and to the chief officers and chief executive in particular for this plan. Thank you very, very much. I have to echo Helen Crawford and David Fraser's remarks about Bewley and Charleston schools. That is brilliant news. 2 points I just want to make very briefly. In 1.1.2, we talk about the best procurement options. And the one thing I don't see in this report is the words community wealth building. Can we remember to use as much of this spend within Highland Council and Highland Council small and medium enterprises? Because relating to Duncan Macpherson's comments, the reason the Strontian School, one of the reasons was successful is that it was built by local people, and local people who are building a school for their own pupils are likely to be more careful and do a better job than people from the central belt who are doing volume building. And the other thing to mention very quickly is the 3 synthetic pitches that are planned. Can we be aware and take into account the dangers of runoff of microplastics from the chosen options? Thank you very much.
Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Convener. I'll not add to what my colleagues and others have already said, apart from say it's very good and welcome news. My question is directed actually around about the procurement, as mentioned previously by Councillor Balance as well. This is a colossal opportunity, I feel, for supply chain companies and for trades in Highland. And I've been very impressed so far around about the consultation that's happened between members and also what will be host communities for these schools. I'm very keen that we get as much as Councillor Balance said, every pound and penny that we possibly can going to contractors in Highland. But as I've said in this chamber before, we do not have a large concentration of tier 1 contractors as it currently stands. So we will need to build capacity and capability in some of the SMEs that we already have. I was just wondering around about what sort of communication strategy we can have with the supply chain to say there's a pipeline of activity. This pipeline is going to be decades and decades into the future. There's a lot of money on the table. This is a good time to invest in your people and a good time to invest in your capability. Thank you, Convener.
Malcolm, pick up some of the questions we've had. And
yeah, cool. Thank you, and thank you, members, for all mainly comments in terms of what's been brought forward, and obviously taking on board all of these comments and recognising the challenge we've got to make sure these are delivered. But I'll just come to various. I think there was some discussion around Charleston and, you know, the phasing of it. You know, the first 6 years of this programme are set out in the report. The intention is to complete these projects as a whole and not do them in phased approaches, other than the fact that at Fortrose and Inverness High, there will be different phases of the work, but it's all leading to the full project being completed. So I'm comfortable that for all of the projects listed in the report, absolutely geared towards completing them as a oneer. Councillor Baxter referred to the way that local members can engage. So a working group's been set up between NHS Highland and the council. I know that local members are already involved in the stakeholder group that relates to the new Belford. So the intention at the moment is to try and tie these two things together to make sure that we've got all the right people. And Fiona Malcolm and colleagues in NHS Highland will be in contact with you and just to get that in place as quickly as possible. In terms of depots, and I thought it was really important that there was reference to depots in this report, because you're right, we have undertaken a full review historically. We're now at the stage of looking at, particularly in Dingwall and actually in Caithness, as part of that wider place planning. And what will happen is that likely in June, we will come forward with the initial projects, particularly those that can be delivered in the short term, because I'm really keen that they're also added into the mix, particularly if we've got a bit of flex in the profiling of the funding. So these are the two that are going, but they're not the only ones. We are looking particularly with colleagues in energy as well, to make sure that where investment can be made to reduce costs, but also improve the quality of our working conditions, that these are brought forward. There was reference to the road spend. So obviously, as a Highland investment plan is basically an increasing amount of funding with the base every year, as long as members continue to support the principle and the mechanisms behind the Highland Investment Plan, that funding will increase year on year. And certainly as regards the technicalities or the technical issues around roads, that is very much part of our roads redesign 2 that members will be involved in through the redesign board and making sure that value for money is being achieved wherever possible. And I think lastly, just to make reference to the community wealth building, you'll see in paragraph 513 there's reference to our community benefits charter, which does cover that element. And I think the real benefit and the work that Alan Gunn and the shared service colleagues have helped with over the last few months by tying in with a new partner is to really help us drive forward that message, and not just in terms of delivering better value, but also the point about engaging. Hub North have a good selection of tier 1 contractors that are Highland based, but you're right, it has to be about growing this and growing the opportunity. So we're really keen to get them on board as soon as possible.
Members, from my point of view, it doesn't matter whether this is your first term, your last term, or your only term. Whether you're a member of the administration or a member of the opposition or a member of staff, this is actually a momentous day in this council, and the people of the Highlands will thank you for what you've agreed to today. So I hope you'll agree to the recommendations. Please enjoy your lunch. Can you be back at 2 o'clock?
As part of our 3-year budget plan, we decided to prioritise protecting jobs and sought to develop ways of increasing our income. To accomplish this, a number of solutions were found which are being built into our delivery planning process. The Highland Council has fully implemented the additional discretionary powers we receive from the Scottish Government to increase council tax charges for second homes and long-term empty properties. The income generated from this increase will support our financial sustainability, and importantly, it will also enhance our efforts in addressing the housing challenge by encouraging some properties to come back onto the market for rental or ownership. We're working closely with Skye businesses to ensure future income from tourism and improving the visitor experience. Visitors can more easily access the iconic Old Manor store, following significant improvements made to the car park and path network. The project has also installed electric vehicle charging points as well as motorhome waste disposal facilities to meet sustainable tourism needs. And we have recently opened a new shop and community centre, which showcases local suppliers and products. There's a multi-purpose space available for registrar wedding ceremonies, art and music exhibitions, Gaelic events and other community use. We are developing our fair charging and commercialisation strategy, policies and practice when levying fees and charges, which will help contribute to the sustainability of council services. The review of these fees and charges set by the council were informed by our Have Your Say and Tell Us More public engagement exercises as part of the 2024-25 budget process. It is anticipated that the council will look to implement a visitor levy in 2026. The final decision on its implementation will be made following a public consultation as required by legislation. Inverness Castle is currently undergoing a spectacular transformation from its past use as a prison and courtroom to an anticipated visitor attraction at the heart of the city. The project aligns with our commitment in helping Highland businesses to grow and foster regional economic growth. By supporting local businesses, we can make sure our communities directly benefit from the castle's restoration. These projects show some of the creative ways we are generating income. Of course, we're not stopping there and have plans being developed to bring forward more schemes for unique visitor experiences, enabling us to be more financially viable and sustainable in the future. We are living in a digital age where many people consume services online. There's therefore the expectation from consumers that organisations provide an online experience that is quick and accessible. We're no different as a local authority, and this is why digital transformation is an integral part of our organisational development. Digital transformation gives us the opportunity for solutions to be put in place that solve complex business issues which can save the council time, money and resources. This will lead to a better experience for those who want to access online services, but also to enable the Council to give a better service for those that cannot or would prefer not to. We're also modernising our infrastructure to meet our digital requirements, and we're supporting our services to embrace a digital culture where staff can take pride in learning new ways of working and evolving their practices to meet our customer needs. We are elevating our customer experience standards with people at the centre of what we do. By listening to our communities and staff, we know we need to deliver services including using digital technologies to meet the changing needs of our customers. The Council has a long history spanning centuries. Many of our land and building assets are recorded in several older registers, including deeds dating back from 1617 and some written in medieval Latin. Utilising existing digital technology, Terra Tracker pulls all of this information together into one map-based system to make us more efficient in our operations and management of these assets. Gaining a clearer and accurate picture of our land will also support us to deliver ambitious housing and renewable energy projects and identify income generation opportunities. We are reducing the number of levels of senior leadership and streaming structures to align with services. Our future operating model will align management structures to geographical areas with a hub and spoke model for delivering local services. This work will help to better serve communities in new ways by clustering services near to people across Highland. Climate change is the greatest challenge of our lifetime. Severe weather and climate impacts are already affecting communities across the Highlands and our service delivery. We've experienced an increased frequency and severity of flooding, landslides and wildfire events, increasing the need to build climate resilience and sustainability. This is one of the many reasons why the Highland Council is committed to realising its vision for net zero and backing this up with a major investment programme. Energy developments can bring major opportunities to reduce energy consumption or increase new sources of energy supply, creating potential cost benefits and new sources of income. We set out a vision of Highland in our Future Highland programme as a centre for global renewable energy by capitalising on our immense natural resources to deliver alternative energy solutions, including developing solar, wind and wave solutions. We already have several successful solar arrays and hydro schemes. HydroNest is an award-winning hydroelectric scheme which offsets our reliance on grid-supplied electricity and reduces our carbon footprint by harnessing the power of the River Ness into a renewable energy source. We're exploring larger scale renewable energy schemes to provide energy to our estate and the national grid. Affordable energy is crucial to Highland, with energy efficiency and heat decarbonisation bringing a wide range of benefits to households and businesses. We're working to reduce energy costs by changing behaviours through new ways of working, as well as becoming more energy efficient. Our offices and depots need to be fit for purpose to save money and deliver on our net zero ambitions at the same time. The Council's fleet and staff travel currently represents 21% of our corporate emissions. Business travel includes our fleet, such as refuse collection vehicles, gritters, vans and car club cars, as well as staff using public transport or their own vehicles, known as Grey Fleet. We're supporting staff to reduce the number of miles travelled through new ways of working in digital transformation and encouraging staff to active travel where possible through our new sustainable business travel strategy. We're also delivering on our net zero ambitions through downsizing of our fleet and replacing vehicles with low-emission alternatives, including an electric ferry for the Corran Narrows, which currently accounts for 3% of our corporate emissions. Local authorities need to be leaders in tackling climate change, and transformational change is necessary across the Council to meet our net zero ambitions.
Our vision is to enable everyone who requires some kind of support to live independently and well in their own communities for as long as possible. This vision is shared by our community planning partners, including NHS Highland, who deliver essential social care services across the region. We are supporting our care-experienced young people to grow, develop and reach their potential in a safe and nurturing way close to their communities. Adults who require care also receive support to live near their homes, families and friends. Moving resource to communities and building up our third sector partnerships to enable this is a key part of children's and adults' social care strategies. We are implementing a range of solutions to grow community capacity to enable people to live independently and well, including improving how we deliver care to those who require it by putting the person at the centre of our planning and activity. We are building community-based care solutions from early childhood through adulthood and into old age by being innovative and working closely with families to provide sustainable family-based care. This includes building a stronger support system for families, such as providing kinship care to young people and expanding our foster care capacity and development of a kinship team. This will increase the proportion of children in kinship care, and more foster carers will ensure Highland children remain with Highland families. As part of our joint strategic planning for adults, we will continue to provide for people in need of support and find sustainable local solutions, including suitable accommodation. Building our future workforce in health social care alongside collaborative work with partners to help manage and reduce risks of our most vulnerable clients. We can help ensure our services are sustainable by developing career pathways locally. Our work in growing our own social work staff is an example of this. Enabling the single care model and mobilising third sector partnerships to do this is crucial. We have set aside key investment for this as part of our budget settings in 2024. Lastly, we are increasing the use of technology and digital solutions to support independent living in our communities, sustaining care at home for vulnerable people. All of this is designed to help shift the balance of the care experienced by people to more community and family settings, and to build the future capacity we need to help communities to flourish and thrive.
The Highland Council and our public sector partners are working together to take a place-based approach to mapping assets. We are deciding which ones we need to sell or repurpose, which ones we need to commit to keeping, and which ones need to be replaced with new builds. We have established a £2 billion Highland investment plan over the next 20 years to address our challenges, so we can change for the better the complex asset map we have. Our school estate needs to be modernised, but this is no mean feat, as the Highland Council has one of the largest school estates in Scotland. We have 196 schools in both urban and rural communities, spread across an area which covers a third of Scotland. We also have a commitment to reduce our asset footprint and retrofit those buildings we are committed to keeping, making sure they are of a high standard for staff and customers, ensuring energy efficiency as well. This is being done with key partners as part of a single public sector estate. The Council has an ambitious investment programme being developed to ensure we are continuing to address issues around the condition of our buildings. But crucially, plans are being brought forward to ensure that a much more integrated community offering is provided through the creation of a new generation of community facilities, which we are calling points of delivery. By co-locating other functions and partner services to come under one roof, we can shape locations into a central hub of service provision and support. Work is being progressed to support them with a new operating model. We are facing a significant housing challenge. With projections showing we need around 24,000 new homes over the next decade to provide for economic growth and to repopulate our more rural areas. To accelerate our delivery, an additional investment of around 2.8 billion is required. While this is a large figure, there are opportunities for co-investment available between the public and private sector. For example, the non-domestic rates concessions within the Green Freeport and our social value charter from renewables. At the Council's Housing Challenge Summit with its partners in October 2024, a number of commitments were made to help meet this challenge. These were in relation to how we supply land and accelerate an increase in the capacity in the area for housing development. The Housing Challenge Action Plan that we are developing can provide us with certainty for delivery and streamline the provision of new housing and the construction jobs that building them will create. We have a considerable transport network which stretches into over 4,000 miles of road and 1,000 miles of footpath. Our responsibility as the local authority is to maintain, improve and manage this vast network, including any associated infrastructure. We are investing an additional £40 million in our transport network over the next 3 years. The Highland Investment Plan makes provision to ensure that barriers to economic growth are reduced and basic infrastructure is maintained. We also have ambitious plans to develop public transport. By building on our fantastic in-house bus service, which is saving significant sums of money when compared to private sector contracts. From the £2 billion of investment in this plan, there are other community wealth building benefits. The major construction pipeline it will establish will bring jobs and a structured means to build and sustain our supply chain, strengthening the Highland business base.
To meet the twin challenges of sustaining our working age population and seizing the amazing economic opportunities available here, we have created a comprehensive plan to build the future workforce that Highland requires. This involves reaching into schools and building more effective partnerships with private and state sector employers, trainers, colleges and universities. We will engage with industry and business sectors to create jobs and pathways towards sustainable employment, being led by the demands businesses have for workers. As part of this, we will create employer skills boards, and attracting new talent is a priority of this work. We will align the school curriculum towards the economic opportunities available, building on our existing practice. Together, we will provide support and opportunities for those furthest from economic achievement and success in the labour market. This means creating a single gateway to jobs for those who need them and enhancing supported employment. We are building schemes to recognise employers' achievements in improving the economic conditions for workers. One example is our employer charter, which provides recognition for businesses which support fair work, contribute to the local supply chain and support the workforce for the future strategy. Lastly, we are expanding our plans to make sure that young people benefit from opportunities to learn, including through digital delivery, to meet the challenges across our diverse geography. Together, we are building a workforce for the future to accomplish sustainable economic prosperity and success in Highland.
As part of our 3-year budget plan, we decided to prioritise protecting jobs and sought to develop ways of increasing our income. To accomplish this, a number of solutions were found which are being built into our delivery planning process. The Highland Council has fully implemented the additional discretionary powers we receive from the Scottish Government to increase council tax charges for second homes and long-term empty properties. The income generated from this increase will support our financial sustainability, and importantly, it will also enhance our efforts in addressing the housing challenge by encouraging some properties to come back onto the market for rental or ownership. We're working closely with Skye businesses to ensure future income from tourism and improving the visitor experience. Visitors can more easily access the iconic Old Manor store, following significant improvements made to the car park and path network. The project has also installed electric vehicle charging points as well as motorhome waste disposal facilities to meet sustainable tourism needs. We have recently opened a new shop and community centre which showcases local suppliers and products. There's a multi-purpose space available for registrar wedding ceremonies, art and music exhibitions, Gaelic events and other community use. We are developing our fair charging and commercialisation strategy, policies and practice when levying fees and charges, which will help contribute to the sustainability of council services. The review of these fees and charges set by the council were informed by our Have Your Say and Tell Us More public engagement exercises as part of the 2024-25 budget process. It is anticipated that the council will look to implement a visitor levy in 2026. The final decision on its implementation will be made following a public consultation as required by legislation. Inverness Castle is currently undergoing a spectacular transformation from its past use as a prison and courtroom to an anticipated visitor attraction at the heart of the city. The project aligns with our commitment in helping Highland businesses to grow and foster regional economic growth. By supporting local businesses, we can make sure our communities directly benefit from the castle's restoration. These projects show some of the creative ways we are generating income. Of course, we're not stopping there and have plans being developed to bring forward more schemes for unique visitor experiences, enabling us to be more financially viable and sustainable in the future. We are living in a digital age where many people consume services online. There's therefore the expectation from consumers that organisations provide an online experience that is quick and accessible. We're no different as a local authority, and this is why digital transformation is an integral part of our organisational development. Digital transformation gives us the opportunity for solutions to be put in place that solve complex business issues which can save the council time, money and resources. This will lead to a better experience for those who want to access online services, but also to enable the council to give a better service for those that cannot or would prefer not to. We're also modernising our infrastructure to meet our digital requirements, and we're supporting our services to embrace a digital culture where staff can take pride in learning new ways of working and evolving their practices to meet our customer needs. We are elevating our customer experience standards with people at the centre of what we do. By listening to our communities and staff, we know we need to deliver services including using digital technologies to meet the changing needs of our customers. The council has a long history spanning centuries. Many of our land and building assets are recorded in several older registers, including deeds dating back from 1617 and some written in medieval Latin. Utilising existing digital technology, Terra Tracker pulls all of this information together into one map-based system to make us more efficient in our operations and management of these assets. Gaining a clearer and accurate picture of our land will also support us to deliver ambitious housing and renewable energy projects and identify income generation opportunities. We are reducing the number of levels of senior leadership and streaming structures to align with services. Our future operating model will align management structures to geographical areas with a hub and spoke model for delivering local services. This work will help to better serve communities in new ways by clustering services near to people across Highland. climate change is the greatest challenge of our lifetime. Severe weather and climate impacts are already affecting communities across the Highlands and our service delivery. We've experienced an increased frequency and severity of flooding, landslides and wildfire events, increasing the need to build climate resilience and sustainability. This is one of the many reasons why the Highland Council is committed to realising its vision for net zero and backing this up with a major investment programme. Energy developments can bring major opportunities to reduce energy consumption or increase new sources of energy supply, creating potential cost benefits and new sources of income. We set out a vision of Highland in our Future Highland programme as a centre for global renewable energy by capitalising on our immense natural resources to deliver alternative energy solutions, including developing solar, wind and wave solutions. We already have several successful solar arrays and hydro schemes. HydroNest is an award-winning hydroelectric scheme which offsets our reliance on grid-supplied electricity and reduces our carbon footprint by harnessing the power of the River Ness into a renewable energy source. We're exploring larger-scale renewable energy schemes to provide energy to our estate and the national grid. Affordable energy is crucial to Highland, with energy efficiency and heat decarbonisation bringing a wide range of benefits to households and businesses. We're working to reduce energy costs by changing behaviours through new ways of working, as well as becoming more energy efficient. Our offices and depots need to be fit for purpose to save money and deliver on our net zero ambitions at the same time. The Council's fleet and staff travel currently represents 21% of our corporate emissions. Business travel includes our fleet, such as refuse collection vehicles, gritters, vans and car club cars, as well as staff using public transport or their own vehicles, known as Grey Fleet. We're supporting staff to reduce the number of miles travelled through new ways of working in digital transformation and encouraging staff to active travel where possible through our new sustainable business travel strategy. We're also delivering on our net zero ambitions through downsizing of our fleet and replacing vehicles with low-emission alternatives, including an electric ferry for the Corran Narrows, which currently accounts for 3% of our corporate emissions. Local authorities need to be leaders in tackling climate change, and transformational change is necessary across the Council to meet our net zero ambitions.
Our vision is to enable everyone who requires some kind of support to live independently and well in their own communities for as long as possible. This vision is shared by our community planning partners, including NHS Highland, who deliver essential social care services across the region. We are supporting our care-experienced young people to grow, develop and reach their potential in a safe and nurturing way close to their communities. Adults who require care also receive support to live near their homes, families and friends. Moving resource to communities and building up our third sector partnerships to enable this is a key part of children's and adults' social care strategies. We are implementing a range of solutions to grow community capacity to enable people to live independently and well, including improving how we deliver care to those who require it by putting the person at the centre of our planning and activity. We are building community-based care solutions from early childhood through adulthood and into old age by being innovative and working closely with families to provide sustainable family-based care. This includes building a stronger support system for families, such as providing kinship care to young people and expanding our foster care capacity and development of a kinship team. This will increase the proportion of children in kinship care, and more foster carers will ensure Highland children remain with Highland families. As part of our joint strategic planning for adults, we will continue to provide for people in need of support and find sustainable local solutions, including suitable accommodation. Building our future workforce in health social care alongside collaborative work with partners to help manage and reduce risks of our most vulnerable clients. We can help ensure our services are sustainable by developing career pathways locally. Our work in growing our own social work staff is an example of this. Enabling the single care model and mobilising third sector partnerships to do this is crucial. We have set aside key investment for this as part of our budget settings in 2024. Lastly, we are increasing the use of technology and digital solutions to support independent living in our communities, sustaining care at home for vulnerable people. All of this is designed to help shift the balance of the care experienced by people to more community and family settings, and to build the future capacity we need to help communities to flourish and thrive.
The Highland Council and our public sector partners are working together to take a place-based approach to mapping assets. We are deciding which ones we need to sell or repurpose, which ones we need to commit to keeping, and which ones need to be replaced with new builds. We have established a £2 billion Highland investment plan over the next 20 years to address our challenges, so we can change for the better the complex asset map we have. Our school estate needs to be modernised, but this is no mean feat, as the Highland Council has one of the largest school estates in Scotland. We have 196 schools in both urban and rural communities, spread across an area which covers a third of Scotland. We also have a commitment to reduce our asset footprint and retrofit those buildings we are committed to keeping, making sure they are of a high standard for staff and customers, ensuring energy efficiency as well. This is being done with key partners as part of a single public sector estate. The Council has an ambitious investment programme being developed to ensure we are continuing to address issues around the condition of our buildings. But crucially, plans are being brought forward to ensure that a much more integrated community offering is provided through the creation of a new generation of community facilities, which we are calling points of delivery. By co-locating other functions and partner services to come under one roof, we can shape locations into a central hub of service provision and support. Work is being progressed to support them with a new operating model. We are facing a significant housing challenge, with projections showing we need around 24,000 new homes over the next decade to provide for economic growth and to repopulate our more rural areas. To accelerate our delivery, an additional investment of around £2.8 billion is required. While this is a large figure, there are opportunities for co-investment available between the public and private sector. For example, the non-domestic rates concessions within the Green Freeport and our social value charter from renewables. At the Council's Housing Challenge Summit with its partners in October 2024, a number of commitments were made to help meet this challenge. These were in relation to how we supply land and accelerate an increase in the capacity in the area for housing development. The Housing Challenge Action Plan that we are developing can provide us with certainty for delivery and streamline the provision of new housing and the construction jobs that building them will create. We have a considerable transport network which stretches into over 4,000 miles of road and 1,000 miles of footpath. Our responsibility as the local authority is to maintain, improve and manage this vast network, including any associated infrastructure. We are investing an additional £40 million in our transport network over the next 3 years. The Highland Investment Plan makes provision to ensure that barriers to economic growth are reduced and basic infrastructure is maintained. We also have ambitious plans to develop public transport. By building on our fantastic in-house bus service, which is saving significant sums of money when compared to private sector contracts. From the £2 billion of investment in this plan, there are other community wealth building benefits. The major construction pipeline it will establish will bring jobs and a structured means to build and sustain our supply chain, strengthening the Highland business base.
To meet the twin challenges of sustaining our working age population and seizing the amazing economic opportunities available here, we have created a comprehensive plan to build the future workforce that Highland requires. This involves reaching into schools and building more effective partnerships with private and state sector employers, trainers, colleges and universities. We will engage with industry and business sectors to create jobs and pathways towards sustainable employment, being led by the demands businesses have for workers. As part of this, we will create employer skills boards, and attracting new talent is a priority of this work. We will align the school curriculum towards the economic opportunities available, building on our existing practice. Together, we will provide support and opportunities for those furthest from economic achievement and success in the labour market. This means creating a single gateway to jobs for those who need them and enhancing supported employment. We are building schemes to recognise employers' achievements in improving the economic conditions for workers. One example is our employer charter, which provides recognition for businesses which support fair work, contribute to the local supply chain and support the workforce for the future strategy. Lastly, we are expanding our plans to make sure that young people benefit from opportunities to learn, including through digital delivery, to meet the challenges across our diverse geography. Together, we are building a workforce for the future to accomplish sustainable economic prosperity and success in Highland.
As part of our 3-year budget plan, we decided to prioritise protecting jobs and sought to develop ways of increasing our income. To accomplish this, a number of solutions were found which are being built into our delivery planning process. The Highland Council has fully implemented the additional discretionary powers we receive from the Scottish Government to increase council tax charges for second homes and long-term empty properties. The income generated from this increase will support our financial sustainability, and importantly, it will also enhance our efforts in addressing the housing challenge by encouraging some properties to come back onto the market for rental or ownership. We're working closely with Skye businesses to ensure future income from tourism and improving the visitor experience. Visitors can more easily access the iconic Old Man of Store, following significant improvements made to the car park and path network. The project has also installed electric vehicle charging points as well as motorhome waste disposal facilities to meet sustainable tourism needs. And we have recently opened a new shop and community centre which showcases local suppliers and products. There's a multi-purpose space available for registrar wedding ceremonies, art and music exhibitions, Gaelic events and other community use. We are developing our fair charging and commercialisation strategy, policies and practice when levying fees and charges, which will help contribute to the sustainability of council services. The review of these fees and charges set by the council were informed by our Have Your Say and Tell Us More public engagement exercises as part of the 2024-25 budget process. It is anticipated that the council will look to implement a visitor levy in 2026. The final decision on its implementation will be made following a public consultation as required by legislation. Inverness Castle is currently undergoing a spectacular transformation from its past use as a prison and courtroom to an anticipated visitor attraction at the heart of the city. The project aligns with our commitment in helping Highland businesses to grow and foster regional economic growth. By supporting local businesses, we can make sure our communities directly benefit from the castle's restoration. These projects show some of the creative ways we are generating income. Of course, we're not stopping there and have plans being developed to bring forward more schemes for unique visitor experiences, enabling us to be more financially viable and sustainable in the future. We are living in a digital age where many people consume services online. There's therefore the expectation from consumers that organisations provide an online experience that is quick and accessible. We're no different as a local authority, and this is why digital transformation is an integral part of our organisational development. Digital transformation gives us the opportunity for solutions to be put in place that solve complex business issues which can save the council time, money and resources. This will lead to a better experience for those who want to access online services, but also to enable the council to give a better service for those that cannot or would prefer not to. We're also modernising our infrastructure to meet our digital requirements, and we're supporting our services to embrace a digital culture where staff can take pride in learning new ways of working and evolving their practices to meet our customer needs. We are elevating our customer experience standards with people at the centre of what we do. By listening to our communities and staff, we know we need to deliver services including using digital technologies to meet the changing needs of our customers. The council has a long history spanning centuries. Many of our land and building assets are recorded in several older registers, including deeds dating back from 1617 and some written in medieval Latin. Utilising existing digital technology, Terra Tracker pulls all of this information together into one map-based system to make us more efficient in our operations and management of these assets. Gaining a clearer and accurate picture of our land will also support us to deliver ambitious housing and renewable energy projects and identify income generation opportunities. We are reducing the number of levels of senior leadership and streaming structures to align with services. Our future operating model will align management structures to geographical areas with a hub and spoke model for delivering local services. This work will help to better serve communities in new ways by clustering services near to people across Highland. Climate change is the greatest challenge of our lifetime. Severe weather and climate impacts are already affecting communities across the Highlands and our service delivery. We've experienced an increased frequency and severity of flooding, landslides and wildfire events, increasing the need to build climate resilience and sustainability. This is one of the many reasons why the Highland Council is committed to realising its vision for net zero and backing this up with a major investment programme. Energy developments can bring major opportunities to reduce energy consumption or increase new sources of energy supply, creating potential cost benefits and new sources of income. We set out a vision of Highland in our Future Highland programme as a centre for global renewable energy by capitalising on our immense natural resources to deliver alternative energy solutions, including developing solar, wind and wave solutions. We already have several successful solar arrays and hydro schemes. HydroNest is an award-winning hydroelectric scheme which offsets our reliance on grid-supplied electricity and reduces our carbon footprint by harnessing the power of the River Ness into a renewable energy source. We're exploring larger-scale renewable energy schemes to provide energy to our estate and the national grid. Affordable energy is crucial to Highland, with energy efficiency and heat decarbonisation bringing a wide range of benefits to households and businesses. We're working to reduce energy costs by changing behaviours through new ways of working, as well as becoming more energy efficient. Our offices and depots need to be fit for purpose to save money and deliver on our net zero ambitions at the same time. Council's fleet and staff travel currently represents 21% of our corporate emissions. Business travel includes our fleet, such as refuse collection vehicles, gritters, vans and car club cars, as well as staff using public transport or their own vehicles, known as Grey Fleet. We're supporting staff to reduce the number of miles travelled through new ways of working in digital transformation and encouraging staff to active travel where possible through our new sustainable business travel strategy. We're also delivering on our net zero ambitions through downsizing of our fleet and replacing vehicles with low emission alternatives, including an electric ferry for the Corran Narrows, which currently accounts for 3% of our corporate emissions. Local authorities need to be leaders in tackling climate change, and transformational change is necessary across the council to meet our net zero ambitions.
Our vision is to enable everyone who requires some kind of support to live independently and well in their own communities for as long as possible. This vision is shared by our community planning partners, including NHS Highland, who deliver essential social care services across the region. We are supporting our care-experienced young people to grow, develop and reach their potential in a safe and nurturing way close to their communities. Adults who require care also receive support to live near their homes, families and friends. Moving resource to communities and building up our third sector partnerships to enable this is a key part of children's and adults' social care strategies. We are implementing a range of solutions to grow community capacity to enable people to live independently and well, including improving how we deliver care to those who require it by putting the person at the centre of our planning and activity. We are building community-based care solutions from early childhood through adulthood and into old age by being innovative and working closely with families to provide sustainable family-based care. This includes building a stronger support system for families, such as providing kinship care to young people and expanding our foster care capacity and development of a kinship team. This will increase the proportion of children in kinship care, and more foster carers will ensure Highland children remain with Highland families. As part of our joint strategic planning for adults, we will continue to provide for people in need of support and find sustainable local solutions, including suitable accommodation. Building our future workforce in health social care alongside collaborative work with partners to help manage and reduce risks of our most vulnerable clients. We can help ensure our services are sustainable by developing career pathways locally. Our work in growing our own social work staff is an example of this. Enabling the single care model and mobilising third sector partnerships to do this is crucial. We have set aside key investment for this as part of our budget settings in 2024. Lastly, we are increasing the use of technology and digital solutions to support independent living in our communities, sustaining care at home for vulnerable people. All of this is designed to help shift the balance of the care experienced by people to more community and family settings, and to build the future capacity we need to help communities to flourish and thrive.
The Highland Council and our public sector partners are working together to take a place-based approach to mapping assets. We are deciding which ones we need to sell or repurpose, which ones we need to commit to keeping, and which ones need to be replaced with new builds. We have established a £2 billion Highland investment plan over the next 20 years to address our challenges, so we can change for the better the complex asset map we have. Our school estate needs to be modernised, but this is no mean feat, as the Highland Council has one of the largest school estates in Scotland. We have 196 schools in both urban and rural communities, spread across an area which covers a third of Scotland. We also have a commitment to reduce our asset footprint and retrofit those buildings we are committed to keeping, making sure they are of a high standard for staff and customers, ensuring energy efficiency as well. This is being done with key partners as part of a single public sector estate. The Council has an ambitious investment programme being developed to ensure we are continuing to address issues around the condition of our buildings. But crucially, plans are being brought forward to ensure that a much more integrated community offering is provided through the creation of a new generation of community facilities, which we are calling points of delivery. By co-locating other functions and partner services to come under one roof, we can shape locations into a central hub of service provision and support. Work is being progressed to support them with a new operating model. We are facing a significant housing challenge, with projections showing we need around 24,000 new homes over the next decade to provide for economic growth and to repopulate our more rural areas. To accelerate our delivery, an additional investment of around 2.8 billion is required. While this is a large figure, there are opportunities for co-investment available between the public and private sector. For example, the non-domestic rates concessions within the Green Freeport and our social value charter from renewables. At the Council's Housing Challenge Summit with its partners in October 2024, a number of commitments were made to help meet this challenge. These were in relation to how we supply land and accelerate an increase in the capacity in the area for housing development. The Housing Challenge Action Plan that we are developing can provide us with certainty for delivery and streamline the provision of new housing and the construction jobs that building them will create. We have a considerable transport network which stretches into over 4,000 miles of road and 1,000 miles of footpath. Our responsibility as the local authority is to maintain, improve and manage this vast network, including any associated infrastructure. We are investing an additional £40 million in our transport network over the next 3 years. The Highland Investment Plan makes provision to ensure that barriers to economic growth are reduced and basic infrastructure is maintained. We also have ambitious plans to develop public transport. By building on our fantastic in-house bus service, which is saving significant sums of money when compared to private sector contracts. From the £2 billion of investment in this plan, there are other community wealth building benefits. The major construction pipe
Members, we now move to item 6 on your agenda.
I have to do roll call.
Oh, sorry. I am presumptuous.
Thank you, convener, and good afternoon, members. So members, we'll just do the afternoon roll call, please, starting with the members in the chamber. Okay, so ask those members in the chamber to confirm their attendance by pressing the green button when the options appear before you on the monitor. Thank you. So if the device have gone to sleep, just tap the screen and it brings it back to life. So if everybody's voted in the chamber that wanted to vote, thank you, members, and I'll move to those members online to confirm attendance. Thank you. I'll start with Councillor Cameron.
Present.
Councillor Coggle.
Present online, thank you.
Councillor Collier.
Present.
Councillor Dundas.
Present.
Mrs. Jarvie.
Afternoon, present.
Checking if Councillor Kennedy's been able to join us. Councillor Mackay. Councillor Angela McLean.
Present.
Councillor McLennan.
Present.
Councillor McGilvray.
Here.
Councillor Miller.
Present.
Councillor Morrison.
Afternoon, present.
Councillor Niven.
Present online, Stuart, thanks.
Thank you, members.
Members, item 6 is the establishing of... Councillor Rosie.
Sorry, Convener, my console was blank, but it's now come to life for some reason. Sorry, thank you.
Okay. Item 6 is establishing a Poverty and Equalities Commission. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll start by moving the recommendations. I believe that will be seconded by Councillor Coburn. Members, addressing poverty is a priority for all of us across the council chamber. We all hear about the challenges experienced by people within our communities, wherever they live in Highland. We also know that some of our more rural communities experience poverty in different ways. All of us as councillors are committed to tackling poverty, mitigating its effects, preventing people falling into poverty. So much of what we do as an organisation is already aimed at supporting the most vulnerable across our communities. And this is replicated by our partners and the huge range of community and third sector organisations across Highland. However, despite the great work that has been done by many, we know that poverty continues to be a challenge facing many families, and that is the purpose of establishing a commission on poverty and equality, to better understand what else we can do collectively in Highland to tackle poverty. The aim is to be action focused, identify practical, sustainable solutions to tackle and address poverty, and to consider how we deliver services differently in order to prevent poverty and improve our approach to early intervention. The paper in front of you outlines the early steps being taken to establish the Commission. It's proposed that the details are agreed between the Council convener, the leader of the opposition, and that will enable the Commission to be quickly established. It will be for the Commission itself to determine the agreed scope of work and the different methods used to gather data and evidence. Hearing Highland voices, and crucially from people with lived experience of poverty, will be central to this process. The investment agreed as part of the budget will support the work of the Commission, including the evidence gathering. Given the cross-party commitment to tackling poverty within our communities, I hope you'll all agree that establishing the Commission is a positive, proactive step where the aim is to achieve improved outcomes for all across Highland. Thank you.
Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Convener. Oh dear. I stand here before you today and I'm embarrassed, Convener. Don't worry, it's not from any misdemeanour on my part for a change, but I'm embarrassed for the administration. I'm embarrassed that they clearly didn't get the list of questions from officers that they should have asked officers to understand their own budget proposals 3 weeks ago. I'm embarrassed for all of those backbench councillors that stood up on budget day and told us how proud they were that the administration was tackling poverty and equality when they didn't know what the Commission, as it was being proposed at that time, actually meant, and the enormous amount of money that could have been potentially wasted as a result of it, not least of all, £80,000 for chairman and his expenses, or their expenses, for the Commission. And I'm embarrassed for those administration councillors that are now witnessing a very quiet budget U-turn just 3 weeks after their budget was approved in this chamber. I can't say I'm not surprised, because we saw other examples of that on budget day, when both the leader of the council and the chairman of the Economy and Infrastructure Committee were embarrassed that they did not know the details of what the officers were proposing on Corran Ferry fare increases. So I wonder, have senior administration councillors now had the opportunity to scrutinise their remaining budget proposals that were accepted on that day and ask those questions that they should have asked over the preceding few months?
Councillor Christie.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Convener. I too welcome the U-turn on paying the salary for the chair of the Commission. This is something that should never have been a paid position. We should be able to get the right person that will do it pro bono, and I'm sure we actually will when we go out and advertise and look for someone to do it. Poverty is not really about anyone's character at all. You don't become in poverty because of your character, you become there because of lack of resources. And in the 21st century, in a country like the UK, nobody should really be in abject poverty anymore. It should be addressed. And I suppose that's what's disappointing by the Westminster government's announcements in the spring statement, basically attacking people that are in poverty, when there's plenty of people that aren't in poverty, that are rich, that could easily afford to pay a bit more to help those. And I think it's sad that we're seeing that, and it just sometimes makes me wonder, what do we need to do to actually address poverty? And this is a starting point. I think a commission for Highland, because Highland's got uniqueness around the types of poverty that we actually see, and I'm sure we've all got casework which illustrates fully the dire state that some people find themselves in, and the resources that are there. One thing I've always marvelled about is that people that are living on the breadline are often very, very capable of budgeting. They save, it's almost back to that jam jar style. I see quite a lot of people nodding, that jam jar style of budgeting. We put so much in there for the schools, so much in there for food, so much in there for fuel. And I think I'd like to see the poverty widened into financial literacy aspects as well, because I think there's a lot of learning that we can take from that can bring it forward. The paper's a good paper. I think we need a job description, Alison, as to what a commissioner will do, so that when we are looking for people to come on there, there's no ambiguity around that. We've got to make sure we get the right people from the third sector and the right geographic spread, the right communities engaging, and making sure that we're being as inclusive as possible. So that could mean daytime, evening, weekend, evidence gathering forums in order to make sure that we are capturing everything. But this has got to be the way to go. We need to address poverty in the Highlands. We need to drive poverty out if we can from the Highlands, and that's what we should be the main focus of this commission. I think it was Nelson Mandela who said overcoming policy is not a gesture of charity, it's an act of justice. It is the protection of a fundamental human right, the right to dignity and a decent life. And I think we need to be taking the views and that sort of sentiment from Nelson Mandela's speech and seeing how we can make sure that we actually address things in Highland to ensure that we give dignity back to people. Because one of the greatest stigmas about someone in poverty is asking for help. It's that dignity of saying, actually, I'm going to have to go to the food bank. I can't actually manage. And it takes a lot from that, especially older Highland people who are very proud and don't want to even take benefits they're entitled to. I see that on a daily basis. So I think we need to get around that dignity issue. It's not about that. It's about making sure that you have a good quality of life and you can lead the life the best possible way you can. And I think we all need to get behind this to make sure that we actually get the results out of it that make a difference. Let's not make it just a document that sits on a shelf. Let's make it a document or a strategy that actually makes that change. Thank you.
That's a Grafton.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, David. I noticed the title is Poverty and Equality Commission. It's equality, so I've got to almost speak about it. But interestingly, poverty is mentioned 25 times, equality is mentioned 6. That's not equal. So I would like to see more equality. I think that this is very good. It pleases me that it's on the agenda. It's very important that we look at it. I agree with what's been said so far. Finances are very important, and they cause a lot of issues in our society. But equally, equality isn't just about money. It's about acceptance. It's about awareness. It's about all sorts of other things, which equally, I think, this council is quite capable of taking action on those. And there's something, I think it's already been said in a way, but I can think to like the Equality Commissioner, the Children's Commissioner, the proposed Autism Commissioner for national Scottish Government things. And the big question is, okay, we can put a commissioner in place. Has that commission or commissioner actually got any teeth? I think that is really, really important. And in the document, it talks about proposals, it talks about reporting. But I think if a commission is to actually achieve something, it needs to have some teeth. It needs to be able to say, right, okay, we've really looked at this. This is our study. This is what we've done. Now you as a council need to take action on it, not just, we propose. So thank you very much.
Mr. Johnson.
I really, really welcome this commission. I think it's something that will have a tangible and positive impact on the entire population. One of the things that I heard recently from one of our officers, in fact it was only on Tuesday night, was that children who do their homework in cold homes have poorer educational outcomes than those who do their homework in a warm home. And that's not about the temperature of the room that they're living in, it's about all the other factors as to why are they doing their homework in a cold home. Fuel poverty, unfortunately, goes hand in hand with rural poverty. If you live in the Black Isle, you can't access gas and electricity deals because there's no gas on tap. And then there's so many additional costs just from living in the Highlands, isn't there? Whether it be the cost of your energy is higher because we're so far away from the centre of the grid. It might be that your transport costs are more because our fuel prices are higher. And it even comes down to the cost of getting stuff posted to us. How many of us have been told that we don't even live in mainland UK because we're having the additionality of postage? So there is disparity just by living in the Highlands, and then there's poverty on top of that. I don't think there is a village in the Black Isle that doesn't have a sharing shed or some way to access food for people who desperately need it. And that highlights how ineffective the Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation is for showing that it's just not fit for purpose in rural areas, because most of the Black Isle is a SIMD4. And please be under no illusion, poverty is not just about people who are claiming benefits or who have other adversities in their lives that means they can't work. Working age poverty is real, and it might take us on to the next paper, that one, but I do think this is something to truly be welcomed and could have a huge impact on our whole population. Thank you.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Convener. I wholeheartedly agree with everything that has been said so far by the speakers. Many of us are involved in groups in our community that deal with either the community fridges or the lunch clubs or other organisations that help many in our communities. That when this was first mentioned at our last Highland Council meeting, I did have many concerns regarding the makeup and also the pay, and I'm glad that the administration have listened to those who did speak and have changed their view on that. There's many in our community that have connections, strong connections with the Highlands, that have the expertise required. Indeed, we had Rory Mayer, who was the previous chair of CAS, which supported CABs throughout Highland and the rest of Scotland, and he helped with the Commission on Local Democracy, which we still have sitting on a shelf at Highland Council and not implemented fully. And we have like Lindsay Graham, who was a commissioner, and she was involved as well in Poverty and Inequality Commission, who has a strong connection with the Highlands and always keeps an eye on what we're doing here. And that's just two that I'm aware of. And there are many more out there that would maybe be interested, if asked, to be on this commission. We have so many communities now that have sharing sheds or community fridges or food banks, and I don't know one really nowadays that's well used and could do with more food. But I am well aware that with my involvement with the Blytheswood and the Trussell Trust, that they want to eventually move away from that and ensure that every individual can support themselves without the requirements for these facilities within communities, because the minimum wage is if you just Google it online, they say that every person needs at least £28,000 a year to be an acceptable standard of living to cover all their bills, and many in Highland don't come anywhere near that. So when this goes ahead, and I hope it starts as soon as possible, I hope you'll look at the many organisations that are out there that can support this, whether that be the Highland Poverty Action Network, whether it be lifting communities out of communities and others. There is a lot of expertise out there already that we need to harness and make a positive difference and focus on delivery, and it won't be the same in every community. And I hope this does make an improvement to people's lives, either through the poverty aspects or the equality aspects. Thank you, Convener.
Councillor Burt.
Thank you, Convener. Inequality causes such a wide social problem, not only in our society, but in most prosperous societies. And if you happen to be living at the wrong end of inequality, life tends to be short and miserable. There's a real social cost to inequality, a cost to society. Maybe one reason why Nordic countries are more prosperous is that they seem to deal with inequality more satisfactorily than other European countries. However, as I have said, life for people at the wrong end of inequality does tend to be short, and general inequalities are very closely linked to health inequalities. That's been shown to be so internationally, and we see it locally here in Highland every year with the report of the Director of Public Health. So that improving the health of people in Highlands, one aspect of that is tackling inequality overall, and health inequalities is of course part of that. So I welcome wholeheartedly the establishment of a commission which is going to be looking at inequality, studying it, and I hope with coming up with some useful solutions which we will be able to apply.
Councillor McIntosh, Andrew.
Thank you, Convener. I do welcome this as one of the few socialists left in the Labour Party. Unfortunately, we're becoming an endangered species. There will soon be more of us in reform. My biggest concern with this commission is that it has taken two huge topics, equality and poverty. Already we've had Councillor Grafton say he wants to see more about equality, which means less about poverty. Maybe they need to be split. Maybe they're both too big. Certainly, poverty in Highlands is an enormous problem. We have rural poverty, we have remote poverty, we've got urban poverty, we've got fuel costs, we've got cultural poverty. There's all sorts that need to be addressed. There are many other organisations that address these and come up with lovely reports. Please don't let this commission produce lovely reports that end up stopping my desk from Sugarland. Let's have positive suggestions of what this council can do to change things. And the first way forward to that is to decide early on in this commission's life of a date when it reports back to this chamber. Whether it's just reporting that they haven't got ideas yet, that's something. I don't want it to disappear into the depths of Highland Council headquarters and gather dust like the leaders. Let's have something that's going to do something for the poverty and inequality in this district. Thank you.
Councillor Ballas.
Thank you, Convener. I also very much welcome this report. And I've listened to all the contributions. I found myself thoroughly agreeing with the Councillor Christie and actually with everybody since then. And this leads to my strong plea that we have a members' workshop before June, before the papers come back for the next report back to the council. I see that currently it says the options and scope will be decided by the council leader, the leader of the opposition, and the commission chair. I think it's really important that this has all party input into it before it starts, because it is so important that this does not become a party political tool, that this is actually a cross-party agreement on what we want to get out of this. And I think, Alison, sitting in front of you, you've got 74 people, each of whom have got their own views as to what is needed from the Commission. And I really hope that we'll be able to have an hour or two to put those views forward in the establishment of the Commission, and that happens in the next 6 weeks or so. So please, can we have a members' workshop?
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. I also welcome the U-turn in paying the chair of the Poverty Commission £80,000. I think that was probably one of the most tone-deaf things to come out of this council. But I'd like to start by saying I also take umbrage with Councillor Burt's statement when he talks about the wrong end of inequality, because that would insinuate there was a right end to inequality, which is completely wrong. Now, I take a slightly different view to the Poverty Commission, because there's well-established papers on the causes of rural poverty. We know what they are. We hear about them every day from those who are truly struggling within our communities. High fuel and energy costs, transport inequality, distance to services, and low wages. Now, I think what we need to be doing if we're progressing with this commission is focus not on what these factors are, but what we can do as a local authority to help those who are struggling most. Now, we've heard from Councillor Johnson that there's many cold homes across Highland, and that is indeed a source of shame for many. Now, what can we do about that? People are struggling, they can't connect to the gas grid, they can't access cheaper sources of energy. But as a council, we can do something. We can insulate our social housing, because as it stands, we have some of the poorest and least energy efficient social housing stock in the whole of Scotland. So I think what we need to do is look not necessarily outwards, but look into this council and into this chamber and see what can we do to help those in our communities. And I completely agree that the SIMD is a flawed metric for detecting and reporting adequately rural poverty. But I think that's something that needs to be raised at a level above this chamber. It needs to be took to the Scottish Government, because currently there are far too many people falling through the cracks. But there's definitely a lot to be done that this council has the levers directly for. And I think that's where the focus needs to go in that, and looking at, if we're looking to spend money on tackling poverty, I think the third sector already knows where it needs to be spent, probably a lot better than a lot of members sitting here in Glenurquhart Road. But the final point that I would like to make as well is council tax is one of the biggest bills for many families who are on a fixed income. And it is also worth noting that while we have a relatively low rate of council tax by cash terms compared to other local authorities, as a percentage of average earned income, Highland Council is ranking one of the most expensive local authorities by way of council tax. So I think members in here should be mindful of that when congratulating themselves about only putting it up less than elsewhere, because I think there's a lot we can do internal to this council to tackle poverty. And on the list of things that will make a difference, I'm not sure having another report to sit on a shelf in Glenurquhart Road is going to go a long way. But I'll be yet to, I welcome being proven wrong in this one. And I also note that there's the Labour colleagues over there supporting this. I would just like to say that after Rachel Reeves has finished with the economy, maybe we'll all need the Poverty Commission.
That's Offaly.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you to the authors of this report, and thank you to all the contributions. There's some very, very useful, valuable contributions today, and particularly Councillor Christie, who mentioned the literacy on poverty. We don't always know what poverty means, and it's often invisible. And Councillor Grafton, Councillor Johnston, who both mentioned the links between poverty and inequalities. As I said on Budget Day, I am very proud to be a councillor and be part of this initiative. But I'm also sad to read the figures in the paper reminding us why we are doing this. I'm sad and angry to see that in the 6th richest economy in the world, and in a region known for producing so much energy, 1/3 of households are living in fuel poverty and 22% in extreme fuel poverty. It's also unbelievable that while financial help is badly needed by many, an estimated £70 million of benefits remain unclaimed. The plan outlined in the paper will help many of our constituents in need access support they are entitled to. But there is a challenge, and maybe Alison, you can extend on this, and I apologize because I know this is only the beginning. How are we going to reach out to residents in need, afraid of asking for help because of the stigma, but also because of the negative reporting we're exposed to every day on things like benefits? Thank you very much.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I've just got some questions, if you don't mind. It's at 5.2 in the report. It's second to the bottom, 70 million estimated of unclaimed benefits in the Highland area, including 6.9 unclaimed pension credits affecting 3,000 people. Now, I'm thinking, if we know how much is unclaimed and we know how many people it's affecting, are we contacting those people? Because they have a right to this money. So that's my first question. And if we aren't, is it possible that we could put some sort of flyer in with the council tax? Because it's really important we get this money to the people who need it, and it will help poverty. My second or third question, I can't remember how many I've asked, is what happens to this money when it's not claimed? Does it just sit with some government or us, or who uses it and where is it? Just thinking.
Councillor Mackie.
Thank you, convener. As everybody around the chamber will know, us Scots, in many respects, have kind of struck the lottery a number of times. If you look at the fact that we live in one of the most beautiful countries in the world, and that people flock from all over the world to come and spend money here and generate wealth here, the fact that we have abundant natural resources, and for decades that has created generational wealth, and we are about to strike it lucky for a third time with the renewables revolution, where billions will be invested in this part of the world. But if we fail to improve the lot of far too many people in Highland, at the same time as Councillor Fanny outlined that we have seen constraint energy and payments made for turbines that are not spinning, and cold homes in the shadow of generation, I believe that we will have massively failed to look after Highlanders. I absolutely support the establishment of this Poverty and Equality Commission, and I would like to think that every member could help play a role in giving it teeth, I think was the description that was used there, not just being a force for good, but actually pointing out where this inequality exists. I do believe that this could go hand in hand with other initiatives. We've talked about the Renewables Charter a number of times here, and I believe that the more that we can join up both opportunities and indeed the fact that we do have, in my opinion, a very disappointing, I think it's a shameful position that we have far too many people not being able to access opportunities and seeing generational periods of folk not in either highly skilled or highly paid work. I do believe that we are on the cusp of something massive. We're on the cusp of something great. And if we get the initiatives like this done right, I think this is a great place to start. I also think that the Commission, I think that Scottish ministers should monitor this initiative, because I believe if we can get this right in Highland, this is something that should be rolled out elsewhere, and I would like to see that in many cases that Highlands can be a pathfinder for what can work elsewhere in remote and rural Scotland. Thank you, convener.
Councillor Bremner.
Thanks, convener, and I'd like to thank Leader of the Opposition and yourself for the discussion that we had in respect of the setting up of the Commission. We discussed the points that some of the points that we discussed. The Leader of the Opposition has actually outlined in terms of job description and finding the best people to undertake the task, and other aspects of the Commission, and also moving at pace with some of the points that we're talking about today. Even we were talking about certain timelines that would be within a couple of weeks. When you bring something to the budget table, it's not shameful to consider contingencies. That's not a shameful thing to do. That's a prudent thing to do. You need to cover off the financial basis, especially when it's something that you're taking forward that you are leaving to others to actually take the vision forward and form the basis on which the work of that organisation, that commission, will be. The idea of establishing a poverty and an inequalities commission was an idea brought forward by this administration for reasons that it outlined in its budget. And I'm really grateful that so many people in the chamber have said that they support that idea. But please let's continue the positive approach to the work of that commission. We have a financial envelope which we still have to determine the precise use for. The administration of the commission is what's important. We may be able to work with national third sector partners that can help us reduce costs, but right now we can't assume anything at this stage. Councillor Christie said much of this will be discussed and explored by the chair. If we don't require the elements of the financial envelope, we simply won't use them. If we need more, then we would become aware of that during the work of the commission. Councillor Balance heard you, and I think that idea has merit, because you can hear by the contributions of so many in the chamber here that I think that they would like to see some of their ideas incorporated. But there is work to be done right at the start in terms of the setting up of the commission. I think we need to consider how we approach our discussions in respect of the establishment and the work of the commission and the work of the partners, and also our own work that we do here at council in support of the commission. Our focus has to be on those that we have identified this commission could and should most benefit. Councillor Grafton, I understand what you're saying in terms of what is it? Is it poverty? Is it inequality? But for me, a lot of inequality is actually related so much to poverty, and that's why so many people, even in the debate I was listening to, they talk about poverty, and I think that's because they know that if you can actually tackle one, you will automatically, in many ways, deliver the other. Rent rises and council tax rises, unclaimed pension credit. That's all all part of the work of everyone, council and its partners, and to get the balance right about securing investment to improve the lot of many that reduces fuel and heating bills and protects those against the adverse impact on securing that investment. No council tax rise, no rent rise, no investment in being able to provide better insulation. It all comes at a cost. And the balancing act is being able to make sure that we do deliver that investment and how we pay for that investment, but yet protect those who are most liable to be hit by any impact of that. And we absolutely get that. That's why we did deliver the second lowest council tax in Scotland. And that's why we protected rent rises for so many years until it got to the point where we had to deliver on the investment of insulating people's homes so that we can get them the ability to be able to have lower fuel bills. And there is an element of where we actually protect people by supporting them with the millions that we know that they could get, and they're not getting at the moment. All work of the Commission. Thanks very much, Convener.
That's okay.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you very much for the report. I think it contains some pretty shocking statistics. 1 in 4 children in the Highlands being in poverty once you've accounted for housing costs is appalling, and shows the need for more housing, as does the 8,700 people on the Highland Housing Register. I'm sure we all get questions from residents about why do we need more houses in the Highlands. That's why there are nearly 9,000 homeless families who are waiting for a house. They are currently in a house that is not fit for them and they need somewhere to live. I think there's a statistic in here that particularly addresses the belief that people claiming benefits are scroungers. That clearly isn't true. 2/3 of children in poverty have an adult in their house working. These are not people sitting around doing nothing. These are people who are already working hard, doing as much as they can, and they are that they can't do anymore, and we need to give them the help that is out there. Should declare a transparency statement. I'm on the board of Inverness Citizens Advice Bureau as my role as a councillor. We hear case studies from the Citizens Advice caseworkers about what they've managed to achieve. On average, they get £1,000 of financial benefit for everyone that gets referred to them. And so often that people in those situations have had multiple contacts with council services, NHS, other public sector organisations already. And we're clearly missing an opportunity to join things up and get things right the first time. And I think this commission has a real good chance of making things better. See the same thing in my NHS work, that you get people who are, it's not the first time they've seen a doctor. It's not the first time that you know that they can see in council social workers, and yet they're still not getting the benefits that are available to them. And we could definitely do a better job at linking this up. And I'm really pleased to see this commission setting up to try and address that. There is one organisation I think that we could probably consider being involved. Is it one of the unfortunate realities of being in poverty is you are much more likely to have contact with the police for whatever reason than someone who's not. I think the police probably have a good role here. We're going to invite an NHS Highland representative. I wonder if we could consider having a police representative, because they are going to work at the front lines in areas that the people who are most need to benefit from this commission. And I think they probably have a lot to add. I know they've got stretched time, but I think it's probably worth asking them for their input when we're doing this. Thank you very much.
Councillor Gregson.
Thank you, convener. Yes, members have spoken well of the depth and tragedy of poverty and the daily experience of it, which blights so many. So I briefly want to speak in support of the Commission, and the leaders' words sum up a very admirable and commendable initiative, which I hope will drive forward support for individuals and communities across the Highlands. I would simply urge that what are the Council's targets become Highlands targets by ensuring that the wider civil society and particularly the third sector are strongly involved in this, with obviously an independent chair would be excellent. Thank you.
Oh, and there was a particular question about benefits. Can you answer that?
Thank you, convener. Councillor Smith, you asked about the number of staff, number of customers not claiming benefits. So, for instance, 6.9 million for pension credit in Highland Council. Only last week, somebody in Sheila's team, we managed to secure somebody getting £149 a week for pension credit, which is a huge amount of money for those by any stretch of imagination. That's just one example. I know there's similar examples through the CAB, our partner provider for delivering this. In terms of sharing information, you've got so many organisations involved. You've got Scottish Government, UK Government, local authorities, third sector, and data protection does prevent as much data sharing as we would like, right? But there's always ways around it in terms of advertising services, promoting the services. The key for us, Councillor Smith, is when you actually identify customers who need help, how do we actually help them? Now, that help could be actually supporting them to claim. Sometimes it's actually persuading them to make the claim in the first place because of the stigma kind of thing. So what we're trying to do, and this was one of the other parts of the investment proposal, and investment one, it wasn't the budget, of £250,000 for welfare support officers. The very nature of that funding is to build on our successful model that we have for benefit take-up with the Council and the CAB to actually provide greater help and more available help for people across Highland to claim benefit once we identify who they are. And as I say, the aforementioned example last week of £149 a week, it's huge amounts of money and it's transformational for some people. Thank you.
All right, and where does the money sit?
Yeah, it's if the money, where does the money come from, and therefore where does it go if it's not spent?
The likes of pension credit is underwritten by the UK government. You know, it's funded by the UK government, and there'll be some of the benefits could be funded by the Scottish government. You know, for example, if these benefits are unclaimed, that's just money that's not going out the UK government store, the Scottish government store, as the case may be.
Members, can we agree with the recommendations, please? And also, members,
Agree.
if you have any expertise in this this issue, or really a particular interest in this, can you please get in contact and possibly give us a very short CV that lets us know of your interest, because we really need to go forward with this at pace. Thank you. Item 7 on your agenda is community benefits from net zero developments. Malcolm.
Okay, thank you. Afternoon, members. So just a very short intro to this. It's perhaps, relates perhaps to some of the conversations we've just been having in terms of the previous item. It is a consultation by Scottish Government on making sure that or setting out a number of questions based on the offshore renewables developments and the benefits that might flow from these to local communities. But it does go a bit further, actually, and talk about onshore renewables of all types. So you'll see we've done a very comprehensive response to this. And the reason that's important is set out basically in the report itself. You can see that the kind of key areas of focus in the Council's response. It is about equitable distribution of these benefits, the need to drive sustainable economic growth, and that's making sure that there is a legacy from all of these types of developments, inclusive decision making. And you'll recall we also touched on that as part of our social value charter, measurable outcomes, and making sure there are strategic priorities so that any benefit is not immediately dissipated. So the response you can see there is driven very much by our social value charter, which we agreed as a council last year. I guess the kind of key message, there was a report to E&I committee recently on this. We have got good engagement from some renewable energy developers, but there is definitely need for us to have more as we move forward. And in particular, when we see this consultation, I think it's really important that we retain the democratic Highland-based organisations to be driving this forward. And avoid the risk of it becoming a national approach. So these are the kind of key messages set out in our consultation response, and very much support and strengthen and hopefully push towards mandatory benefits, and hopefully in line with our social value charter for renewables.
Councillor Gowans.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you to Malcolm and the team for preparing this report and for Malcolm for his introduction. I'm very happy to move the recommendations that are set out in this report. This is our response to the Scottish Government's consultation on good practice principles for both onshore and offshore renewable energy. And it's seeking submissions from stakeholders on how we might enhance the community benefit provided by developers, and clearly this is extremely important for Highland going forward. This is a substantial and comprehensive and well-informed response to this consultation. There are not many areas in Europe that are so vested in the renewable sector as Highland. But moreover, we need to look at the importance that this has for Highland going forward and the benefits that these should be able to bring, and currently benefits that they are not bringing that they should. It's worth saying, though, just as an aside, that we heard in the last item, and Malcolm touched on it there, about poverty, that quite a number of speakers mentioned the renewable sector and the disparity, if you like, between we're in an area which is very rich and will be even richer in renewables, but yet people in Highland pay more for their electricity than anywhere else in the UK. And that is perverse, members, and I'm sure you all join me in that sentiment. But while most community benefits, by and large, are set around £5,000, not all, but mostly, and they have enabled some communities to enhance and develop projects in their areas. And that's all very well. But most of these are not strategic. By introducing the Social Value Charter with an additional £7,500, that enables us to have a strategic pot. So that strategic pot simply means that people across the Highlands, everyone in Highland, can have a share in prosperity of what is our natural resources. And why wouldn't they? It's their land, it's their wind, it's their sea. So we also need to look at how this money would be distributed. And again, we've set that out in our consultation. In section 7 at page 133, it's clearly set out how we would engage with communities and other stakeholders to ensure that any money that was generated would be spent equitably. But really, when we look at the disparity that there is between in the sector, when we have large renewable companies coming into the area, and the contribution that they give is £5,000 per megawatt. So what we're really saying to them is by engaging with our social value charter at £7,500 per megawatt, that would be a responsible action. But however, the key thing here is that that is not mandatory, it's a voluntary thing. So what we're really pushing here is for the Scottish Government to make that £7,500 social addition to the social value charter mandatory. So we would be guaranteed that that will enable us to have a sustainable and substantial fund going forward. So just to conclude, Convener, in essence, it's important that we start as we mean to go on. We need to send a clear message to the Scottish Government and the renewable sector about what our ambition here in Highland is and how that can be facilitated. But in the meantime, we're open to and keen to work with all the renewable developers and hope to engage with them positively in the context of the Social Value Charter and indeed to enable them to prosper as well. Thank you.
Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, thank you to the officers for pulling this paper together, presumably at quite short notice, especially Malcolm, you talking about the sort of possible centralisation of community benefit nationally, and that I think would not be good. There's actually a lot in this that I agree with, but I also have a lot of questions. I have to say I follow this sector as closely as I possibly can, but I didn't know about this particular consultation until the council papers came out. So my first question for the officers is, why are we only seeing it now? And my second question is, what steps have we taken to get community feedback on this? Specifically from community councils that are impacted and frankly drowning in an avalanche of applications. I spoke this week with a number of community councils who are heavily impacted by applications, and not one of them was aware of this particular consultation until I shared the papers with them. I think that is a democratic failure on our part. So I want to know what's happened there. I understand the closing date for the consultation is the 11th of April. Correct me if I'm wrong. So my question is, can some attempt be made between now and then to engage with the most impacted community councils and get their feedback, please? I think that is the minimum level of engagement that we should be looking at getting here on this, please. I do have an amendment I've shared with Lorraine on this matter, but I would very much, and I'll move the amendment now, but obviously I want to hear your response, please, Malcolm. Turning to the paper itself, firstly, under item 3.3, where you analyse risk, I don't understand the analysis given there at all, because there's no mention at all made of BESS applications under that. And given that so many people are voicing very real concerns about that. I mean, I'm no scientist. I really don't know the ins and outs of it, but it's all over the news and people are genuinely worried for their health and so on, and for fire risk, etc., regarding BESS applications, which are essentially popping up all over the place. I mean, I think we're more or less seeing them all over. We should start as a responsible council to cover that off under risk. You know, I mean, even if it's to say we don't know, we should cover it and we should acknowledge it. It's not going away. Likewise, under item number 4, which is impacts, it states an impact assessment's not required. Well, given the considerable hoops that we as councillors now have to go through in order to lodge a basic motion, how can it be that there is no impact assessment required here for this? I get it's a response to a consultation, but presumably the consultation in due course will have impacts, and presumably our response to it will therefore have impacts. Separately, what exactly are we doing for all the people who are going to be living next to a super substation or the pylon lines? The paper is absolutely silent on that particular cohort of people. It's clear that these people are basically being hung out to dry. And there is no attempt to recognise the reality for those folks. For them, it's not about the community benefit. No community benefit is going to compensate them for what's happening to them. A lot of them are under immense actual stress. I mean, I know this because I've spoken to many of them in my ward. They're actually having health issues as a result of this because of the stress. Nothing's going to compensate them for the loss of value separately. You know, for example, in their homes, the disruption, the noise, the inevitable stopping up of roads when all this infrastructure comes in. This council needs to recognise that and start standing up for these folks. You know, a new hall, a new training package at UHI is irrelevant for these people. Irrelevant. For many people, community benefit is seen as a bribe from developers to secure planning permission from this council. In part, thanks to the Social Value Charter, another document that our communities were unaware of until it was set in stone here in this HQ. You know, we should be honest about that. We should address it. And if we are to take community benefit, the bottom line is that it should be for the affected communities to decide how that money is spent, not a decision for Glenurquhart Road, no matter how that decision-making process is dressed up. In fact, let's turn it on its head. Why on earth should a community which is not in any way adversely impacted by infrastructure benefit? That's a different way of looking at it, and I just want to put that out there. I move my amendment. I'll do that now, make sure I've done that. But yeah, lots of questions, Malcolm, if that's something I can put to you. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to start by saying I second Councillor Crawford's motion. I think it's really important that communities are consulted on this. But let me be clear that I think the community benefit money must stay in the communities it was intended for, the principle, and that's the promise of it. Anything else is just a breach of trust with our communities. Because these funds were never designed to be swallowed up into some big central pot tucked away in the back rooms of Glenurquhart Road. They exist because our communities are being asked to carry the burden of developments. Often these are developments that were never asked for and that our communities outright don't want. Wind farms, large-scale infrastructure, disruption to the local landscape, roads, and the lives of residents are impacted. These are local impacts, and the benefits that come from them must be local too. So we're being asked to accept a situation where local voices are overridden, where decisions are made far away from the communities they affect, and where the benefit money is treated as a convenient top-up to the council budgets here in Glenurquhart Road. That's not about community empowerment, it's centralisation in this chamber. So let's not kid ourselves on with this, members. The Social Values Charter, which is known wildly as the Weasels Charter, was never asked for by our communities. It was cooked up in here, wrapped up in vague jargon and handed down to our communities like some sort of gift. But it's not a gift, it's a grab, isn't it? Take the money and keep it in here with no meaningful say from local residents. Meanwhile, our communities watch the slow, quiet lining of the pockets of Glenurquhart Road at their direct expense. The very communities these funds were meant to support are being taken away. So I would like to say absolutely make it clear for the record, 100% of the community benefit money should be retained within the community, not some of it, not a token share, all of it. It must also be left for local members at a ward level to determine how best to use that funding to support their communities. That's what democracy looks like. We know what our communities need, we know what they want, and we know what their priorities and their ambitions are. And it should be at our discretion, not controlled by this HQ or filtered through another layer of bureaucracy. Now, the communities that I represent, people I've spoken to across the Highlands, don't want this infrastructure imposed on them, and they certainly don't want this weasel's charter. They don't want to be dictated to how best to spend the money that's meant for them. Now, we hear that this is all about fairness, it's about dignity, it's about the rights of the Highland communities to benefit from all of the future funding. And Councillor Gowan said that the Social Values Charter is fair because everybody gets a share of it. Well, what I'm hearing, Councillor Gowans, from our community is your Social Values Charter is robbing people. It's not acceptable to our communities.
Why?
So I will not support any policy, any charter, strategy or consultation response that looks to centralise community benefit funds or strips away power from a local level and takes these money away from the people who will bear the impact of it the most. They should be the ones that have the money, and they should be the ones that decide how the money is spent. So I support Councillor Crawford's motion. We need better consultation on this, and we certainly need the Social Values Charter retired to the bin where it belongs.
Councillor Rees.
Thank you very much, Convener. I'm glad that we're discussing this today because one of the striking facts, and it's such a complex topic, is that community benefit is not a material planning consideration. So at the last meeting of MPAC, when this kind of came up, we were advised we were not able to discuss it. So it's healthy that we can discuss it here today. And really, like the previous item on poverty, it's a very hot topic with our public. And as elections come in the next year or two, it will focus your minds, I suspect, and so it should. Secondly, there's a lot more community benefit coming down the line, if you'll pardon the pun. There are going to be more overhead lines, there are going to be more BESS, more substations. And as already been alluded to, do these pay some community benefit or not? It should at least be considered. I just want to give you a couple of figures, and I know it's after lunch and it's kind of the twilight time, but here's a thought for you. In Scotland, roughly, the total operational, under construction and consented power is about 40 megawatts, which very roughly is getting towards the UK peak demand, close to it. There's another 33 gigawatts at application stages. Please concentrate on this one. Current peak demand, roughly, for Scotland is about 5 gigawatts. Current peak, the most we'll ever need is 5 gigawatts. By 2050, if all the electrical schemes towards net zero go ahead, that figure will be round about 10 or 11 gigawatts. Remember what I just said, we've already got 40. These are not my figures. Look up the National Energy System Operator figures, which was National Grid. They'll confirm them for you. There's also some of the offshore wind to be considered, obviously. Now, to get this power south, and I'm not 100% certain on my facts, but it's pretty simple maths. A lot more grid capacity is required. I pride myself, rightly or wrongly, on digging around and trying to find out more about things. And it appears to me we will probably need at least another 3 sets of overhead lines south from Caithness to the south, on top of the one that is currently the subject of hot debate. Each overhead line takes 6 gigawatts and each subsea cable takes about 2 gigawatts. If you do these basic sums, you can see we've got to get this power south, but we can't because at the English border until 2030, the restriction is approximately 6.7 gigawatts. So the more power we produce here is just going to lead to more constraint payments. Beatrice Wind Farm, which I was a strong supporter of and still am, it alone has received about, if I'm correct, 1.2 billion already in subsidies and constraint payments. 1.2 billion. That's the reality. As I've said, in MPAC, we've been told that this apparent contradiction is not a material planning consideration. So this is where we need to discuss it. And I'm really grateful for it. And I wish the officers every success with the Charter. But I would like you just to think, and again, I say this often because I'm not an expert on this. There was a report done by an Orcadian-based firm 2 or 3 years ago called Aquaterra. They looked at a number of Scottish wind farms, and the ones that are community-owned pay an average of £170,000 per megawatt per annum. And if you happen to go to Orkney, you might notice a lot of new schools and excellent quality roads, and there is a link to be drawn. To put that into perspective, locally, just for Caithness, the cluster of wind farms on the Casimir, if you use those figures, that would generate round about 16, 17 million a year. So in 2 years, you'd have 2 brand new primary schools at the 2 villages closest to that cluster. That's what I call real community benefit. I'm in 2 minds about what I think about the social housing. I really wish you well with it, but putting it politely, I just think it's modest. I was delighted to hear the word mandatory. I'm not going to get into the argument of how much, Councillor Gowans, we've had this sort of tiff before, how much is UK government and how much is Scottish government? And I think this is one we could all pretty much work together on. I actually don't fully understand it. It's so complicated. But I admired what you said, and I was really quite encouraged. But £7,500 per megawatt, I don't want to sound rude, it's not actually a great amount. And I hope we will involve the community councils. I just think it's so important, the very front line of democracy. And when necessary, legally speaking, we need to make use of holding objections when required so we can get the facts and figures straight. But please, if I've got 30 seconds, no, all right, I'll finish. But thank you.
That's a craft.
Thank you. And thanks for making the case for independence, Councillor Rees, reminding us all how rich and wealthy we are. I absolutely welcome this. I would like to see more than the 5%, which is going directly to the affected communities and will continue to go directly to the affected communities. The additional 7.5 will go to the wider area. I'd like to see more, and I'd like to see it index linked. That is out with our control. So I hope that the Scottish and UK governments support this. It's great. Equitable distribution of our riches is long, long overdue. And it's one of the biggest things I hear when I go through my ward and I see little villages that have sometimes so much money they don't know what to do with it. They've built their hall. They would actually like to support projects in other areas, but cannot do so because the money is constrained to that postcode. So in my experience, it is what the majority of my communities have been asking for, a wider distribution. This gives communities, it puts communities at the heart, and it offers the sustainability going forward. And I completely welcome the HCPP being fully involved in the distribution of this funding. I think it's excellent news, and I totally support it. Thank you.
Councillor Edmondson.
Thank you, Convener. Let's not forget why community benefit was first paid out. And I come and live in an area which hosted the first wind farm in the Highlands, the Nobar wind farm. It's paid out on the presumption that something negative has happened to that local host community for the wind farm. It's not just out of generosity. So I think that's what we need to be focused, that the host communities for these need to take the lion's share of whatever benefit that's available. And Councillor there has touched upon one of the key issues with all of these things is that there are many conditions that basically wrap communities up. And I hope that the Scottish Government, after reading all the responses, will try and unravel this so that the money can be spent in wiser and more strategic ways that it's not able to be done now. I mean, there's a lot I agree with in this report, but I don't agree with, I don't quite understand this Kafkaesque world where basically we're being asked to agree to have community benefit to help pay and lift people out of poverty when the very same community benefit are coming from the electricity companies and the high electricity bills that are pushing them into poverty. I mean, you know, is this the world I've entered into? It's perverse. There's a lot of talk about the £7,500, which is basically inflation based on the 2010 £5,000 a megawatt fee. Really, if we were looking at electricity prices, these payouts should be £15,000 per megawatt. So these are all issues that we really need to think about. And I think the other thing that hasn't actually been mentioned at all is that what's happening in the real world is that community benefit is being weaponized. It's being used to play one community or sector off against another in a classic Sun Tzu art of war scenario. And really anything that we can do as a council to stop that complete competition between and conflict between our local communities would only be beneficial. A little minor point, is tidal and wave dead as a renewable energy? It's just that it's not mentioned, and it might be worth mentioning that in 1B when you're discussing the other renewable projects. I think that's it as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
That's a Baird.
Thank you, convener. And in my ward, I have quite a number of applications in the renewable sector, and in particular ones that are coming with battery energy storage systems. We have had developer after developer come and tell us these items are not subject to community benefit. This is wrong. We have a very high-powered expert in our ward who has been studying lithium batteries, etc., etc. He's been to all the councils down in England and Wales on fire safety. And just a further one here, we had a public meeting in my area in Bona Bridge. 150 people were there with Marie Todd, MSP, and she was sent to go back to the Scottish Parliament and get the planning agreement that future planning applications that come to this council have to have fire and rescue as a consultee and not there as just to review the papers coming in. So thank you for that.
Members, just remember to keep on topic. This is about our response to a consultation. Just a hint. Councillor Gregson.
Thank you, convener. I'm happy to support Councillor Crawford's amendment. I think it's very important that we should consult with impacted community councils as we go forward in what could be a very transformational new industrial revolution, as has been described. And it's great to hear Councillor Craft endorsing the importance of the UK government in such processes. We're only going to benefit if we join up our thinking. Councillor Rees has emphasised the tremendous impact that there will be on communities across the Highlands, and those are really mind-boggling statistics about the scale, the developments and developments still to come. Just to refer briefly to the Highlands and Islands Regional Economic Partnership, our joint strategy, we're a key member of that across several agencies, and one of the key drivers of growth going forward is indeed to achieve more effective approaches to community benefit and to ensure community-led development. Community engagement is key, and so it really is important that we recognise that the high quality of the document which we have produced, not with enough involvement of communities, that would in fact be improved on in the future. Our social values charter could be a very helpful document, but we need to go forward with community engagement in this next process. Thanks.
That's a balance.
Thank you, convener. My apologies for standing up and speaking. I wasn't going to until Councillor Stewart stood up, and he's just so wrong. I mean, firstly, I was at a community council meeting last night where they were complaining about the number of consultations that they receive and are expected to reply to. If Councillor Stewart and Councillor Gregson are asking us to consult with every community council before putting in any consultation to any government, any response to any government consultation, then really they'll be doing nothing but discussing our consultation responses. It's simply not appropriate. This is a consultation response to something which is almost certainly going to be ignored by the government anyway. And firstly, what we are doing in the proposals and in the Social Value Charter is increasing community benefit to local communities by 50%. I don't think any community is going to be objecting to that. I really don't. I think this is a step forward. And the idea of making these benefits mandatory rather than at the whim of the developer is also a step forward. Now, I chair the Inverness Community Partnership, which covers some of the areas of highest deprivation and poverty in Scotland. Areas like Merkinch are never going to get any community benefit because they're never going to get a renewable development on their doorstep. The Social Value Charter for Renewables allows the council to take in more money from developers to distribute to poorer areas. Councillor Stewart has just been arguing for the Poverty and Equality Commission, but to object to this, the Social Value Charter is actually to speak in favour of more inequality. I've got areas in my ward which simply don't know what to do with the amounts of money that they're getting even now, let alone what they're about to be getting in a few years' time. So I'm thoroughly in support of the Social Values Charter. I'm thoroughly in support of this response to the Scottish Government consultation. And the final point I would make is that the real money in renewable energy is ownership. I used to have a poster on the wall which said, "We don't want more cake, we want the whole bakery." Didn't actually say whole, but I won't use the word it did say. If we have an ownership stake in renewable energy, the rewards for us are much, much greater. And therefore, I applaud all of the council's attempts to get involved with joint venture agreements with renewable developers. I think that's good. And to echo what Councillor Gowan started off by saying, why should the profits from Highland renewables go to the Ontario Teachers Pensions Fund? Why don't some of them stay here? It's our land, it's our sea, it's our rain, it's our wind. We need to keep at least some of the benefits of this, and I thoroughly support this response, and I thoroughly support the Highland Social Value Charter. Thank you.
Order. It is that Councillor Ballins has misunderstood deliberately, I think, there. The amendment was
actually not a point of order.
Consult impacted community councils.
Councillor Gill.
My points have been made already. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
So I will be brief. If you are on the north side of the Black Isle, you have amazing views. You have amazing views of all the wind farms at Navarre, the wind farm across the Cromarty Bridge, and if you stand on the main street of Kilbokie, you can also see all the wind farms west. Does the Black Isle get any community benefit? No. Do we have the impact of these wind farms? Yes. And to be honest, equitable distribution of this money is the only fair way. Now, I know Councillor Edmondson spoke very eloquently about the benefits of the community benefit and having that impact on the community. However, I would say, for me, given the poverty aspect, it feels unjust that some communities will have huge vast pots of money next door to complete areas of poverty, especially in Easter Ross. So I think that the consultation is only for the benefit of the community, and there can't be anything bad about spreading that money a little bit wider so that all of our communities, even those that can't have wind farms, like the south side of the Black Isle, because the radars it would interfere with the radars within Inverness Airport. So yes, I completely support this paper. Thank you.
We have 5 more speakers, members, the last of which will be Councillor Gregg, and then we'll draw this to a close. So I have next Councillor Loudon.
Thank you, Convener, and thanks to the authors of the report. A very detailed and worthwhile study. The items.
Hold on a second, Derek. Let's be fair to other speakers. I think they've been fair to you, so please keep it quiet. Wasn't to you, Derek. You just carry on.
Oh, okay. I couldn't work out what I'd done wrong this time. Right. So
when you have, I'll let you know.
Oh, yeah. Usually you do. I see this as an advance, and the page 122 5.3. The need to be mandatory is something I've worked on for the last 7 years, and members who've heard me get on my feet about this all that time. I've looked for this to happen, and that's a great thing. The other issues. I mean, there's been a number of points have come out. The cabling, Sumitomo are there largely to lay cables. They've a particular focus on undersea cables, and that they haven't put an investment that big in to disappear overnight. So it's a major and very welcome investment. I think there was also quite a lot of discussion over electricity prices, and the wholesale price is a single UK wholesale price. Ofgem have been consulting on changing that. It hasn't happened yet, but let's wait and see. I hope that REMA will be acted on, and that consumers in areas like ours will see some benefit from that in the years ahead. I'm saying that in particular because the cost of wind energy didn't go up when Russia invaded Ukraine, and the cost of hydropower didn't go up when Russia invaded Ukraine. Those are the determinants of the cost of electricity in our region. The price the cost of them didn't change, but the price of them doubled. So why was that? The single UK market didn't work in our favour. We were effectively subsidising other areas. So this is an opportunity to try and claw some of that money back. It is an opportunity as well for us to grow our economy, and for that benefit to stay with the people in this area. I've heard what you've said on the Beatrice wind farm. I think there are much more efficient ways of using that energy than has been the case. I wish that we had a say in that. That's maybe a future submission, Malcolm. But I very much welcome the one that we have made, and I look forward to the continuing development of this in the years ahead.
Councillor Jarvie, Barbara.
Okay, thank you. Without repeating, Councillor Edmondson, actually, in echoing the hypocrisy of this following item 6, poverty and equality. If our bills were cheaper, item 6 would not be a needed item on the agenda at all, because our bills would be cheaper. We're paying for something that isn't even here yet, and we're paying for a price. It's quite unbelievable, actually. We have the dearest bills, and we're getting all these objects put everywhere without much consultation. Given that this consultation ends on the 11th of April, and you know, we're coming up to Easter, so lots of people away. Does this meet? My question is, does this meet the standard in the Community Empowerment Act, when engagement with communities and collating their views in a valued way? Because this seems really short. And are there, under the impacts in point 4, there's not been much mention of restraints on spending criteria. Someone else mentioned that some communities are swimming in money from these wind farms. It's actually some of the criteria on the spending make it really difficult for them to spend. It's not a shortage of need or ideas. It doesn't fit the criteria. So that really needs to be very clear, you know, that it is for community actions and without restrictions. And is there retrospective community benefits on some of these, you know, energy things that are already here? That, you know, nobody thought it was going to head into this scale, and there's been no community benefit come from them, but they're there in our face. So has there been any attempt to retrospectively get benefits for areas? Because I'm sure the tally would be good. Somebody's making a lot of money. It's not Highland, and it's not the locals. We need the money off our bills. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bremner.
No, I agree with Councillor Balance with what he said, so I don't need to speak.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, convener. Yeah, really appreciate the comments made in the debate here. It's been really helpful. I think we all recognise, you know, the Bewley to Denny power line, and I think it was expressed so well by Councillor Rees from Caithness when he talked about the quadrupling of the number of pylons. And I think we've done so far a bit of mapping, which has been requested by Councillor Helen Crawford. Could we see mapping? Could we see what it looks like? But I think it would be really helpful, certainly in my ward of Inverness South, and probably in your own, convener, of Badenoch and Strathspey, that, you know, when you think the Bewley to Denny power line, it's going to cross through the Slough Summit, through Badenoch and Strathspey, the Drumochter Pass, just where you see the Welcome to the Highlands sign, people are likely to see 4 new overhead power lines, 4 separate new pylons there. And I think it would be really good as a visualisation to see that, so that we can consider it and that our constituents can consider it, and so that government officers can consider it as well. But I think if we can visualise it, we can see exactly how strong it is and how compelling the case is for better funding for this council. So I wholeheartedly support the council's objective in this item. Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you, convener. I'd just like to pick up for what Councillor Balance said. I entirely agree with you, Councillor Balance, on the spread of the money. As someone who represents a ward that's entirely in the city, I'm not going to be able to stick a renewable energy thing in the Regmore estate to give them cash, and it's we can't afford to do things on Regmore estate that we would like to. And when you hear that there are parts of the council area with more money than they know what to do with, that's a very difficult situation to be in, and I think we do need to balance the things. But Councillor Balance, I think it's a shame that you addressed your argument in the way that you suggested we tried to consult community councils on all consultations forever. That's clearly not what the amendment's addressing, and you know that, because we can clearly decide when it is and is not appropriate to talk to community councils. The fact we're using the words community benefit, we should be speaking to communities about this. It doesn't make sense to consult the people of the Regmore estate on how we dispose of nuclear materials in the north, but it would make sense in something like this. And I think that's what the amendment's addressing at. Thank you.
Malcolm, there are 1 or 2 questions, especially from Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, thanks very much. So in terms of the questions asked about the process, obviously as everyone is aware, this is a Scottish Government consultation, and this is the Council's response to it. So that's the purpose of it coming to Council, is that it's been prepared by us. I am aware that there have been specific consultation meetings held by Scottish Government, and that there has been a good attendance from Highland community groups. I would also highlight that the Scottish Community Development Centre has also run sessions with their member groups, and one was in Inverness. So I think there has been, an information flow to those that are most affected. I think in terms of the future, clearly the community engagement officers that we agreed through the council motion recently, interviews were held this week, so we're making progress on that, and that will help with that information flow back and forward from communities in the future. So I think the questions around the consultation, which were also raised about the length of time and the run up to Easter, it's not our consultation process, it's Scottish Government. So I guess the questions could be addressed to them. The point about waive and title is a really good one, and we'll take that on board because you're right, it's not in that list. There was reference to other forms of renewable energy like battery energy storage systems. So the whole point of our, not the whole point, but one of the key points of our social value charter was, because the current guidance applies to onshore renewables, voluntary guidelines for onshore renewables, largely related to wind energy. So we've said in the response that any new guidance should be related to every type of renewable activity, and we are seeing some progress, but I think having mandatory approaches would really help with that. And I think the question was asked about, is there a retrospective approach to community benefit? So the answer to that is no. But again, these are voluntary guidelines. So I think, it's a fair point to raise, but the reality is we are very much, and have been for the last 20 years, as part of a voluntary arrangement. And I think that is the key message that should be going back. I think I've dealt with all the questions there, Convener.
Councillor Crawford, you have an amendment. You would be entitled to speak for 5 minutes on your amendment, and then Councillor Gowans would be entitled to speak if you both so wish. I personally don't think it's necessary, but it's up to you.
Sorry, you're saying there's two amendments?
No, there's a motion and an amendment. Yeah. So you're entitled to speak to wind up for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I would just like to just clarify a few points. Just thank you very much, Malcolm, for everything you've said. Really appreciate that. Just to clarify, though, that the community councils that I spoke to, and this is very much the part of this. This is why this motion's been put forward by me. Hadn't heard about this consultation, so I know that one of them is, or actually 2 or 3 of them, are probably fielding the biggest number of applications across the Highlands of any community council. So it's just to flag that up, and that is the reason for the very narrow amendment. Actually, I just want to say also thank you to actually contributions from almost everyone. And all of the groups, because this is really good stuff that we're having this debate and that we're all putting forward how it is from our impacted communities. And I actually am very grateful to everyone who's contributed on this. The amendment is very narrowly worded and is simply adding, and that we try, if we can, an urgent consultation with the impacted community councils before getting this off on the 11th of April. I know time would obviously be of the essence, but I just really think that if we were to do that, it would be very much appreciated that we tried to do it as best we could in the time that we were given. And I think that that would be a really super helpful thing for us to do as a council. The other thing I did want to maybe clarify is that I'm not asking that this be a massively wide consultation, Councillor Balance. It's purely those most impacted community councils, the most impacted. And I mean, I think we all know who they are. You know, we could advance, in fact, if we had a real-time online mapping, we could just look at it and we could just look at it and we would know exactly which ones they are. But certainly, I'm sure that councillors in the impacted wards could put forward the names of the community councils that are most impacted. So it's a very simple amendment, small amendment, and would be very grateful if we could support that, please. Thank you.
Councillor Gowans, you have the same opportunity.
Thank you very much, Convener. Well, obviously, I don't accept the amendment because a number of reasons. Firstly, even if I were minded to accept it, it would be impossible to carry out. Firstly, how would you even determine who the most impacted community councils are? I'm sure every community council would be battling for that accolade. But secondly, I think you've got this wrong. I think Councillor Balance was absolutely right. This consultation is aimed at key stakeholders. And I would refer you to the papers, to section 4, where it simply states there, ensuring that decision makers accurately reflect and incorporate the needs or priorities of communities. It then sets out under subheadings, community representation in decision making, structural feedback mechanisms, participatory budgeting, capacity building for communities, multi-stakeholder governance, mandated response to community feedback, and regular review and adaptation. Members, this paper is a substantial response to this. It's been put together expertly by officers. It has answered the questions that have been posed to this council from the Scottish Government. Talking about how the money will be distributed, etc., is way down the line, way down the line. The other thing is that some things have been conflated here because this grabbing money from communities idea, we're not touching the £5,000. We can't take money from communities that they don't already have. So the social value charter is an additional, and I'll say it again, additional £7,500. But what I do applaud is your optimism that the Scottish Government will make it mandatory, because I sure hope they do. Thank you.
Okay, Stuart, I'll just hand over to you. We have a motion and an amendment.
Thank you, Convener. So, members, we have a motion from Councillor Gowan, seconded by Councillor Reid, and that's to move the recommendations within the report. We have an amendment from Councillor Crawford, seconded by Councillor Stewart, and that's to suggest a reworded recommendation number 3, and the text of that reworded recommendation is within the chat facility. So, for those members in the chamber, when we come to the vote, if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Gowans, I'd ask you to press the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Crawford, it'd be the red button. If you wish to abstain, it'd be the white button, and we'll start the voting shortly. So if everybody in the chamber has voted, we'll close the vote down. Thank you. And now go around the members on Teams. If you tell me you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Gowans, the amendment from Councillor Crawford, or to abstain, I'll start with Councillor Cameron.
The motion, please.
Councillor Coggle.
Motion, please.
Councillor Collier.
Motion, please.
Councillor Dundas.
Motion, please.
Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Amendment, please. Thank you.
Councillor Kennedy. Councillor Mackay. Councillor McLean.
Amendment, please.
Councillor McLennan.
Motion.
Councillor McGilvray.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Miller.
Motion.
Councillor Morrison.
Motion, please.
You've got stuff, your clothes ready for football. Just check you've got what you need in case I have to wash anything.
Laura, you're live online.
Councillor Niven.
Motion, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, there were 42 votes for the motion, there were 23 votes for the amendment, there were 2 abstentions, so the motion is carried.
Thank you, members. Thanks, Malcolm. Members, item 8 on your agenda is the Local Government Scotland Act 2004 Remuneration Amendment Regulations.
Convener, point of order, please. Can I propose that we have a 5-minute break? I see lots of nodding heads and yawns coming.
It has not been 2 hours yet since we started. I was going to stop about quarter past 4. So, members, item 8, and I move the recommendations, and I have a seconder in Councillor Bremner. You put something in the chat, but to me it doesn't look like an amendment. Okay. Can we do that? Item 9, update on the scheme of delegations. Stuart.
Thank you, Convener. So members, introduce this paper briefly. This item relates to proposed amendments principally to the scheme of delegation in respect of the administration of applications made under section 36 and 37 of the Electricity Act, and I think it reflects some concerns expressed at recent PAC meetings. The current scheme requires that when the Planning Authority wishes to raise a holding objection to proposed energy development, officers must first present a brief report to committee prior to submitting a response to Scottish ministers. Whilst this has ensured that objections are submitted with appropriate oversight and within statutory timescales, namely 2 months for section 37 and 4 months for section 36 applications, concerns have been raised about the risk of missing these deadlines due to increased pressures. The proposed amendment would therefore allow officers, following consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of the PAC, to submit a holding response within the statutory timeframe, irrespective of the recommendation. A full report would then be presented to committee for formal consideration, where members would decide whether to maintain or withdraw the objection. This ensures both procedural compliance and continued member oversight, while avoiding the risk of the Council's position being excluded due to missed deadlines. A further amendment is also proposed in respect of further environmental information, or FEI. Under the scheme, if further environmental information is submitted by an applicant following the committee's original consideration of a section 36 or 37 application, that information must be brought back to committee for a further response, even where the FEI does not materially change the proposal. To improve efficiency, the proposed changes would allow officers to respond to FEI under delegated authority where, in their professional judgment, the information does not increase the scale of the development, introduce new significant adverse environmental impacts, or undermine any mitigation previously proposed by the Council. As with initial responses, officers would consult with the Chair and Vice Chair of the PAC before issuing any delegated response. Where FEI is deemed material or potentially contentious, the matter would continue to be brought before PAC for full consideration. If approved, these amendments are seen to help to streamline the Council's processes while maintaining both community involvement and the authority's ability to fully participate in the consenting process. There are a couple of further changes that are being proposed within the scheme of delegation today. The first is in terms of licensing, and it's to allow the recall of immediate suspensions in this situation where, for example, a taxi driver has undertaken the requisite medicals, and that allows the suspension to be recalled. And secondly, in respect of trading standards, where we are submitting an updated list of statutes that the service operates under, principally to reflect some changes in legislation relating to the prohibition of single-use vapes.
That's all.
Yes, thank you, Convener, and thank you, Stuart, for the clear explanation of this proposal. I would just like to comment that the Scottish Government's untimely rush to get Section 36 and 37 applications processed is deeply regrettable. We shouldn't have to make procedural changes like this in order to ensure that our views are taken into account, but we now do. Anyway, I propose that we agree to the change to the scheme of the delegation. I look for a seconder. Thank you.
That's just Stuart.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to start with saying I'm going to move an amendment to this that we don't agree the scheme of delegation changes with regards to planning. The proposed update to scheme of delegation is not, in my view, a procedural tweak. It's a dismantling of the democratic oversight designed to have even more unchecked power to SNP planning chairs who've shown time and again that they're more interested in pleasing ministers in Edinburgh than standing up for the communities they're meant to represent. So the way that many in our communities will see this is nothing more than a stitch-up, a cynical move to ensure that controversial decisions, especially around these big energy infrastructure projects, including the further environmental information, are made out of sight, out of mind, with no public debate and no local accountability, and no opportunity for residents to see that the process is happening appropriate. This is all set against the backdrop of National Planning Framework 4, which is the SNP's explicitly pro-big energy, written into it through and through, is a clear path for corporate developers to strip local authorities of the tools they need to properly stand up for their constituents. And now this scheme of delegation change update by the Highland Council is offering the final piece of the puzzle, empowering the SNP to act like nodding dogs, dutifully rubber stamping whatever instructions come down from Holyrood. This is not a good look for this council. It's not something that I would be able to support. You know, we need to look at what's happening here, and we're saying that this is to expedite the process, but it's not. There's a bit of an interesting one here, because when this council was trying to court investors for the Freeport, we could convene at lightning speed a meeting to discuss the cable manufacturing plant. But when communities were raising the alarm over the SSEN Sky reinforcement project, something that affects many within our communities, we struggled to get a date in the diary for the meeting to discuss just that, the further environmental information, which currently meant that we couldn't object on time. So there's no issue with convening meetings at short notice when it when it suits us, but for other things, it seems to take as long as it takes, which isn't acceptable to me. Now, I think this scheme of delegation change could be seen as a blatant power grab for the planning chairs, and it's not what our communities want. We don't want things nodded through that can be discussed off camera in the back rooms where there's no public oversight. So I think this must be outright rejected. I think if we pass this today on a road public trust, shut down community oversight, and turn the Highlands into an open playground for corporate development with zero local accountability. So I think we need to rebuild trust with our communities on big energy. I think we heard from members previously that there's not a lot of trust with this council. We've heard from colleagues and this bench that our communities see the social values charter as buying our communities off. So I think doing this and having this and further information considered behind closed doors will do nothing but further erode the trust of our communities in what's happening with our planning process. So I think what we need to do is reject this change and just make sure that decisions about our communities are made in the right form, which is in a planning committee, not in a back room. Thank you.
Treasurer Stewart, I'm not going to comment on the merits of your amendment, but I find, as a long-term member of various planning committees, I find your statement that chairs of planning committees are politically motivated quite offensive. And I personally think I'll give you the opportunity to apologise for that remark. And I think you should reflect on it. I have never found in any case whether the chairs were over many planning committee meetings. I've never found any of the chairs, some of whom have been political party members, some of whom have not. I've never found any of them to play politics in the planning committee meetings. So as I said, I find your comments quite offensive. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Convener. For once, I agree with you. I am quite upset, annoyed at Councillor Stewart's comments there. I'm certainly going off the colour blue, that's for sure. This report quite clearly states that the proposed changes have been discussed with my colleagues, the chair and vice chair of South Pack and my vice chair in North Pack. And, to be honest, we are content with the report and the reasons behind this report in front of us today. Anybody who's on the planning committees, I should say, know very well that the timescales are tight for our officers who are under severe pressure to put together reports which are often complex and detailed, so that members have a proper a realistic chance to scrutinise these applications coming in front of us. And every year or every month almost, they seem to be getting more and more complex. Just for example, at North Pack, just on the 12th year of this month, officers were only given 30 days to present a report for a huge multi-million-pound project at Invergordon, which we had to come to a decision on. And that was totally unrealistic. But it also meant that officers were under immense pressure to do so at the expense of other projects. So it's, and as Councillor Stewart was alluding there about power grabs, it's absolutely nothing to do with that. It's not about organising meetings at short notice. It's about trying to give time for officers to properly prepare reports so that committees do have a full and detailed notice of what they're going to decide on. I really am very disappointed at Councillor Stewart's actions this afternoon, but I'm not surprised, that's for sure. But members, Councillor, I've forgotten his name now. Anyway, Paul from there. He has put it quite well, and I don't have anybody seconded Paul yet, but I certainly am happy to second it. I hope members can approve this paper with the details, changes proposed within the paper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. And I would just like to say I'm happy to support this proposal in this report. It makes perfect sense to me. I think what's brought home to me, as Councillor Miller referred to there, was the meetings we had just recently with North Pack and the huge demands that were placed on officers to bring reports to us. And it was, I mean, we're talking about a meeting that went on for a day and a half. So it was absolutely massive. And I think we need to reflect, on the resource levels of our planning departments, and I would fully support that we look at a review to see if we can staff them up, because they do a fantastic job in very difficult circumstances, and I'm happy to support anything we can do to help to support them. Thank you.
That's a great.
Thank you, Convener. I'd just like to try and clarify something based on what Councillor Stewart said. This amendment these changes would allow officers to both to raise an objection ahead of a planning meeting, not just support things as well, unless I've completely misread the papers. Okay.
Treasury.
Well, one of my questions is the one that Councillor Gregg's just asked. So I think the understanding is that officers could raise a holding objection. Yes. Okay. Thank you. I think for me, the key point is thinking back, as has been alluded to, the recent meetings of MPAC, and I guess it might be similar for SPAC, is just the sheer volume of work and the awareness that some of these developments are going to have consequences for sort of 40, 50, 60 years. And yet within our, what's the word, not syllabus, agenda, sometimes there are really quite small things which the officers give an usually excellent presentation on. And then there's about 20 seconds of debate and that's the end of it. And I kind of wonder if there's a way of enabling us to somehow streamline it so these enormous applications get the right amount of time. I think, you know, if the chair and the vice chair have to be consulted in this way, is it allowed or is it permissible for the chair and the vice chair simply to put an email round the rest of the planning committee at the same time saying, we're thinking of doing this, what do you think? Just that would give a little bit more. I'm just floating it as an idea, convener. And one of the reasons I say that is because certainly in my ward, I would say the public image of the Scottish planning system is not complimentary, rightly or wrongly. You know, the simple perception is, to be honest, and this is not taking a side, basically the government will tend, you know, if they want something, it'll probably is going to happen. I think Councillor Gale touched on it, the issue of simply resourcing the committees. I mean, is it that we just need to meet more often to deal with these incredibly important decisions that the public attach rightly massive importance to? I don't know the answer. I think 2 or 3 years ago, the planning fees went up and this council put in, you know, we put in arguments that the fees needed to represent the amount of work more accurately. I suppose I'm just saying, I think we cannot afford to we must do our job properly. And if it means an extra cost in the big scheme of things, that's quite small. And dare I say, even the community benefit could be used to finance to make sure we do our work properly as a council. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. I think what this amendment's about is making sure that our communities see that due process is being followed and seeing how the decisions that are going to affect their communities, as Councillor Rees said, sometimes for 40 years plus, are made. And I think we owe that to our communities. They have that understanding of the process and they understand what is going on in this chamber. We were elected here to serve our communities. Now, I will address the points raised by the convener because I think perhaps he's a bit misunderstood. It's a matter of fact that the 2 planning chairs are members of the SNP. I'm not insinuating that they themselves have done anything wrong or have acted improperly. However, my comments regarding the SNP more generally is you look at MPF4 and you look at what comes out of Holyrood, and it is undeniable that they are pro-big energy. I'm just going to leave that there. So I think, convener, what my amendment's doing is in the interest of this council's reputation. It's about upholding public scrutiny. It's about allowing our communities to see how we reach decisions that affect them. So I don't think this is a bad thing. And, you know, I think if the planning committees have to work more regularly, you know, I'm a member of the licensing board. I had sat on North Planning, and licensing convenes more regularly than sometimes it's tabled to. And that's just because the nature of the work. And we hear from members of this administration how they welcome all of this renewable infrastructure. So perhaps we do have to review the committee cycles, but I certainly don't think having these what may seem like minor adjustments to some people, there's a lot of expertise within our communities who can provide a lot of insight onto some of this environmental information. So I think it's of paramount importance that it's heard in the chamber for all members to contribute. Thank you, convener.
Councillor Oldham.
Yes, thank you, Convener. I'm regret having to rise to speak to this again. I thought that it was pretty clear what I was saying, not least my criticism of the Scottish Government over the way this has been handled. But we are in a situation where we have 8 weeks to respond to some of these applications from the time it comes in. Now, South Pack, for example, sometimes it's 8 weeks between meetings. But the worst part is that if it comes in 3 weeks before the meeting, the officers have a choice. They either have to prepare the papers in 3 weeks for the meeting, or they miss the next meeting, or we have to hold a special meeting of South Pack. Now, this proposal in the change to the scheme of the delegation isn't saying that we will not have a chance to review the application. What it's saying is that the officers will put in a holding objection, so we retain our ability to comment on the application when we have time in a more measured way, when the officers have time to prepare the papers properly. We could take it to a meeting of South Pack or North Pack, or indeed to full council, which I can see with some of the applications we have coming up, they are going to be coming to full council. So I would warn everybody who's making comments in general about planning applications, you need to bear that in mind what you're saying. Anyway, I stick with my original proposal. We really need to accept these changes, because otherwise we are going to miss the opportunity to comment on applications, and then all our communities are going to be unhappy.
So thank you. So I suppose firstly, can I just confirm, Councillor Stewart, if you've got a seconder for your amendment, because I didn't take a note of one. And then, sorry again, Councillor Stewart, just to be clear what your amendment is, are you content to agree the changes in respect of licensing and trading standards, but it's simply the planning, I won't say simply, but it's the planning changes. Okay, thank you. So, members, we have a motion from Councillor Oldham, seconded by Councillor Kate McLean, and that's to move the recommendations in the report. We have an amendment from Councillor Stewart, seconded by Councillor Crawford, and that is not to agree the changes to the planning elements of the scheme of delegation. So when we come to vote, if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Oldham, it will be the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Stewart, it will be the red button. And if you wish to abstain, it will be the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber soon. Thank you.
Members, have you all voted?
If all the members have voted that wish to vote in that matter, we'll close the vote down. Thank you. And now going round to members on Teams. If you tell me you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Oldham, the amendment from Councillor Stewart, or to abstain. I'll start with Councillor Cameron.
The motion, please.
Councillor Coggle.
Motion, please.
Councillor Collier.
Motion, please.
Councillor Dundas.
Motion, please.
Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Amendment, please. Thanks.
Councillor Kennedy.
Motion, please.
Councillor Mackay. Councillor Angela McLean.
Amendment, please.
Councillor McLennan.
Motion, please.
Councillor McGilvray.
Motion.
Councillor Miller.
Motion, please.
Councillor Morrison.
Motion, please.
And Councillor Niven.
Motion, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, the motion received 54 votes, the amendment received 7 votes, and there were 3 abstentions, so the motion is carried.
Thank you, members. Now move to item 10, which is contract standing orders. I would just propose we agree that changes. No, sorry.
Sorry, Chair, I do have a query, a question.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Just with reference to page 238, and there's amendments there for 3.15 and 3.16, where I think they're extraordinarily draconian restrictions on a contractor. For example, in 3.15, contractors must not issue their own PR in any forms without the express permission of the council. There isn't even a reasonableness clause with that. In 3.6, all media inquiries must go to the council first. Now, for example, does that apply to a board on a site? I was driving yesterday past the new nursery at Kinmiley's Primary, which has a big board saying Morrison's. It doesn't have anything to say Highland Council building a new nursery. Not one iota of information about what the council is doing. I think the administration should perhaps be a bit more alert to promoting the good work that this council is doing. But I just feel that's just extraordinarily draconian to try and it could perversely reflect back on the council, because contractors won't publicise the new schools, houses, etc., nurseries that the council is building. It just seems to me to be a little bit North Korean. Thank you, Chair.
From my own personal point of view, all contractors who are doing work for the council should be promoting the fact that this was paid for by the council. You see, Scottish and UK governments, any time that they do anything that they pay for, they have to do it. So I'm not sure I get where you're coming from, Alec. I thought this is actually providing what you're asking for.
Just to clarify, I think it clamps down, Chair, on publicity by the contractor, and this council itself doesn't put signboards up when they're doing anything, so nobody knows what's happening. Plus, there's a question of restricting third parties unnecessarily. Just a thought, Chair. No, I'm quite happy to leave it as.
Can we agree that then, members? And can you have a 10-minute break? Members, item 11 on our agenda is questions. First question is from Councillor Christie.
Thank you, convener, and thank the leader. And thank the leader for his answer, which is very interesting, containing the information in the answer, Raymond. So my follow-up question is that Councillor Fraser mentioned that the committee scrutinise and share ideas, and the Vice Chair, Cass Coleman, said you can attend and learn. So my follow-up question is, why for these items listed were they not approved at the relevant committee?
I'll seek guidance on if it is necessary for us to approve this at the relevant committee, and that's my answer. Thanks.
So can that be brought forward in writing to the member? Question 2, Councillor Christie.
Yes, I thank the leader. I've just thanked him for confirming there is no temporary accommodation in Inverness or Culloden. I've got no follow-up question.
Question 3, Councillor Rowe.
Thank you. Thank you for your response, Raymond. I just asked, does the leader believe one ward is sufficient to merit an area committee?
I can't. That's not a question I believe that is for me to answer. I can have many considerations in terms of the wards of Highland Council. But I think that is really something for the council to consider, all of its members.
Question 4, Councillor Baxter.
Thank you to Councillor Gowans for his comprehensive answer, which I know the local community will welcome. My follow-up question is, what assessment and therefore what contingency plans are in place for the considerable risks of further lengthy delays, maybe beyond 2030, in the provision of electrical infrastructure required to service an electric ferry?
Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Baxter, and for acknowledging the comprehensive response. Contingency plans will be factored in as a part of any professional planning and project management process. Clearly, this is still being worked on, but we will provide more information as it comes forward.
Question 5, Councillor Rees.
Thank you. Thank you, David, for what must be one of the clearest and most succinct answers I've ever received. May I ask for my supplementary, what's your opinion on the fact it's been approximately 5 years since Thor House offered respite care, albeit recognising that COVID took out about 2 of those 5 years? Thank you.
That actually is quite a complex question, which I'm not able to just give a quick, brief answer here and now, but happy to go over the details with you.
And for the rest of the membership as well. Question 6, Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Leader, for confirming that the renewables mapping will be available on the Highland Council website from mid-April, and I say that on behalf of many hundreds of people who I think will be watching that website very closely mid-April. My supplementary question is on item 2 of the motion, which requires you to have dialogue with Scottish Government about bringing an end to what is commonly known as salami slicing, and to report to group leaders on progress. And my question is, what dialogue have you as leader had with the Scottish Government, and when did you update our group leaders? Thank you.
I'll review the information that we have in respect of the question that you've got and come back to you on that.
Question 7, Councillor Balance.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for your answer. My supplementary, I just ask, would you agree, therefore, that going green has got both short-term and long-term financial advantages?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, what I can remember, and I know this is going to be a bit silly, but in the first term, I actually had a pile of papers that was taller than me. And this time, I think I'll be lucky if I've reached my ankles. So I think there have been short-term and long-term benefits for the council from the action.
Question 8, Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. I'm disappointed but not surprised the Council Leader did not answer my question, but perhaps he can answer my supplementary. Last year, the well-respected women's rights organisation For Women Scotland published research into a number of schools in Scotland that follow their legal obligations to provide adequate single-sex toilet facilities. Of councils that supplied information, they found that only 13 schools in Scotland complied with the schools regulations, which provide
it's called question time for a reason.
Facilities. Highland Council did not respond to this research, so I asked the Council Leader how many Highland Council schools currently comply with the Schools Premises General Requirements and Standards, Scotland Regulation 1967.
And I'll respond with the exact same answer as I gave him in the first response, and that is, in terms of guidance formed by current legislation, the Council complies with the Equalities Act 2010 and the Gender Recognition Act 2004. Thank you.
Point of order.
That's my answer to your question.
No, I'm sorry, Rudy. You don't get a point of order with a question. You've asked the question. The question's been answered. You don't like the answer. That's not my problem. Question 9, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Leader, for your answer. Could you advise either now or later to members of the Council what steps are being taken to reduce that response time at the service centre from 7 minutes to a lower figure? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be happy actually to meet with you, Alex, on that. I'm looking to actually attend, to Colin at the service centre. And so we'll get a follow-up in terms of what the work is that's going on in terms of, and I think the work of my council is also tending to this as well. So I'm more than happy to catch up with you on that, and let's see where it goes.
Question 10, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Leader, for the response. Given that a single figure cannot be provided due to the broad scope of legal action and current limitations in financial record keeping, will the Leader implement a system to track and categorise legal expenditures specifically related to defending legal actions so that we can be transparent and quantify the cost to the taxpayer, please?
I am not, it wouldn't be for me to actually implement that. It would be something that we would need to take advice on, because I'm not quite sure what we would be actually doing that for. And I'm absolutely certain that it would still actually end up into a breakdown of several other categories that actually, what is it that we're looking to get out of it? Is it avoidance of the of some of the actions that we're talking about here? So we really would need more clarity on that. Thanks.
Question 11, Councillor McPhail.
Thank you, and thank you to the Chair of Economy and Infrastructure, and I would like to draw members' attention to page 272 because all your words are mentioned in the response here, which is invaluable information, so thank you for that. Street lighting typically accounts for up to 25% of a council's electricity bill.
Duncan, I've just said to Councillor Stewart, this is question time.
Yep, absolutely.
Not speech making time.
No, it's not speech. Okay. Councils would save millions by accelerating the LED street lighting programme. And what was the reasons that the changeover to LED streetlights has taken so many years when the savings are so obviously beneficial to this council and its taxpayers?
Thank you very much for your supplementary question. And thank you for your first question, because I think that's quite an interesting question to have. Some of the answer to your question wraps itself around technology and what technology is available. And this is something that the council has identified over many, many years that has been an aspiration. You might ask the question, how many council staff does it take to change a light bulb? Well, you might say that we've got around 60,000 light bulbs that have been changed, and only around 10% of those actually need to be changed now. So, and I'm very pleased to say that we're actually on track to complete the entire process by 2028. And I think that's testament to the success of this programme. And as you say, it rightly saves the council many thousands, if not millions of pounds every year. Thank you.
Item 12 on your agenda, members, is really just for noting, and Bruce, I'd like to pass on my thanks to Councillor Monroe for his service over the last period. So thank you very much, Councillor Monroe. And enjoy your retirement. Item 13, members, is for noting. Can we agree? Item 14, appointment to outside bodies. I'd like to nominate Councillor Morven Reid for the position at Eden Court Highlands. And I have a second there, Councillor Brennan. Are there any other nominations? That's agreed then. Next one is the Highland Children's Trust.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Councillor Lindsay Johnson, please. Thank you.
Do you have a second? Are there any other nominations, members? No, that's agreed. Timetable of meetings, members, can we agree that? Apologies for moving the full council meeting, but I think it would be disrespectful of us to hold a full council meeting on VE Day. Deeds executed are there for noting. And now, members, we move to the exclusion of the public under Section 50A of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973. And can we close the webcast, please? I now move to Councillor Finney.
Okay, thank you very much, Convener. So I propose to move the minutes of the Climate Change Committee on the 29th of January 2025, with the exception of item 4.1, Net Zero Programme Update, and ask the Council for the approval of the project brief templates in Appendix 2 of the report for inclusion in the Council's Net Zero Programme. Thank you.
Do you have a second? From your committee?
No. Councillor Loudon, yeah.
Next one is Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Convener. I rise to move the minutes of the Sutherland County Committee of 17th of February 2025, with the exception of item 12, notices of motion, and ask the Council to agree the motion, which was, given the impact of overnight parking of camper vans in council car parks, leading to inappropriate waste disposal and other antisocial behaviour, the Sutherland County Committee agrees to impose a ban on all overnight camper van and motorhome parking in council car parks in the County of Sutherland, with signage being put in place to direct them to alternative parking options in the local area. Thank you.
Councillor Gale, in order to discuss that that item, the council would need to suspend standing orders, as it's contrary to a decision made by the council at the special meeting for the budget. So do you wish to propose we suspend standing orders?
Yes, Convener, I'd like to do that, please. Thank you.
And do you have a second?
Yeah, Michael.
Okay,
Michael.
Second. I would then propose that we do not suspend standing orders, and I'll look for a second. Councillor Bremer.
Point of order, Convener.
Yes, certainly, Councillor Bremer.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure about how a meeting that has taken place before another meeting can then be ruled out of order because of a subsequent decision.
Because, Councillor Baxter, the previous decision was effectively a starred item. So the then full council made a decision, and the starred item did not impact the decision that was made of full council.
Apologies for the short delay there, members. So, members, in the chamber, we have a motion from Councillor Gale, seconded by Councillor Baird, and that is to suspend Standing Order 34. We have an amendment from the convener, seconded by Councillor Bremner, not to suspend Standing Order 34. So, members in the chamber, when we come to the vote, if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Gale, it will be the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from the convener, it will be the red button. If you wish to abstain, it will be the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. Thank you. I just check if everybody in the chamber has voted that wish to vote in this matter. Okay, if all members have voted, we'll close the voting in the chamber down. Thank you. And now going round the members on Teams, if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Gale, the amendment from the convener, or to abstain, and I'll start with Councillor Cameron.
Bill's amendment, please.
Councillor Coghill.
Motion, please.
Councillor Collier.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Dundas.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Motion, please. Thank you.
Councillor Kennedy.
Amendment, please, Stuart. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Angela McLean. She did. Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
Amendment, please.
Councillor McGilvray.
Motion, of course, Stuart.
Councillor Miller.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Morrison.
Motion, please.
Councillor Niven.
Motion, please.
Thank you, members.
Convener, myself and Councillor Smith didn't vote. Can we register our votes, please?
Oh.
Is it even called?
There's a check. Have you both voted? I'm seeing a nod from Councillor Smith. Is that a nod from Councillor McPherson? We both voted. Thank you. Convener, there were 26 votes for the motion. There were 34 votes for the amendment. So the amendment was successful and standing orders will not be suspended.
Next one is Councillor Finlayson.
Thanks, Convener. I rise to move the minutes of the Education Committee of 26th February 2025 with the exception of item 6, statutory consultation, creation of a new primary school for Tornagrain, final, and ask the Council to agree the recommendation that the Highland Council establish a new primary school to serve the Tornagrain housing development and amend the delineated area or catchment area of the current Croy Primary School in order to create the catchment area for the new school. And also item 7, statutory consultation, closure of Durer Primary School, final report. And again, I ask that the Council agree the recommendation that the Highland Council does not discontinue education at Durer Primary School.
Agree with that, please. Agreed.
Second that.
Members, thank you for your forbearance. I move back now to item 19. The reason I did it that way is because we need to get the minutes done, and we now move to motions. Motion number 1 is from Councillor Robertson. This motion has no amendment, so the motion is in fact carried. But Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Convener. This motion is not about battery energy storage facilities that are a feature of planning lately. Today, I want to talk about something that has become part of daily life at work and leisure, something we may not think much about, lithium-ion batteries. These powerful rechargeable batteries are in our phones, laptops, power tools, and even electric vehicles. They've transformed our daily lives, but with this portable power comes great responsibility. Improper use or mishandling can lead to overheating, fires, or even explosions, as our recycling centre has experienced more than once. Responsible use and storage can prevent incidents. The background is the rise of fires caused by lithium-ion batteries used to power e-bikes and e-scooters, which have quadrupled since 2020, resulting in 13 deaths, 200 serious injuries, and requiring hospital treatment, and have resulted in homelessness and staggering financial losses. Lithium-ion battery fires are dangerous and can be difficult to extinguish. They usually occur due to thermal runaway, which is where the battery overheats, leading to a chain reaction of increasing temperature and pressure. The advice is not to leave an item on charge unattended, but how many of us plug in to charge overnight? I know I tend to do this before busy days, when I expect to be away from home. We hear tales of laptops left plugged in that overheat and burst into flames. This won't happen to me is the thought that comes to mind, but in the words of the song, how can I be sure? E-scooters and other micromobility devices are banned from trains for safety reasons, yet personal mobility devices are allowed. And on the 31st of March, the Transport for London are banning all e-bikes from their various modes of transport as well. There's no charging of e-bikes on board the train, but they can be transported on the train in Scotland. This motion asks the Council to express support for the safety of electrical-powered micromobility vehicles and lithium batteries bill. The Community Safety Partnership is the ideal vehicle to research and bring understanding on the fire risks and move to mitigate risks. Working with relevant organisations, we can make this information available to our communities and our staff in the form of guidance on the use, storage and disposal of lithium-ion batteries. We have become dependent on these batteries and we must ensure they are treated with respect to ensure the safety of all. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. The motion is approved. Motion number 2 is from Councillor Mackey.
Thank you very much, Convener, and good afternoon, members. It gives me immense privilege to move this motion as tabled within your council papers. My motion looks to consider 2 key points and has a very direct ask. The first point is that the world is an ever more uncertain place, and that the commitment to increased defence spending requires commensurate consideration of defence capabilities, including those within our Highland region. Point 2 is that this council acknowledges the vital role that Vulcan has provided dutifully for over 60 years, noting the unique knowledge, skills and indeed public consent for operations in Caithness and North Sutherland, and that as part of the ongoing Strategic Defence Review, it is appropriate and proportionate for this local authority to make representations to the Secretary of State in support of future missions. The context of increased defence spending is important. Unfortunately, we have discussed too often in this chamber that we are witnessing the horror of war in Europe on the continent, and that simultaneously we're seeing the dismantling of the post-Cold War security umbrella as we know it. The United States of America has signalled in ambiguous terms that it will no longer underwrite our continental security, and recent diplomatic developments have proven that our closest ally has, at best, become unpredictable. The Prime Minister has announced that the United Kingdom will step up to the plate and adequately fund our defensive capability, and I believe that that is welcome. But it must be met by representation from all communities about our place and our role in defence of the realm. Although I'm sure that many members will know NRTE Vulcan and its operations well, I'm conscious that for some of you, this may well be the first time that you've heard about the Royal Navy's most northerly mainland base. Celebrating its 60th commissioned year, NRTE, or formerly HMS Vulcan, has been instrumental in the training and development of the Royal Navy's propulsion capability. It provided our Royal Navy personnel with the knowledge and practical experience to safely operate plant, equipment and systems at sea. The training that ensures that our fleet remains at the cutting edge of technological advancement and is fully prepared to respond to any challenge in an increasingly uncertain world. It is a far north institution that has been a pillar of excellence, innovation and national security for decades. Vulcan represents not just a facility but a legacy and a centre of expertise that has played a crucial role in the defence of our nation. Beyond its role in training, Vulcan is regarded as a true engineering beacon. The research, development and prototyping concluded there has contributed significantly to the evolution of naval propulsion, reinforcing the United Kingdom's position as a global leader in that field. It is the opinion of many defence analysts that the expertise housed within that facility cannot simply be replaced or relocated without considerable cost and risk to operational capability. Aside from the technology and legacy, the presence of Vulcan also brings immense value to my local community and to those in the wider Highland region. It provides skilled jobs. Over 280 are linked to the site. It fosters economic stability and can undoubtedly be said to inspire the next generation of operators, engineers, and all manner of support roles. Yesterday, I visited the eTech facility at the Thurso campus of UHI, where I had the opportunity to speak to students across all cohorts, intakes, and backgrounds. The first two students who I spoke to were two young ladies wearing overalls emblazoned with their sponsor company's logos. One was representing NRS Dounreay, and the other was wearing the distinctive navy overalls of Rolls-Royce, the principal contractor at the Vulcan establishment. These young women, studying in the far north, being employed in the far north, represent in one image exactly why Vulcan is important. It has for 60 years provided opportunities for our people and a pathway to not just some of the best jobs in Caithness or the best jobs in Highland, but some of the best jobs to be found in these islands. And these jobs are the backbone of our national security. Today, I stand making the case and asking for support for Vulcan to be considered as part of the Strategic Defence Review. And I do today in a far more buoyant and optimistic position than I was when I wrote the motion. And that's because we have just yesterday been told about 2 additional years of establishment. This statement provides stability for the Vulcan site, acknowledging that it still has a role to play and will be welcome news for the far north of Scotland, our economy and the prospects for our highly skilled workforce. But I believe that we should look beyond 2027. The strength of our armed forces depends on the strength of their training and the technology behind them. Vulcan has been a key enabler of that strength, and I believe Commander Ian Walker, his staff and the Rolls-Royce workforce warrant your support as they support our armed forces personnel and the future security of our nation. Convener, I thank you for your time and I move the motion as tabled.
Councillor Balance.
Thank you. Thank you, Convener. And let me be clear, I salute the bravery and dedication of those individuals who make up our armed forces and who all too frequently have to retire from the armed forces with combat stress or PTSD, sidelined by the MOD and by society, and some of whom will almost certainly be left destitute by the attack on personal independence payments made by this week's Westminster Tory government attacks on the disabled. My condolences to Andrew McIntosh in his period of mourning. My amendment focuses on why the armed forces have been hollowed out. Now that Washington is potentially an unreliable ally, the UK needs to revisit its nuclear strategy. And that's not me, that's the Chatham House Policy Institute think tank writing 2 days ago. Trident is a US-built missile system, and the UK's nuclear capabilities currently rely on the US in several ways. The missiles were made in the US. They rely on the US for maintenance, which is done by the US manufacturer Lockheed Martin. Missiles have to return to the US for scheduled maintenance on a regular basis. And the UK also purchases the air shells required for producing nuclear warheads from the US. Again, the source is Chatham House. Nuclear weapons, UK nuclear weapons, are simply not operationally independent. Trident is also expensive. It takes at least 6% of the UK's defence budget in 2023, though changes to the way the UK defence classifies spending on nuclear issues means it's now difficult to say exactly how much Trident on its own does cost. But it's also useless in the real world applications. Chemical nerve agents in Salisbury, nuclear weapons were useless. Cyber warfare, nuclear weapons are useless. Incursions into airspace, useless. Falklands War, utterly irrelevant. Icelandic Cod Wars, useless. Nuclear weapons have had absolutely no role to play in any conflict or threatened conflict during my lifetime. I can understand that Russia has designs on former Soviet Union countries and its former sphere of influence. I absolutely oppose this and stand in full solidarity with the people of Ukraine. But I note our nuclear weapons have been useless as a preventative there as well. I suggest the only reason that Russia might attack this small island is because we have nuclear weapons aimed directly at it. It has been argued that Ukraine wouldn't have been attacked if it hadn't given up its nuclear weapons, but there's no basis for this claim. It would most likely have added more fuel to Russia's propaganda machine for its so-called special military operation to intervene sooner rather than later. And meantime, to pay for this aberration, we have to hollow out our armed forces and focus the spending on these useless nuclear weapons, which do as much damage to civilians as to military infrastructure. The best way to defend our Scottish realm is to rid ourselves of nuclear weapons. I move my amendment and ask for your support. Thanks.
Councillor Jarvie, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Convener. I'm glad Councillor Mackie had 5 minutes to explain in more detail what NRT Vulcan does, because it's a truly fantastic site and an absolutely phenomenal resource that we have. With America changing, we've never lived in a more uncertain world. And whilst we may see an end to the Ukraine war very soon, it is increasingly clear that America is not going to be standing side by side in the continued defence and protection of Ukraine. That is going to fall on Europe, and by and large with the UK and its larger defence budget. That's why this facility and its continued resources it has in this industry has never been more important. And I take issue with a lot of what Councillor Ballant says, that NEECs are useless. I would hope that we should never ever have to use them, and that is the purpose of them. That is why the technology needs to be continually improved and developed. It's not they're useless because we've not used them. They're working because we never have had to. And the most important part in all of this, and the principle of it, for me, has been proven definitively in the Ukraine conflict. Councillor Ballant says that there's no evidence to say that Ukraine, still having its nuclear arsenal, would have prevented it. Yet, since the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the only country that Russia has invaded is also the only country that is nuclearly disarmed. To me, it's clear. We have never needed sites like this more often. And to see just this week that Rolls-Royce and MOD are extending the service life of NRTE Vulcan, to me, is the single greatest bit of news that has come to the county of Caithness. We have faced a rock cliff of the industry just disappearing, and actually we're beginning to see that ship turning, and actually maybe there being an enduring nuclear potential in Caithness.
Councillor Gregson.
Thank you, Convener. Happy to support Councillor Mackey's motion. In an ideal world, we wouldn't have nuclear weapons, absolutely. But here we are in a very unstable and uncertain world, as Councillor Jarvie and Councillor Mackie have said. The Highlands has a proud military tradition. We have the Cameron Barracks, we have Fort George, a strong contingent of reservists. It's one of the areas where more veterans retire and stay in after service than most others in the UK. Highlands and Moray are the top destinations for people post-service. We have an armed forces champion and a cadets champion. We have wonderful, skilled workforce in Caithness, and this Strategic Defence Review gives an opportunity for this continued excellent employment. We have a very unstable world in which the Arctic framework and the North Sea, the protection of our offshore and subsea infrastructure is more essential than ever. And I'm happy to support Councillor Mackey's motion. Yeah.
Councillor Ryan McIntosh.
Thank you, Convener. I'm quite supportive of the Prime Minister increasing the defence budget to ensure our long-term defence within Europe, but not at the expense of the horrendous reduction on the foreign aid budget. The scale and speed of cuts now facing the sector is unprecedented, and decisions made in response will have wide-ranging implications for global health, and it undermines our security as well. Since the 1970s, the UN has set a target for countries to spend 0.7% of their gross national income on overseas development assistance. The target has since been accepted by successive British governments, and after a surge in investment during the Blair and Brown years was achieved by the UK in 2013 and for the first time made a statutory duty in 2015. Then all of that changed in 2021 when the Tory government reduced spending to 0.5%, with Parliament voting that the 0.7% commitment could be suspended until certain fiscal tests were met. An impact assessment at the time conceded that those cuts would mean thousands of deaths, including malnourished or unvaccinated children, and women left without safe abortion services. Now, the UK government is cutting the foreign aid budget even further to 0.3% of gross national income. We should be leading by example, trying to reverse the wider trend globally of reducing foreign aid budgets. Therefore, I'm happy to support my colleague's amendment asking for the restoration of 0.7% of the foreign aid budget. Thank you.
Councillor Rosie.
Thank you, Convener. Members, I am a living example of what the Vulcan site has provided in the community that is Ward 2, as I am one of 3 generations from my own family that had been employed on the site since its inception in the late 50s. And you will find several similar examples of that situation in Caithness. So look at the economic benefits highlighted by other speakers will be obvious to you. Rolls-Royce themselves, the principal contractor for over 60 years at the Vulcan site, they're recognised and renowned for its precision, reliability, commitment to excellence, while they consistently deliver products and services that meet the many demanding customer requirements across various sectors, and that's including aerospace, automotive and defence. So the record is second to none. There's no question about that. So look, of course, I welcome the contract extension for the Vulcan site that was announced this week. However, I want to put a slightly more different context of thought for you, and particularly in a local context. I've always advocated to my local ward colleagues that we should be developing relations with both Rolls-Royce and MOD, exactly for these reasons. It wasn't difficult to anticipate this situation. It could have been a very different story, and we could have been left wondering just how we're going to respond to the loss of hundreds of jobs, quality jobs. So, I think we need to being ambitious and demanding by expanding our thinking. What's possible for diversification to ensure a long-term future? We've got to think about legacy issues and how they can be decommissioned safely. So, and I also, I think, touching on the earlier topic on the Highland investment plan, I think there's a huge opportunity. I would love to see Rolls-Royce being focused on some of the things that are happening in other countries, just to see what's possible. I was interested this morning at breakfast. I bumped into an ex-colleague who used to work on a shop floor with me. He's now in a senior position with Rolls-Royce, but he was keen to engage and provide briefings. So I think we need to do that as urgently as local members. We could have put a slightly different context with more information on that. So that's it's very concerning points made by particularly Councillor Balance when you think about geopolitics, but I'm going to support the motion meantime. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, I fully support Councillor Mackey's motion. I think this is a really good site that should be continued. I mean, it provides well-paid jobs in the north. It's provided lots of investment into that community, which is something that we've spent most of the day talking about, how we can welcome investment and growth in our communities, and that's exactly what this site does. But I'd like to turn to the point made by Councillor Balance, and I agree with Councillor Jarvie. It's an absolute nonsense to suggest that we should just get rid of our at-sea nuclear deterrent because we don't use it. I think the very fact that we have it is one of the reasons why we stay out of conflict. By that logic of Councillor Balance, you don't buy a fire extinguisher and hope for a fire. It's one of those things that you have in the hope that you never need to use. And thankfully, we have never had to use this, and long may that continue. But that is not a reason itself to get rid of it. But just to comment on the other point from the Greens here about foreign aid. I don't think that the two are necessarily mutually exclusive. You know, there's arguments to be made in favour of foreign aid. There's arguments to be made against foreign aid. But, you know, I think what we're discussing here in this motion by Councillor Mackie is a site that provides well-paid jobs and a lot of investment to a community that needs that. So I think I'll be supporting the motion based on that. Thank you, Convener.
McIntosh the Younger, please.
Thank you, Convener. We are indeed in a changing world, one where we're really not sure what the future holds. Maybe it's a time for concentrating on peace rather than concentrating on the weapons of war. Concentrating on finding peace should be our priority, not picking and choosing what weapons we're going to use. It's interesting that not having using nuclear weapons, we always think of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The biggest damage done towards the end of the Second World War was the firebombing of Tokyo in the March before, which was done with conventional weapons. If you're killed, I don't think it makes a lot of difference what scientists invented the weapon. You're still dead. And we are still saddened by it. There are many reasons put forward over the generations for going to war. Keeping jobs in Caithness is probably not one of them. I will not vote against either. I will, for once, abstain on this because it's a warmongering set of proposals where we should be concentrating on peace. Maybe getting more women in charge might just help.
Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Convener. And I have to say, I'm fully supportive of this motion. We find ourselves in the most dangerous times in my lifetime. We've been very lucky as we've lived since the Second World War in peace and, well, moderate peace, so we say. But we've been lucky in this country and had a relatively peaceful existence. But yet we find ourselves now in a situation where we are under threat. There's absolutely no question about that. And I think we cannot bury our heads in the sand and pretend it's not happening, because it is happening. And the defence of the realm, which this motion is all about, is absolutely imperative. And it has to be our first priority. I want my kids and my grandkids to grow up in a healthy and safe and peaceful nation. But we have to have the ability to defend ourselves going forward. I fully support this motion on that basis. Thank you.
Councillor Gunn.
Yeah, thank you. Vulcan has been a big contributor to the Caithness and the Highland economy for many, many years. As my colleague Carl said there, I was an apprentice there. I worked there as well as an apprentice, and there's over 300 employees being there for many years. And although 300 mightn't sound a lot to some of the members from Inverness, but it is a lot for Caithness when you've got an employer with that many numbers. And there's been hundreds, if not thousands, of apprentices trained over the 60 years who have gone on all over the world. What I signed the Official Secret Act, so I hope I'm not going to breach it there. But what many might not know is that Vulcan is a test facility for nuclear submarines. They test things there before they put them into the submarines that go to sea. And also, many Royal Navy submariners have been trained there. And not all submarines have the Trident missiles. There are many submarines that do not have that but are badly needed. And they are trained there for that. So I fully support the motion going forward with that. Thanks.
Councillor Ballots.
Thank you very much, Convener, and that's been an interesting debate. I'd like to thank particularly the contribution from Councillor Andrew McIntosh. Absolutely, our first priority has to be peace, because peace is what leads to security, economic security, personal security, and actually life. So thank you for that contribution. I attended a nuclear non-proliferation treaty review conference way back in, I think, 2006, at which point, as an observer, I should say, at which point the UK government did everything that it could to make sure that there was no progress towards deproliferation of nuclear weapons. And in fact, that conference ended with the only thing being agreed was to pay the expenses of those government delegates attending. We really need to have a change in UK attitudes towards defence, and in particular towards the nuclear aspect of things. We are committed under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty to reduce our nuclear weapons. We have actually increased them while telling other countries you shouldn't do it because you're not entitled to them. We have to make those reductions, and we have to make them as soon as possible. And actually, we need to prepare for peace. And the current warmongering that is going on is frankly frightening, and it is not helpful. And I don't think it is particularly helping Ukraine at the moment at all. So thank you for the contributions. Also to my colleague Ryan McIntosh, it is so true that the foreign aid budget helps global security. It reduces instability in countries. It reduces the flow of refugees by making it possible to live in those poorer countries. And this current Westminster government is going in entirely the wrong direction. Thank you for your time.
Councillor Mackie.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you all the members for contributing. I'd like to thank Councillor Balance for his amendment. Probably unsurprisingly, I won't accept it, but I want to justify the reason why. First of all, is I do not believe that it accounts for what the spirit of my motion is. And I'll just say, members, that I'm slightly disappointed that a discussion about a principal employer in my community has slipped into the larger geopolitical piece around about effectively ballistic missiles and nuclear deterrent. And the reason for that is because the Vulcan site and Rolls-Royce, their core role, and has been for 60 years, is actually for conventional submarines, and particularly those that are around the waters of this country, looking after things like data cables and incursions into our territorial waters. I do believe it's a slightly false equivalence to talk about the fact that I think regrettable reductions in the foreign aid budget is somehow attributable, or we should view that as a negative thing, that jobs in Caithness cannot be protected for a further 2 years. I believe that the two are almost inherently and completely separate and should not be misconstrued together. In essence, members, the capability that is housed in Vulcan is the highest concentration of knowledge on submariner propulsion anywhere in this country. And unless we make the case within the Strategic Defence Review that capability should remain in Caithness, I can tell you categorically that we are at risk of those 270 to 300 jobs going elsewhere. And that is the reason that I'm asking for your continued support. And I do thank, by and large, for the nature of the debate and the opportunity to have this, because I could have taken this to Caithness Area Committee, and I'm sure it would have been almost unanimous if not, but I felt it was appropriate and proportionate that it came to the local authority here today. Thank you, Convener.
Members, we now have a motion amendment. Stuart.
Thank you, Convener. So, members in the chamber, we have a motion from Councillor Mackie, and that's seconded by Councillor Andrew Jarvie, and that's in terms of your agenda. And we have the amendment from Councillor Balance, which is seconded by Councillor Ryan McIntosh, and again, that's within your papers. So, for members in the chamber, if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Mackie, I would ask you to press the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Balance, it will be the red button, and if you wish to abstain, it will be the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. Thank you. So if everybody in the chamber has voted that wanted to vote, we'll close that vote down. Thank you. And then go round the members on Teams. If you tell me you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Mackey, the amendment from Councillor Balancer to abstain, and I'll start with Councillor Cameron.
I'm just going to abstain, Stuart. Thanks.
Councillor Coggle.
Motion, please. Thank you.
Councillor Collier.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Dundas.
Motion, please.
Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Oh, motion, please. Thank you.
Councillor Kennedy. Councillor Angela McLean. Councillor McLennan.
Motion, please.
Councillor McGilvery's left. Councillor Miller. Councillor Morrison.
Motion, please.
Sorry, Stuart, I meant to say amendment. Sorry.
And Councillor Niven.
Motion, please.
Thank you, members.
Mine says a motion, sorry.
Convener, there were 38 votes for the motion, there were 14 votes for the amendment, and there were 7 abstentions, so the motion is carried.
Members, the last item on your agenda is motion number 3, equal rights of appeal and planning. And if we do this fairly smartly, we can get done in time and it won't need to be held over. So, Councillor Balance.
Thank you, Convener. And I'd like to ask members, do community councils in your ward tell you that they think the planning system is fair, takes account of local opinions, and produces good decisions? Because I suspect not. As we are at the moment, if the planning application is refused, the developer has the right to appeal to the Scottish Government. This ties the hand of planning committees. I've heard a chair of planning committee publicly say he was holding his nose while voting to approve a bad planning decision. It said if we approve the application here, we get to set the conditions at least, rather than having them set in Edinburgh. On the other hand, if an application is granted, community councils and other objectors have no right to appeal. The planning system is heavily weighted in favour of the developer. I'm surprised actually at Rory Stewart opposing this. I'm not surprised that he couldn't find anyone to second it, but I had thought that renewable developments in the Highlands had made even the Tories aware of the inequity in the planning system. So what would happen if communities had the right to appeal bad decisions? Firstly, it wouldn't happen often, because if the community lost, it would have to pay the costs of the developer's legal team, which is not something they would take on lightly. But the other outcome is that it would make for better planning applications, because the pressure would be on the developer to discuss proposals properly with affected communities, to try to come up with proposals which are less likely to be challenged. Too often at present, developers make a proposal, run extensive consultations, and then do exactly what they wanted to do in the first place. I bet that we can all think of an occasion when that has happened. Well, it wouldn't anymore, because by doing this, we streamline the planning process, get better thought out applications, receive less objections, and get through the whole process quicker. Third-party rights of appeal were first proposed to the government in 2008 at the last major revision of planning law. The campaign has not gone away. The Aarhus Convention Compliance Committee ruled that Northern Ireland is in breach of international law for its lack of equal rights of appeal, and the case against Scotland progresses, albeit at a painstakingly slow pace. Community councils and the public feel powerless in the face of developments which affect them deeply. This is a real democratic deficit. Ofgem's requirements for renewables are going to transform the Highlands for decades, and our communities feel powerless in this. So the Local Government Housing and Planning Committee are just concluding a study into the workings of NPF 4 and are working on their report. My motion empowers the council leader to write to the committee chair to ask them to take this matter into consideration and report on it in relation to the workings of NPF 4. It has no financial implications for the council, and it puts Highland Council policy firmly on the side of fair planning law, which respects communities, planning law, which produces good decisions. Colleagues, I move my motion. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart, and I'm sure that you do have a seconder. I'm sure it's just an error in the paper.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to start in the style of Chris Balance earlier on in today's meeting, as I absolutely disagree with everything that he just said. Planning in Scotland is plan-based. We consult on local plans. We have a lot of work put into this where the communities have their say. They know what's going on, and for applications, that any application that's made, there's a process of consultation whereby objections can be submitted. 5 or more objections, it comes to committee for a decision of members. So what Chris Balance is saying is, Katie Morag puts in a planning application for an extension. One person next door objects to it. It's approved on delegated authority. There we go, it's an objection. It gets appealed, it goes to PRB. We heard earlier on how backed up the planning system is. There's nothing about this that's going to streamline anything. It's going to add to the committee's workload. And then what? They don't like that because the PRB says, guess what? It complies with the local plan. You're the only person that objected to it. In the words of the chair, you know, there's no reason to refuse it. So then what? They appeal it to the Scottish Government. They're already backed up. There's decisions that are sitting with the Department of Planning Environment Appeals for months. We're seeing with the Sky reinforcement line, months and months and months before decisions made. This is just going to add to the work of it. You know, there's a scheme of delegation, there's a process in place. It's not about inequity because there's consultation with communities at every stage. My real concern with this is nothing more than a NIMBY's charter. It's going to allow people within our communities, lone voices, to hold up and delay small applications. Because let's be honest, the major energy applications that Chris Balance is trying to fearmonger this chamber into supporting his motion is based on, they all end up at committee anyway. They're not going to be appealing to PRB because they get well over 5 objections. I've seen ones with 500 objections coming to the planning committees. So there's no need for this. This is just additional bureaucracy, additional process that is just there to frustrate local residents, small businesses who are trying to make a living and thrive in communities, and it's being hidden as some form of rights enhancement. But I think the process that we've got at the moment delivers just that. We've got the local plans that are consulted on, and should there be a requisite number of objections, then it will be heard at committee and there'll be a fair discussion and a fair decision made. There's no need for this, and all it's going to do is create problems for this council, for the Scottish Government and for our communities. So that's why I'm opposing this motion. Thank you, Convener.
Councillor Jarvie.
Thank you, Convener. And I'm glad Councillor Stewart brought an amendment to this because had he not, I would have quite liked to bring an amendment. This is simply build, 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 because that's what we need. And members of the South Planning Applications Committee may be surprised by what seems a change in tact, given my opposition to many developments I deemed silly in my former ward of Inverness South. And I've had a large change in heart in this, and that's largely due to my increasing attraction to Manchester, where they just build, and it is it is a phenomenal place. No wonder it has the highest rate of first-time buyers, the highest rate of home building, because their plans are clear, and that's the issue that we have here. so many of the issues we have in this current planning system come from there being so many routes of appeal and so many ways to change something. Now, when I used to get annoyed at planning applications in Mont of Lays, as was often the case, it wasn't because I didn't want to see houses built. It was because we have a local plan that said, and this is an exact example we had, where one place was zoned for 9 houses, 220 got built. No wonder people get annoyed. No wonder councillors like myself used to get annoyed. If something's in a plan for an area, people should expect that. You know, we're not asking for people to be happy with it, to be joyous that there are areas going to get built in. But if you're told by a local authority to expect 100 houses in the field next to you and you get 300, who isn't going to be annoyed? And then when the local council planning committee says no, that then goes to reporter. And then there's the risk if that gets called by the Scottish ministers. There's so many routes of it going wrong, when actually, if we can just be honest with people up front and get the zoning not just right, but actually stick to what we say and be realistic, actually I think you can remove a lot of the opposition that local communities develop. And that's why, in my experience, so much development arises. It's not because they don't want to see building, it's this resentment that they don't feel they're being told the truth. So let's get it right at the start and not tack on something else to the end just to frustrate things, to damage growth, push house prices up even more by reducing supply. Let's fix the problem at the start, not the end. I'm more than happy to second Councillor Stewart's motion amendment if he doesn't have a seconder, and I urge other members too.
Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, convener. My political emotions are all over the place today because earlier I was embarrassed. Now I'm confused. I'm confused by some of the comments of Councillor Stewart earlier, and I'm going to confuse Councillor Balance now by telling him I actually agree with his motion. Yes, but no doubt you would rather I didn't vote with you because of my previous political background. But one of my biggest regrets of the last council term was that the council were not convinced to respond in a previous consultation on MP4 for the third-party right of appeal, and I argued for it on that occasion. And I'm glad that Councillor Balance has raised this again in this term of office, and I will be voting for your motion this evening.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I'll keep this really short. But as a previous chairman of North Pack, I completely agree with my two colleagues, Councillor Scrivey and Councillor Stewart. And I think this would absolutely stifle the economy and hold things up unnecessarily. Thank you.
Andrew McIntosh.
I too, like my wife, shall be short. If we allow it, oh, I know. I'm in trouble every night anyway, no matter. If on the planning committee I don't like an application, I have to have a reason based on law through MPF4 or plan. I can't say I don't like it, or I don't like the look of that building, I don't like the roof. I have to have a reason. Many of the objections that come are based on I don't like it. If we're going to have community objectors going on, then they will have to have a reason embedded in MPF4 or embedded in the law. Otherwise, it's going to go on forever. And the planning system in Scotland and in England as well holds up development of housing and all sorts of things for all the wrong reasons. I have sympathies with communities with those objectors being able to appeal, but at some point you have to stop and say, no, that is the decision. And so I think, no to defending that motion. Thank you.
Councillor Edmondson.
Thank you, convener. So I will be supporting the motion. It's very simple for me. The scales of justice is held up by a blindfolded woman on the Old Bailey, and that means that both parties in the dispute should be treated the same and have the same processes available. It is that simple for me.
This, to my mind, is about equity. You know, what happens is developers generally with large wallets tend to appeal decision, whereas There is no third-party right of appeal. There are two ways to do this. One of them is what Councillor Balance has suggested. The other one is to remove the right of appeal from developers. And that makes it an even playing field. And then the potential is, if the developer wants to I suppose, go further in the process, they need to end up going to the Court of Session, and they need to put their money where their mouth is. So there are two ways to do this. Just, Councillor Balance, I'm quite prepared to support your motion, but I think you've actually got this slightly wrong, because I think the removal of the right of appeal to developers would actually be a better way to go. So, Councillor Balance, it's we now have Councillor Stewart.
Yes, thank you, Convener. I think that's a very interesting point you make. You highlight about judicial review being an option for either party, should they not be subject to. I'm happy with the decision made by either this place or the Scottish Government. But I think, to follow on from what Councillor McIntosh said, a lot of planning objections are, I don't like it. And as he said, that's not a valid excuse. And I do think we've got to be mindful of the work of our planning officers, the work of our planning department, and indeed the workload on members and sort of influx, the unintended consequence that something like this could bring in. You know, we heard from the former chair of North Planning about the increase that we could see from this. I don't think that this is the right solution. I think, you know, National Planning Framework 4, which is under review by the Scottish Government at the moment through this committee, there's a lot of issues with it. I think there's a lot of work that can be done to make it better serve our communities. I think we'd all agree with that, but I'm not entirely convinced that this is the right way forward. I do just see this being a vehicle to weaponise neighbour disputes and allow really sort of hardcore anti-development sort of objections to come into strong developments which are otherwise accepted by the community and will provide many benefits to local people, local businesses, and indeed the wider community. So I do think this is it's probably a very well-intentioned motion took forward by Councillor Balance, but I just don't think that it's the right or the appropriate way forward. Thank you, Convener. I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Balance.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for your comments. I would say that had you put those comments into an amendment ahead of time, I would have accepted it, because I think you make good points. In response to Councillor Jarvie, this is about getting it right at the start. This is about trying to get it right before the application goes in, so that if your neighbour is planning something that you don't like because it's overlooking a bit of your garden, you can negotiate with them before they put the planning application in. Once the planning application is in, all that anyone can say is either yes or no. We can't say, well, yes, if you moved it 6 foot over there, there'd be no problem. So this is about getting it right at the very start. I'm interested in Councillor Stewart's opposition to this. I will possibly enjoy going around the community councils in my ward, telling them the Tories think that they all have equal rights with SSEN, and I'll be interested to hear what they say about that. Though I notice you're almost alone. Your Conservative colleagues have almost all deserted you. And on that, I don't think I need to say more. Thank you.
Stuart, it's over to you.
Thank you, Convener. Members, we have a motion from Councillor Balance, seconded by Councillor McIntosh, and again, that's within your agenda. We have an amendment from Councillor Stewart, seconded by Councillor Andrew Jarvie, and again, that is within your papers. So for those members in the chamber, if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Balance, press the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Stewart, press the red button. And if you wish to abstain, it will be the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. Thank you. So members in the chamber, has everybody voted in this one? Sorry. Okay, so members, has everybody voted that wanted to vote in the chamber?
Well, Biz has voted twice.
Yeah, okay, so if you have, we'll close that vote down. Thank you, members. Now going around those members on Teams, tell me if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Balance, the amendment from Councillor Stewart, or to abstain. And I'll start with Councillor Cameron.
The motion, please.
Councillor Coghill.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Collier.
Motion, please.
Councillor Dundas.
Abstain.
Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Abstain.
Councillor Kennedy. Councillor Angela McLean.
Motion, please.
Councillor McLennan.
Motion, please.
Councillor Miller.
I just have to go with the motion, Stuart.
Councillor Morrison.
That's it.
Sorry, Councillor Morrison, could you repeat? Okay, and Councillor Niven.
Motion, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, there were 36 votes for the motion, there were 14 votes for the amendment, and there were 8 abstentions. So the motion is carried.
Members, well, I have one further item since it's only 5 to 6.
It's a song.
Councillor Munro, this is your last day in probably this chamber. So would you like to say a few words? Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, Councillor Convener, yes, I would, and I don't know how long I have, but I had a few words prepared. I will just cut that really short. Want to extend my respect and regard to all the elected members in chamber here and online today, and thank you all for the kind comments and conversations of the past few weeks. I'd like also to extend the same respect and regard to all the many officers who have supported me and worked with me, and I think too I'd like to add similar respect and regard to my colleagues in the Highland Independent Group, a diverse bunch with a wide range of experience, knowledge, not always reading from the same page or even from the same book, but we rubbed along, and at times with a bit of listening, a bit of give and take, a few laughs. I go forward from here with friends and acquaintances for life. Just to finish off, plans for the future. To be honest, Mrs. Munro has more plans for my future than I currently have, but we'll maybe change that. Fachgol Nagas Gaelic, i'r geram tapal of the sunner, Furchin and you, Harrison quickly on the Galav. The Gamat Imach, he tanga horse Gaharish to skip in the Gaelic, he taichgud rooms fat carefully on his gale, mar Harricher committee the Gaelic. Thank you, Convener, for your patience today and over 5 years. And I just wanted to, in the close, to thank the officers who are known as the Gaelic team. I've been chair of the Gaelic committee for 4.5 years, and I hope the work we've done, how we've supported each other mutually, has advanced the cause of Gaelic within the council and in Highland. So I'll just leave it at that, Convener, but just a couple of words. No regrets. It's been a huge privilege, and I wish everyone here just all the best in every endeavour of your communities in the years ahead. So thank you, Convener.
Okay, guys, that's us finished. Thank you very much. Take your rubbish with you, please. Staff don't get paid to pick up after you. So cups, papers, etc. Safe journey home.